If you're a business owner, then animated explainer
Sad.
videos are the best way to capture attention.
Today, we're going to talk about how to develop charisma even if you're unattractive. Most people are of average attractiveness or even below average attractiveness. And what do you do if you're one of those people? And this is one of the things that bothers me the most, because when I talk to people who are of average...
The background may be too loud. Maybe.
attractiveness or even somewhat unattractive, it is such a struggle to engage with other human beings. You have to work so much harder than someone who's attractive. And what this sort of ends up in is you engaging in all kinds of techniques to get other people to like you. And in fact, there's even a whole industry that is designed to teach you these techniques so that you can try to level the playing field with people who are naturally attractive. The experience that I'm talking about here is someone who, like, you're always texting your friends, but they never really text you back. That when they need something, you're gonna drop everything and you're gonna do whatever they need, but they never reciprocate. So what ends up happening is that you're kind of chasing these friendships and you're putting in more time and more effort. And sometimes you even have to resort to special kinds of manipulative techniques like, okay, I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna do negging, or I'm gonna do this other kind of crap to get this person to engage with me. And you deserve better than that. I want you to have better than that.
Okay,
I want you to
let's
be in a
start
situation
working then.
where by virtue of who you are, your charisma is so developed
Wait, why
that
is everything
you
in WH
naturally
reset?
attract people to you. Because you absolutely deserve that, and I'm gonna help you get there. So the first thing that we've got to understand is, what is charisma? Now, a lot of people think that charisma is simply physical attractiveness, but as the modern research shows, physical attractiveness is just one of the 6 dimensions of charisma. And on top of that, it's not even one of the most important ones. There are actually 3 attributes of charisma that are worth more when it comes to charisma than physical attractiveness. Now, y'all may not believe that, right? Because we all kind of know, for example, that like clearly charisma means physically being hot, right? Well, let's actually take a look at the research because I think it's really fascinating. So to begin with, we're going to take a quick look at this paper called Generic Charisma, Conceptualization and Measurement. So these 2 people, bless them, I can't pronounce these names because they're from Croatia and Slovenia. They sort of sat down and tried to figure out, okay, like what is charisma actually composed of? And here's what they found, which is really staggering. So the first is that attractive is a part of charisma, but it accounts for 10.5% of the variance between people who are charismatic and not charismatic. The really interesting thing is if we actually look at the components of charisma, what we discover is the most important aspect of charisma is communication skills. Someone who attracts admiration and inspires, right? So that's not the same as physically attractive, and someone who's honest and reliable. And if we look at the cumulative variance, what that sort of means is what percentage of charisma is embodied by these 3 things. What we tend to see is, first of all, these 3 are all worth more than physical attractiveness. And about half of the charisma that you exude, or that most people exude, is actually like made up of these 3 things. And it has nothing to do with physical attractiveness. In fact, physical attractiveness is only responsible for 10.5% of the variance when it comes to charisma. Now that's just one paper, and I'm not saying that this one paper, explains everything. There are other papers that we'll kind of dig into. But the first thing to understand is that people have researched charisma, and physical attractiveness accounts for only about 10.5% of it. And so then the question is, what is the rest of charisma and how do I develop it? So we're going to focus on 3 attributes because these are the things that you can actually learn how to do. And as you improve these, what you will naturally find is that people are more interested in spending time with you even if you're physically unattractive. So the 3 things that we're going to talk about are vision and vision implementation, authenticity, and communication. Okay? So let's start with vision and vision implementation. So the first thing to understand is that in our current society, we don't have a whole lot of vision. So what does vision mean? So companies will have things like targets, right? We want to sell $100,000 worth of flowers this year. And that's like a really solid, like that's a business metric, baby. Like this is a goal that I want to accomplish. And if you look at your life, chances are you will have all kinds of goals for yourself, and you think that accomplishing these goals will make people like you, right? Like I need to get 1 foot taller, my dick needs to get a couple inches bigger. Maybe my tits need to get a couple inches bigger. Maybe I need to make more money, and if I hit these targets, then people will like me. But it turns out that vision is not hitting targets. In fact, it's the opposite. So vision is the quality of, we don't sell flowers, we sell beauty. It's this weird abstract kind of thinking. It's vision, right? It's not a concrete thing. It's some kind of idea that you have about your life and the direction that your life is going in. Now, why is it hard for us to develop this floofy idea? Like, what is your vision of your life? If I ask you that question, you're like, I don't know, right? You can give me a goal, but you don't have some weird aesthetic idea of what you want your life to aspire to be. You're not some like Greek philosopher who's like, oh yes, like I will pursue beauty because I'm Epicurean. Like, we don't know how to do that crap, right? And the question is why? It's because that instinct of vision is actually conditioned out of us through things like school. So if you look at something like school, what is school actually for? Do we take a group of 100 kids and try to enhance their understanding and help them develop their sense of vision between the formative years of like literally 5 and 22, when most people are in school? For 17 years of the basic, most formative part of their life, we actually try to get rid of vision. Schools are not places to help you cultivate a vision of life. They're factories. They're factories designed to create a particular kind of person. So we have standardized classes with standardized competencies that we measure in standardized ways. And when you get, let's say, a degree in finance, everyone who's employing you expects you to have a minimum level of competence. So the reason that it's hard for us to develop vision is because we have a society that doesn't care about vision and actually actively conditions us to no longer have a vision. You know,
FBI, open up!
Because at some point in life, you probably had these tiny of vision. And you're like, I want to do this thing. And everyone else is like, no, you cannot do that thing. You need to become doctor. How dare you try to do something to change the world and make it a better place, and you want to live a life of art and beauty? Who will marry you if you are living a life of art and beauty? You need to become doctor, then you will find a good wife. The second reason why it's really hard to have vision right now is because the world is falling apart. So vision is about the future, right? It's like, hey, I want to accomplish this thing, or not even accomplish. It's like, I want to live in service to this thing over the next 20 years of my life, 30 years of life. We don't even know what state the world is going to be in like 2
making my
years from now.
2.0 right now.
About 3 or 4
really slowly,
once-in-a-lifetime crises
like really slow.
Like 5 years. I've heard that the crab population is cratering. It's 25% of what it was like 4 years ago, something insane like that. If you're under the age of 30, it's impossible to buy a house. It's like impossible to date, whether you're a man or a woman. Whether you're a dude, it's like 90% of people ignore you, and if you're a woman, it's like if you message someone, you're gonna get a dick pic. So the fundamentals of life and the future can't be counted on. And so psychologically, what do we do when we can't count on a future? There's no point in having a vision, because vision means disappointment. Now, here's the problem with that. Even though it's really hard, I still want y'all to try to cultivate it. It's been beaten out of you and it's not a good idea, but literally, if you look at the science of charisma and you want to become a more charismatic individual, developing
just something I didn't hear. Nah,
part of it.
Didn't say anything.
And let's understand why. Because in this world,
do I have a headphone for a bit?
Everything
nah,
is
I didn't say anything.
Apart,
just say hello, that's it.
Occasionally meet a human being who has vision
stream?
about their
How
life in the
stream?
future. Holy shit, that's so inspiring, right? So let's focus on vision. So let's understand a couple of fundamentals. The first is that vision is not a goal. So when you're trying to develop your vision of life, anything in your mind that is a goal, which is, by the way, how you've been conditioned to think, right? Promotion, this percentage of increase in salary, this kind of certification, this kind of award, this kind of achievement, this kind of whatever. Like, it's always goals, 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 goals. I want to lose 5 pounds. That's different from I want to live a life of health, right? My body is a temple. What does that mean? Those are those vision kinds of statements
cut this
that then you move
shit
towards in a particular way. And when you have a solid vision of your life, then people will sort of notice that in all of the actions that you do. Because in pursuing that vision, you will start to align different parts of your
finished the
life.
game.
And people
Nice.
will be like, wow, that person is so organized. So how do we develop this vision?
That's
First
a
thing that
good
we do is we
game.
get
I haven't
rid of
played
goals.
yet though.
This has nothing to do with goals.
But
Second thing
I've watched
is
a
that
lot,
we want to
lot of
really
like
think about
gameplay
what
of
are
it.
the ideals that you want to live your life towards, and be as floofy and uncalculated as possible. All those thoughts that you've let go by the wayside because they're not useful and you can't achieve them in this world is something that you need to start to develop. Now, vision also gets coupled with vision implementation.
I
And if you
cut
look at the
this?
research on charisma, these two things are really important.
If it's simple
It's not
art
enough to
style,
have
it's
an
easy,
ideal in
but
life.
now I
You
want to
also need to
render
be able
it
to
a
implement
bit
it.
more.
And the
I know how to
implementation
do
of
it
your
yet.
vision involves 3 steps. The first is clarification, and this is kind of also step 1 because we
check
kind of say,
something.
I say like develop a vision. You're like, at this point in the video, you haven't done that yet, right? So what you really want to do is really start to think about, what do I want my life to look like when I look back on it? What do I want my life to be perceived as by other people? What would make me happy on my deathbed if my life was this way? And I can guarantee you that if you kind of like, I guess not guarantee you, but it's not going to be a particular target, right? Like when you're 80 years old and you're thinking back to your life and you're like, man, the one thing that makes me really happy is that when I was 28 years old and I applied for that promotion, I got that particular promotion at that particular company. And thank God I achieved that goal because that has made my
Let's
life
see how to cut the
worthwhile.
neck.
No, it doesn't work like that, right? When you look back on your life, what are the ideals that you were shooting for?
It'd be
What was the
easy if like
direction that you
one
wanted
layer
your
is for
life
the
to
neck
go?
and
These
the
are concepts
body.
like, I want to create a story
Really
that inspires
easy.
people. Or I see that
Should
there's
I
a lot of
do it like
suffering in this world,
that?
and I want to capture that suffering and share it with other people in the form of like a story or something like that. These are kind of more floofy sort of ideas, right? I want my body to be a temple. I want to live a life that I can be proud of. I know it sounds kind of bizarre, but that's all vision stuff. And the next thing is to just simply clarify that idea and ask yourself a little bit about, why do I want this? What's important to me? And the more you do that kind of introspective work, the more that you will develop vision. The second thing about vision implementation is structure. So now that we have some kind of ideal, and it doesn't have to be fully fleshed out, it can be a work over time, right? There's a big part that people who are goal focused and not vision focused kind of focus on, which is the what. So I want to accomplish this thing. It's all about the target, right? What's the target we're shooting for? We want to increase sales. We want to lose 10 pounds. It's all these targets. And we love targets because they're easy to measure. And the other thing is that everybody else loves
the ideas of this
targets
game, I'm excited
because
for
it's
this
a
one.
quick
First
way to
one?
reduce us
Nice.
to a number. It's a way to rank a mass of human beings. So we want to abandon that way of thinking when it comes to vision. So vision implementation is about structure. And what we mean by that is where, when, and how. So for whatever ideal you have, don't focus on what the goal is. Focus on when you're going to do it, where you're going to do it, and how you're going to do it.
Let's
So it's not
simplify
even
this
about the goal,
first.
it's really about the process. And the more that you focus on the process of it, the where, the when, the how, and if you say to yourself, okay, I want to live a life of beauty, well, what the hell does that mean? So then ask yourself, where am I going to live a life of beauty? When am I going to live a life of beauty? How am I going to live a life of beauty? What does that mean? That means that, okay, I'm going to make some kind of artwork and present it on March 27th, 2024 at this particular community of local artists or whatever. Right? So as you tunnel down into the when, where, and how, it's not about the what or whether you achieve your goal or not achieve your goal. It's when are you going to do it, where are you going to do it, and how are you going to do it. Whatever appeals to you. There's no right or wrong, okay? The next part of vision implementation is strategic thinking. So this may sound like kind of common sense, right? Like, oh, I should like think strategically about my life, but that's not actually what happens. So let me give you all an example. So let's say that I have some kind of setback in life. Let's say I get dumped. And what is our experience of being dumped? We usually don't think about our life in a strategic way, right? The setback hurts us so much. We start to develop all these views about the opposite sex or maybe the same sex. We start to lose our faith in love and humanity and all this kind of stuff. We let these events around us shape our future. So what strategic thinking means is when it comes to your life and you have a vision that you want to move towards and you figured out a where, a when, and a how, inevitably things ain't gonna go your way because you're just learning how to do this stuff. And how do we respond when things don't go our way? This is where human beings are very good at strategic thinking when it comes to work, but they're very bad at strategic thinking when it comes to their own lives. Because at work, there's no emotions involved. There's no ego involved. There's no, like, usually parents involved, right? But when it comes to our own lives, we can't think about our life strategically because when things don't go our way, we feel bad. And then we want to drink or we want to get high or we want to play video games or whatever. We don't think about things strategically. So what does it mean to think strategically? So that's where when you have a vision or a particular direction that you want to go, and you've sort of figured out the where, when, how, anytime you have a setback, you think about, okay, how can I move past this, right? How can I circumvent whatever has just happened and continue moving towards my vision? It's about sort of a strategic approach to always moving forward. It's not about a goal. It's not about achieving a particular thing, although you can let a goal roll in. It's no big deal. But to really think about, for any setback you have in life, what can I do about this? How can I move past that? And what we sort of know from the science of charisma is it's when human beings start to do this that other people around them are like, wow, look at that person. They're attracted to this, right? Because what does this look like from the outside? Wow, that person did not let a setback hold them back. This person persevered through success. Man, they're moving relentlessly towards a particular goal. It's not a goal, it's actually a vision, right?
Maybe we should
the when, where, how means
draw
they're
it with
actually doing
the home
so
things, then cut it later.
Of charisma. The next thing that we're going to talk a little bit
maybe
about
that
is
is
communication
better.
style and authenticity. And we're going to kind of roll these together even though they're separate factors. So the main thing that we can do to boost our charisma is to be more authentic. Now, what does that mean? So if we sort of think about, let's say, things that are naturally attractive. So let's say, like, there's a campfire, okay? And if you sort of think about a campfire, it's very inviting, right? It's like warm, it's cheery, it's crackly, it looks cool. It's like fire, bro. And it's also like it feels good to like sit next to it, right? So we're sort of naturally attracted to campfires. So how do we have other people be naturally drawn towards us? We have to be authentic. And why is that? It's because when people can't trust us, they will not be attracted to us. So we currently have a society that is built on distrust. So dating profiles are very calculated methods of distrust, right? You're trying to advertise some of this stuff. Oh yeah, the person never mentioned that they've got kids, or they never mentioned that they're actually in jail, or like, you know, there's all kinds of stuff. There's so much deception going on in the world today with employees, employers, with each other, with relationships. And you all know what I'm talking about, because if you've tried to exist in this world, you've realized that being authentic is like kind of stupid and you get punished for it. And at the same time, the more that you can develop that authenticity, the more people will be drawn towards you, right? Because they know what they're gonna get. And the primary concern that so many people have in the world right now is that you can't trust people. So if you are one of the people that people can actually trust, that's going to be a huge chunk of charisma. And we've already looked at some of the data, and there's a lot of data that shows that, you know, authenticity is very, very important. Now, there are a couple of caveats to authenticity, because we don't want to be authentically like negative and spewing all that crap, right? So what we really want to be authentic about is our sense of vision, our sense of direction, who we aspire to be. You can share some negativity, there's no problem in that, but what we really want you to do is try to be your authentic best self. And if there's a chunk of negativity in there, that's actually okay, because that shows you as being more authentic. The problem right now is that a lot of people confuse authenticity of self as verbal diarrhea for all of my trauma. And those are not the same two things. I mean, sure, that's one version of authenticity, but that's the kind of authenticity that you should have with a therapist, right? Not people that you met 5 minutes ago on the internet. And then the third thing that we're going to focus on is a particular kind of communication style, which is the most important part of charisma. Now, this communication style, it's not just that you can do these 3 or 4 tips and then you're going to be charismatic. There's absolutely pieces of that. But this communication style is built on the other two. So the next thing about authenticity is, if you're trying to figure out what is too authentic, what is not authentic, I would encourage you to temper your authenticity with compassion. So in Asia, like East Asia, like India, China, some of these areas that have like Buddhist and Hindu roots, they have this really interesting approach to truthfulness. So they say that there's this thing called satya, which is something you should aspire to. You should try to be truthful all the time. But they say that satya is subject to ahimsa, which means nonviolence. And so when they're trying to figure out how honest should I be, or should I share this or not share this, it's not that I'm radically honest, and so I'm going to be an asshole to you because this is my authenticity. No, what they mean is that your truthfulness should be subject to compassion. So compassion should be your number one goal, and truthfulness should be in service to that. So if you're trying to figure out, should I share this? Should I not share this? Is this part of my authentic being? Think about letting compassion temper that. What will this authenticity do to the people around me? And this is where you say, well, doesn't that mean you're not being authentic because you're starting to hide things? No, you don't want to fake positive stuff. So you want to let stuff out that is absolutely authentic, but you want to temper it with compassion as much as possible.
Let's merge
now we're going to get to the
this
third part,
down.
which is communication style.
I think it should be easier to work
style
with.
is absolutely like certain
You
techniques
can add the
that you
outline
can do,
later as
but
well.
these are subject to number 1 and number 2. So as you develop a vision, as you clarify a vision, as you start implementing a vision, as you start practicing authenticity
Cut the back
and
here more
compassion,
as well.
this is where we get to communication. And so what we want to communicate is number 1 and number 2, right? So you want to share authentic things. You want to share what your vision is with people. You don't want to brag about it. I did this, my body's a temple, I'm doing this, I'm so cool, look at me, I'm so alpha. But what we really want you to do is clarify your communication. And the way that we do this, so when you ask people, you know, what is the key aspect of like communication for someone who's charismatic? And it's that they're very clear with their communication. And there's a very easy technique to develop that, which is actually to practice writing. So with whatever you end up talking about or communicating with other people, write about it first. Now, a lot of people are super surprised by that, but I'll give you all a simple example. So people will look at me and arguably I'm somewhat charismatic, right? And let's use the Dr. K test. So if you think I'm charismatic, great. If you don't think I'm charismatic, well, I don't know. So maybe I'll still fail the test and I'll fail these dimensions. So when y'all kind of like look at me, right, what do y'all see? Do you think that I'm authentic? Do you think I'm transparent? Do I communicate things in a clear
Choose the
way?
live
Do I have
short
a vision
first.
of what I'm trying to accomplish? So as we
Be
check those
from
boxes, because it's not that
top.
I'm like particularly sexy, right? Like I know that some people think that and, oh my God, Dr. K is such a thirst trap. I don't think so, bro. Like I'm a 41-year-old dad of 2 who exercises intermittently. I'm not that attractive, right? Got a decent head of hair, I'll give you that. But at the end of the day, these are the qualities that I try to aspire to, right? It's having a clear vision of what we're doing. It's trying to be as authentic as possible with y'all. And at the end of the day, it's communicating things in a clear way. So let's focus on that number 3. So when I started streaming on Twitch, everyone was like, oh my God, this guy is so good at talking about stuff. Oh my God, he's so brilliant. Oh my God, right? And believe me, I love it, but I'm gonna give you all the little hack that I use to pretend to be smart, which is that I write about everything before I open my fucking mouth. So before I did my first stream on Twitch, or around the time I did my first stream, I was writing a book on video game addiction. I was writing a book, or I wrote a book about the neuroscience and psychology of technology. It is this 160-page mammoth tome that is absolute garbage, right? So everyone's like, oh my God, Dr. K, can I read it? No, it sucks. Trust me, you don't want to read it. But what that process of writing, when I wrote 160 pages and like 88,000 words, it clarified all of my ideas so that when I opened my mouth, it made me sound like I was a smart person. I'm not actually that smart. I just figured this piece out about clear communication, and that's why I'm sharing it with you. So when it comes to clearly communicating, the most important thing that you can do is write out your thoughts. You don't have to stick with them. You don't have to repeat them or memorize them or anything like that. But if you look at the neuroscience of writing and speaking, when we go through the process of verbalization and sort of writing this stuff out, this is when we actually clarify our thinking. And now the cool thing is when you open your dumb mouth, all of the thinking has already been done so that when you start speaking, it comes out super clear. Because most people, when they communicate, they're thinking at the same time, right? So just think about this for a second. When you're having a conversation and you formulate some kind of response to a question, that's the first time you're thinking about it. So if it's the first time you're thinking about it, how clear do you think it's going to be? And this is why most conversations are not filled with brilliant revelations. But if you want to have conversations that are filled with brilliant revelations, start writing about it. The simple act of writing will clarify the thoughts, and then when you speak, you will sound much, much clearer, much more competent. So I know it sounds kind of crazy, but it turns out that physical attractiveness is a small percentage of charisma, accounts for 10.5% of the variance of charisma. And there are other things that are absolutely in your control that you can use to level up your charisma. +3 to charisma, baby. Look at that racial bonus from D&D. Hell yeah, dude. Make you a strong paladin, make you a strong bard. It's gonna be lit. +3 to charisma, baby. How do we do this? vision implementation,
The head could
authenticity,
be
and
lower.
communication. If you can do these 4 things, all of the literature about the science of charisma, from business to psychology, suggests that you will improve your charisma by about 44%, right? That's the variance of these 3 categories, roughly. Actually, that's not correct, but it'll go up quite a bit. I'm confident of that. And the coolest thing
yeah,
is
the
that
head
this
was
is something that is
too
not
high.
based on the jawline that you were born with or the way that your face looks. And especially in a world where everyone is trying to survive, a single human being who can speak clearly, has a vision that they're implementing, and is someone that you can trust, well, wouldn't you be attracted to them? So give it a shot and level up your charisma, and you will be thanking me for it. That's dumb. See, I didn't think through this yet. So now I don't know how to close it because now I sound like an idiot. Do y'all see how different it is? When I didn't think through how I was going to end this video, and now I sound like a dumbass. So maybe that's the best proof I can give you. So now go and do it. Hey y'all, if you're interested in applying some of the principles that we share to actually create change in your life, check out Dr. K's Guide to Mental Health. It combines over 2 decades of my experience of both being a monk and a psychiatrist, and distills all of the most important things I've learned into a choose your own adventure format. So check out the link in the bio and start your journey today. So sometimes people just have a bad life. And then what happens is they get labeled with this like particular psychiatric thing, and then like no one ever removes a diagnosis from your chart. They just get added on and added on and added on.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. How's it going?
Nice to meet you, my friend.
Nice to meet you as well.
What do you go by?
Dom or Dominic, whatever is easier for you.
Okay, Dom it is.
Perfect. And then just as an FYI, in preparation for this call, I kind of wrote a lot of notes and bullet points I was trying to hit to stay mostly on topic.
Okay.
So just feel free to cut me off whenever if you want to.
Sure. So let's just start with who do you want to be and what's holding you back? And you can read your bullet points if you want to, Dom.
Sure. Do you care if I start with a little background context?
Not at all.
Perfect. All right. So I come from a very small family. It was just myself, sister, my mom and dad. Never met anyone on my mom's side of the family. She moved out when she was 16 and they never reached back out to contact her. So we don't know anyone from her side.
Okay.
And then on my dad's side, smaller family as well. Thinking back to just like
It's
childhood,
too much
around
here. It's
kindergarten
not
is
like
when, I
tough
knew
here.
that there were
It's
issues between
too
my
much
mom and my dad.
detail
There's
here.
majority on my dad's side. Since then, or I guess now, he's been clinically diagnosed with 8 different mental illnesses.
Holy
So
crap.
a lot of those were pretty intense back then. Just a quick rundown of them. It was bipolar, depression, IED, schizophrenia, multiple personality disorder, hypomania, and hypermania. So there was a lot of things to unpack growing up, and obviously not knowing too much about it with like mental health stigma. So all of those issues that were coming from like my dad's side resulted in my mom not feeling safe for either her or myself and my sister to be living at wherever my dad was. He would go missing. There was just a lot of issues, so we moved around a ton, which resulted in my dad's side of the family would stay with them until like a week or 2 of being there. They're like, all right, you know what, you got to figure this out. We've never seen this side of him. Like, I think you're overreacting. And there's just a lot of go figure it out on your own. So then we would have to continually move and find new places, or some nights just out of a car. And then eventually 1-bedroom apartment between the 3 of us, which is perfectly fine, but there's just a lot of us on top of each other, not really any space or separation. And financial struggles were huge with my family. So at one point too, my mom was working 3 jobs at one point, 7 days a week. So it was basically just my sister and I became independent around for me, I guess around 7 or 8 years old. And that's where
very
think
young.
a lot. Yeah. So we were basically living on our own. Sister, she's 2 years older. She did very well and helped out. She kind of took on here, we'll do the cooking. You do. It was just we kind of ran the house while my mom did everything she could to provide. So we're going to skip ahead a little bit. But senior year of college for me, I was clinically diagnosed with ADHD. So there was a lot of questions that came about that, because I always did okay in school, but would struggle with, sitting down studying, completing homework, actually learning the information during the class rather than the night before a test, which then, I got into some trouble, or, hey, you didn't do well on this test, or, just different academic struggles. But for bringing that back home, and my mom's doing everything she can, it was like, how am I going to bring more stress when that's like the only focus?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow you there.
So let's go with
you said something about how am I going to bring more stress? What is the stress that you're bringing, and where are you bringing it to?
Right. So struggling financially, it was, if I want to go to college, I have to get a full ride scholarship.
Got it.
That is the main goal. If you don't get that, then you're not going to college. Good luck. So anytime that I would struggle academically, it would be bringing the point of like, oh, hey, Mom, I know you just got back and you're doing everything you can. Things aren't good. You're very stressed. You're trying to make everything great. I'm not doing well in school, which then is, well, you need to. Otherwise, you're not going to college. You're
That's
smart.
how your
You should be
mom
able to
would
figure it out.
respond?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
It was just, obviously she had a lot going on and dealing with. I should just be able to do what I need to because I'm smart. So that was a big struggle throughout high school, and then college it became a bigger issue with ADHD. Just like, I can't brute force my way through and get away with it basically. But anyway, sorry, I'm trying to re-go through my points. So throughout high school, it was just a lot of tension between family. Never wanted to, or at home it was always negative. So anytime I was not at home, it was never talk about family, never any of that situation, and always just sacrifice my own well-being to make sure whoever I'm with is happy, because I want to be surrounded by happy people. So it was I never really, I guess, developed my own personality. It was just adapt to whoever I'm with to make sure that they're happy, because if they're happy, I feel happy because it's not negative. I don't know if that made sense.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, cool. Sorry, lost my point in my bullet points. I had a full circle thing. Going through.
Dom, is it? Let's pause for a second. Let me ask you
Sure.
something. How would you feel if you weren't able to make it full circle for me?
Oh, I feel like I had a prime opportunity and I kind of wasted it.
So who are we making it full circle for?
Myself.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
There's a whole ton I want to unpack. Okay. Anyway, my main point to the topic is just I want to be able to separate my past from what is current, like the present. I want to take where I am and have future goal. I want to make progress towards that. But it's insanely tough when everything from the past and always feeling like I'm just dealing with an ultimatum of you have to get this or you're screwed. They're very relevant. So how can I separate the two, the past and the present, to then look to the future? Is my main point.
Okay.
And then it's just a common theme of everything always feeling like an ultimatum that I don't have a choice.
I was going to ask you a question about that. Give me just 1 second. I'm having a slight problem with my headphones.
Definitely.
Okay. So, can you say something?
Hello,
Say something again?
it's me.
Oh, God. One more time.
Hello.
Nope. Okay. Give me a second. I got to fix my headphones. This is terrible.
No worries.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Keep talking. Count to 10 for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Perfect. Thank you.
9.
All right. So, can you give me an example of an ultimatum now, Dom?
Right now, it feels like survivability. It's struggling with bills, going basically paycheck to paycheck. And if I decide to try to change, or the possibility of let's branch out and change something, because maybe it'd be better. If it goes wrong, then I am screwed financially with no support system or backup plan or help from like family. So it's me and only me. And if I do anything wrong, then I don't know.
So what I'm kind of hearing is that you've got no room to experiment. Like you can't afford to take a chance, and it's like survival every day.
Correct.
Can I think for a second?
Definitely.
Because that's a lot, man.
Yeah. There's a lot of living in stress, fear, and anxiety. Just all around.
And what I'm hearing is that you really want to escape the legacy of your past.
Yes. It's very hard for me. Setting goals never made sense to me because it was always, here's the one outcome, which I guess is technically a goal, but it's either this or like good luck, basically. Like, what else would I do? I don't want to get stuck. Part-time job. I don't, obviously I want to go to college. I had aspirations for those.
And just to clarify, I thought you said you got diagnosed with ADHD. Was that as a senior in college?
Correct.
So did you complete college?
I did.
And it sounds like you're not in a good financial situation right now?
That is correct.
And did you get a degree that you can utilize in a way to help you with financial security, or what's going on there?
Yes and no. The major that I wanted to go into did not go well with classes, so basically failed those. But again, I'm on a 4-year full tuition scholarship, so I can't
It's not
mess that up because I can't do the extra semester, extra year, because financially it would not be good. So I ended up having to switch majors twice. It's something else that was kind of, you know what, I can finish this in the 4 years and just get done with it. So it's not where I want to be. It's not as lucrative of a degree, I suppose, but I do have plans, I guess, kind of set up in my current job and with my manager to
They should
move to more
be behind here.
Okay.
But at the moment, yes, struggling.
Here's the question. Do you have a degree that allows you in the relative short term to no longer live paycheck to paycheck?
Maybe in the near future, a couple of years, hopefully.
Okay.
To just pick up and move to a different one, no. But for like longevity or staying in a company for growth, yes.
Do you mind if I ask you details about that?
Sure.
So can you tell me like what your degree is, what your current job is, and what the job that you are positioned to become financially independent with is?
So I graduated with human-computer interaction, which at the time was very new. So there wasn't really any jobs, at least when I was looking, that were looking for that. Granted, now there are, and it's mostly around UX and UI research. Why do people interact or do things that they do on either their phone or on computers? So that's what I'm trying to go to now. What I started with, I've been at the same company, was tech support, and then I've then got promoted to become a content writer on the product team. So it's just more documentation.
Okay.
So end goal is UX research.
Okay. And what's your path to get there?
Currently in the talk with my manager is we need a UX research for our company. I have the major for it. I just don't have any of the experience, tools, or anything. So it's the company putting all their chips in on me, or just hiring someone else and then I might learn from them.
Why are you thinking about only this company?
Because I feel that my skills aren't enough to warrant going to get hired somewhere else. So if I can stay in the same company and get
What if we
any
cut
kind
the
of
shoulder
experience,
up?
it makes me look that much more valuable to
Like
then
do it like
branch elsewhere. I would feel more comfortable. in my
anatomy
chances.
correctly.
And so
Cut this.
let me just think
Like
about how to
this
ask
one is gonna go this
Can I
on the
think
way
for another
to
second?
this.
Definitely.
Yeah.
How good of an
This
assessor
one go
are
on the way
you
here.
at how good of a fit you are for the job that
This
you want?
part goes here, right?
Probably not great. I might be a little
This
biased
part go
against
to
myself.
like this
Yeah.
big
That's
part.
fair.
So
Go to the
I'll share
middle,
something.
right?
How do you feel?
Along
Like
here.
when I asked you that question and you shared that answer, like, do
Yeah.
you have an emotional reaction that comes with it?
And then the shoulder on top.
No, it's just always.
You have to make
I
sure
don't
the
know if it's
outline of the
emotion.
shoulder
Granted, it
and
always
this
feels the
hand
same,
is
but
aligned.
it's always an immediate thought
That's
of
it.
just self-worth. Probably not good enough.
Yeah. So here's
That's too much.
so what do you think about yourself, Dom?
Uh, that's a lot with the ADHD, I guess. Like, from getting clinically diagnosed and starting prescriptions and talking, it was like, wow.
Not sure how
things
to
could
do
have been
this
so much
right.
easier. I probably could have been so much more successful. College would have been probably a lot better. Definitely would have been starting in the major that I wanted. Would have been a lot less stress. So a lot of it is not regret, just disappointment, I guess, for myself. How could I have gotten a full ride scholarship and this is where I am? How could I have dealt with everything growing up, like, childhood? But I can't figure things out now. It's just a lot of, it feels like wasted time very far back, but now starting to realize it.
You angry?
No, just, I guess, more helpless. Just like stuck in an abyss, I guess.
Help me understand what you're helpless about.
Just not knowing how to, I guess, just better myself.
Okay.
Just in general. I used to be on top of a lot of things, like working out, used to feel smarter. Now it's just this clouded mess of stress. I don't eat. There's just a lot of.
Whose fault is that? Do you ever think about that?
It's never whose fault. It's always just, I wish I knew. Or I wish it wasn't that.
Okay. I'm gonna need to think for another second. I
How
really
should I
appreciate
do
all your bullet
this?
points and the thoroughness.
You
of
put
your
the
story.
arms below
Hopefully I'm not doing too much.
like this.
How did you feel when I made that comment?
But thank you.
Mhm.
I appreciate it.
And what did you say?
But this one, if it moves to here, then this part is
response?
behind, and that's
I
not
don't
good.
remember.
Is this in the
There's no
way?
way.
Okay.
And maybe, but I will.
Okay, Dom. So here's I don't know exactly where this is gonna go or what we're gonna do,
How
but
should I do this?
I'm hopeful for you. And we're gonna try to understand
This
things
has
a
to be
little bit,
behind
okay?
this, maybe.
So the first is
Is it turned sideways?
when I was working in the
it can be
emergency
front or back.
sometimes we would have patients come in that had multiple
Maybe-
diagnoses. Like they
I
would
can have
have
it
like
on the
6, 7
front for
diagnoses on the
now,
chart.
but if the body turns
There's a
too
really
much, I can
awesome,
just bring it to the back.
nurse practitioner who I was working with,
Maybe.
and I would ask her, what is this? What's the diagnosis? And she would say, shit life syndrome. So sometimes people just have a bad life. And then what happens is they get labeled with this like particular psychiatric thing, and then like no one ever removes a diagnosis from your chart. They just get added on and added on and added on. And what I'm hearing, Dom, is that you have had an exceedingly difficult life. Like when we're talking about what's the worst hand that you can get dealt, like Dom's hand. Like if we look up in the textbook, what does the worst hand look like? We're going to see a picture of your face. And here's what I hopefully that's not, I don't mean to be judgmental. It's just when I'm thinking about like advantages and disadvantages, when we spawn in the world, you've got a history of severe and what sounds like undertreated mental illness in your direct family, social isolation, stress, financial instability. You also were not allowed to be a child, right? So like this is where there's all kinds of stuff that I was thinking early on in your story, which I don't think we're gonna get to. So for example, like how do we learn what we want? We learn who we are and what we want through creative play, basically. Right? We have to explore and like see like, oh, I like this thing. I'm a dog person. I'm not a cat person. You can never know that about yourself unless you are exposed to dogs and cats.
Because the shoulder is above the chest muscle,
essentially independent,
but
that
this
you weren't given
arms
a childhood.
part
You weren't
is
given an opportunity
below
to play
it.
or explore or whatever. That
But I want
in and
them
of
to
itself
be
is
in this.
devastating enough.
How should I do
Followed
this?
by, then you've got this
How
other
should
angle
I
of
do
untreated
this?
ADHD, which you should absolutely
How
check
should
out
I
our
do
guide.
this?
I don't know if you get access to that by being a guest on stream or whatever, but if you can't afford it or something, just let us know and we'll figure that out.
Already
But
pre-ordered.
okay, well,
Looking forward to it.
okay, so so there's just a lot of stuff about untreated ADHD, which I'll sort of summarize for you there briefly, but there's a lot of detail. But essentially what happens is like, so if you're a kid who's, and I think
Yeah,
you're
because
smart,
this part will look
so
really
you
wrong
manage
if I
to
do it this
compensate.
way.
But the thing is, a kid with ADHD
this shoulder
who's
need to be on
smart,
top.
it's almost more devastating. Because like you're 8 years old and you're looking around at the other kids and you're noticing that you're just as smart as them, but it's easy for them and it's hard for you. And it shouldn't be hard for you. You
And this
know
part
that
is not
you're just as
even
smart as them. And like they
visible
can sit down for
much.
an hour and learn something, but it takes you 4 hours to learn something. And so what happens in ADHD that's untreated is that you think that there's like a problem with you. There's something busted. And as that persists, a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, then you get a diagnosis. And then there's a whole other thing that happens, which is now you begin to grieve the life that you could have had. Which you have every right to do if you had a dad who took care of himself from a mental illness standpoint, if you had more supportive family, if you had more financial security, if you had a rich grandpa. Like, there are all kinds of things about your life that could have been easier for you, and that sucks.
Well, let me check something first.
So there's like all that alternate universe stuff that you have to grieve, and then even if they just diagnose you with ADHD at the age of 12, if they just fixed one thing, forget about all the other stuff. You're not asking for a whole lot. If they just fixed one damn thing, your whole life could have been different. You could have majored in the major you wanted. You could have because it sounds like you got a full ride to college with undiagnosed and untreated ADHD. And so the amount of effort that you had to put in, the amount of unfair obstacles you had to overcome to just get, like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, you have had to invest 10 times as much effort to get like a 1x yield. And when someone does that over and over, when I have to work 10 times as hard as my colleagues, if I'm lucky, I get angry. If I'm unlucky, I think it's me. You blame yourself or you blame other people. There's a good a theory from Freud that depression is anger directed against the self. So the lack of self-worth is like all of the rage. So I asked you, are you angry? And you're like, not really. And it's like, shit.
It's it's just more acceptance that it sucked and not knowing what to do.
Yeah. So I hear that, and I think there's some amount of healthy acceptance there, but this is the kind of thing where I've worked with people like you in a more psychotherapy relationship over time, which is definitely something I would recommend for you, by the way. And one of the steps that we try to take is like, you need to start getting angry at other people. Because as you become angry, as you assign responsibility for your negative situation to others, you may say, what's the point in that? The point in that is that honestly, it's not your fault. And the truth of the matter is that your parents probably, in a sense, I'm sure you'll say this kind of thing, they did the best that they could. Did they do a good job, Dom?
No.
Right? And how do you feel about that?
I look at the goods of it.
Right? So there's no anger, and there needs to be, because that shit is going somewhere. And what tends to happen is it gets directed towards the self. And then we have self-worth issues. Now we get to your question, which is, how do I let the legacy of the past stop determining my present and my future? And the first thing is that you understand that it is going to for some amount of time, but you see how the past is manifesting in the present. Because what the past is doing is it's manifesting in the present, and then it's directing your future. And the simplest way is that you're not applying for a fucking job as a UX researcher anywhere outside of your country or your company. And I don't mean that do you feel blamed when I say that?
No, just fear.
Right? So like, that's the fear. What are you afraid of?
It doesn't work, or my current job. I don't know. I mean, I guess they're not going to fire me for looking for a new job.
They don't need to know, first of all.
Right. It's just, what if it goes wrong? And then there's no backup plan. It's just, I guess the biggest thing is finally the most comfort I've had is knowing I'll at least get a paycheck every 2 weeks to cover myself, rather than having to do extra side jobs to make things work. So it's just comfort finally for the first time.
Okay, so but that's good. So, but let me ask you, like, that fear that you feel, that's the legacy of the past. Do you see that? So if you no longer want it to shape your future, you can't listen to it. So this is where so it's kind of interesting, because when the end of what you shared with me really felt more like I'm putting on my career coaching hat for a second, which is that, and this is the thing about career coaching, is that it's not just about what to do. It's recognizing that we have past experiences which become a part of us and then will inform our thoughts and our decisions. And telling you to just apply for as a UX researcher is not going to work. We have to appreciate the emotional challenges that that's going to take. So this is where, like, if you've been comfortable, if this is the first time you've been comfortable for a while, I'd say be comfortable for a little while. Don't add some amount of stress. But my guess is that even being comfortable, you're going to be paranoid.
At one point, I was feeling financially stable until my car broke down. I had to buy a new one. But when talking with my actual therapist,
oh, good, you're there.
I almost had more anxiety and worry that I didn't have anxiety or worry.
Yeah, so there's just all kinds of crap that you've unfortunately adapted to, and so your journey, Dom, is going to be long. But what I am hopeful for is that each step you take will be brighter. So even though you've got a long way to go, you're in the pit and the air is foul down here and there's no sunlight and it's damp, but every step you take, the air is going to get fresher. There's going to be sun on your face. There's going to be wind. You're going to start to dry off. You'll start to feel better. There's going to be fruit bushes and streams and rain. Every step you take is going to be better than the last. That I'm hopeful for you that that's the case. And what I see, I know that you have issues with self-worth. Let's just sum it up that way. But what I see is someone who's incredibly resilient, incredibly strong, incredibly brave, has a ton of endurance. And what I also see, what I feel when I see you is actually sadness. Because I think it's really unfair that you had to be all of those things. I don't think you're frivolous and that makes me sad. Frivolous is the one thing that you are not. And like, that's terrible. That you've never had the opportunity to be wasteful. Right? But I think like going forward, what this kind of means is that like, so recognize that your self-worth is going to be built up, or lack of self-worth or negative self-attitude is going to be built up from all these experiences. And I think growing up with ADHD, there's going to be attachment-related crap going on too. So all that kind of stuff. You know, you may have difficulty forming relationships and things like that because no one ever showed you what a healthy romantic relationship looks like. So you may not know how to behave in one. There's all kinds of stuff. But I would say if your goal is like present, how do you shape your present and future? I would start with something really, really concrete, which is don't put all of your eggs in one basket at your current job. And recognize that like, and this is where like, I don't know how to say this, but you know, when I talk to people like you, there's an assumption that like, oh, like we have to heal all of the psychological hurt on the inside and go to therapy until you are like cured. But I don't know how to say this, just as a therapist, financial security is so much of mental health. And you can therapize people who are broke for a decade. I don't know that you're ever gonna get them to feel like the stress response, like the cortisol flowing through your body, the way your neurons are wiring, the physiology of your stressful situation that comes from financial insecurity cannot be therapized away. Or maybe it can, maybe I'm just not good enough. And this is where like, I'm kind of like a simple dude, so I think like, so there's evidence, for example, so there was a program in New York called Housing First, where what they used to do is they'd take people who had addiction problems. And what they would do is like, if you want to get housing, you need to be clean for a certain amount of time. And what they found is that you could give those people all the therapy or clinical treatment in the world to try to get them sober, to get them into housing. But if you flip it around, the outcomes are way better. You just give them a place to live. Then getting sober becomes easier. So there's like decent evidence, and I'm kind of this mind that like you have to get some amount of financial security and a roof over your head in order to get mentally well. And this is where like when we say mental health is more than mental illness, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So in your case, I would really start by tunneling down. If there's one thing that you need to change, it's to improve your financial security, which I think you understand and you've worked really hard towards. And that's like, if UX research is what you do, don't negotiate against yourself and like reject yourself before someone else gives you a chance. And that's where it's going to be hard, but I would apply for 5 jobs, 10 jobs, 15 jobs while you're doing this stuff at your job. And then there's also all kinds of other things which you may have never been taught, which is that if you have an offer in hand, does it improve your chances of, or does it better or worsen your chances at your current employer to get the job that you want?
It would better. No, that alone, I think, is huge. That was one of the biggest. Choosing to stay current job to hopefully get to that position, that just seemed like the safe route where I can then look at other things rather than job. But to hear that, and obviously with financials, huge. Honestly, just huge relief hearing that should be a possibility to actually look into.
Absolutely. And here's the thing, staying at your current job is actually not the safe route. So like, this is the other thing. It's a bit judgmental. It's a bit assumptive, but you're so paranoid about taking a chance that you play it safe, and in playing it safe, all you're left with is one lifeline.
Yeah.
You see that? So this is what we tend to see for people who are struggling in careers, is there's a psychological aspect which they lean into, which they learned for a damn good reason. And like I'm not blaming you for believing that, because I think you're a smart guy. You believe that because like, you know, like what, like, I mean, in the household you grow up, Dom, once you grab a lifeline, what do you never do under any circumstances once you've got a lifeline?
Gamble it. Take
Absolutely. You hold on to it. And even if the boat is going towards the edge of a waterfall and it's going to pull you right over. And Rox, you do not let go under any circumstances. You don't let go of the lifeline to climb on shore. Right? And so like these are, if you want to let go of the past, like you've got to see all of this stuff and how it informs your current decision making. I'm not blaming you for any of these thoughts. I don't think you're weak. If you need some amount of comfort, if you're not ready to let go of the lifeline yet, even though it's the right move, that's fine too. But what I'm hearing is like someone who has overcome trials, tribulations, someone who will take any opportunity. Like if they're given a single opportunity, that they're not fucking handicapped through it all, they're gonna excel. And honestly, the same thing, like there's a part of like, I see a part of myself in you, or I'm relating, I guess you could say. Because like, I failed a bunch, and then like someone gave me one chance when I entered medical school. And what I told them is like, I've worked my ass off to get to where I am. If you give me a single chance, I will not disappoint you.
Okay, so I will cut this part up.
And my life was very different
this
because
one can go
I had
up
the opposite of your
here.
upbringing in terms of all of the advantages, all the privileges. I
here.
just fucking squandered it away.
Just at the shoulder.
Jumped into the pit and then had to climb out.
Then I'll just
And
gonna
when I
glue this
see
later.
someone who's like
Maybe.
hardworking, dedicated,
Maybe that's gonna work.
loyal.
Maybe.
We haven't talked about that, but I imagine you
I
may be
think
loyal
it
to a
might
fault,
work.
you know?
It's Sam
so the
here as
thing
well.
is, like,
I'll cut the
give
shoulder
people
up.
the
Put on top of
opportunity
this.
to employ you.
Yeah. So
It's a
it's gonna
benefit to
cover like.
And you may not feel that worth yet, but like, bro, like I don't know how to say it. Like,
Maybe
just the
it's
fact that
around
you're alive
here.
today, that you are making it from
Both.
paycheck to
So
paycheck.
it's both.
Instead of being
here.
saddled with 8 diagnoses yourself, homeless and drugs and all that kind of shit, like that is an amazing achievement.
Like this.
And I think all you need
I'll
is
duplicate
like,
this one.
you just need an even game and you will blow it out of the water.
Okay. I'll bring this on
And the
top
thing is,
of
the court
this.
is there. You just have to step onto it. But recognize
Now
that
this
as
one,
you
I'm
try
gonna
to
work
step
with this
onto
a
it,
bit.
you're gonna have to like let go of the even then you're not really letting go. Right? Even if you have a good relationship with your manager, you can ask them, hey, I'm thinking about looking for UX researcher jobs. Do you have a sense of like what the timeline is here? I really love working here. Right? So like I don't know if anyone has taught
I'm
you
gonna
language.
smooth this
Have you ever
edge
been,
out
taught this
later.
stuff?
Oh.
So like I'll share this with you because I want to try to make it concrete. I'm not 100% sure that this is the right thing to say, but just to give you an example. So you go to your boss and you say, hey, I really love working here. I really love the work that I do. I really appreciate that this company needs this role, and I think I'm your guy, and I really appreciate that you're advocating for me. Do you have a sense of like how likely this is and what the timeline is? I'm thinking about looking for other UX researcher jobs because that's really what I want to do. You know, if you're telling me that it's going to happen here, then like I'm just trying to understand like what's going on. Honestly, my preference would be I love working here. I want to stay here. And at the same time, what I'm hearing from you is that like it may happen, it may not happen. Now, if you have a real asshole of a boss, they may fire you on the spot or something like that. But like, I think just be honest with people. And this is the wild thing that I think, people don't understand. Like just because you leave a job doesn't mean that you're going to leave on bad terms. Doesn't mean that I've worked with a bunch of people who will leave jobs with bosses on good terms. Boss moves to a different company, says, hey, we want to hire you back because I love working with you. And then like opportunities will come, Dom. You just keep doing what you're doing. You've done an amazing job, and like open yourself up to having the world not fuck you for once. Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, no. That all makes sense.
Questions?
I agree. I think it's helpful.
Questions?
I don't think so. Otherwise, we're gonna go on for way longer.
Hold on, let me check something.
I think we're
Okay.
good. We hit
I think
the
it has a thing to
Okay.
do with this.
Alright, one quick one.
Open
So-
some study.
Currently dating my girlfriend almost 2 years. Things are good. First relationship ever.
Registration, practice.
Things are
not
going
this
really
one.
well.
Study.
Great. She comes from like you were saying, like
Okay.
the opposite side of
Um,
my upbringing.
Show them.
She knows of like issues and
It's
ADHD and
this.
just struggling in general. And she's
Yeah,
really
this can
advocating that I get
help
things fixed. She's very
a bit.
health and nutrition oriented mindset, values a lot
Okay,
of that.
so the ribs
To which
always
she's like, you
always over
definitely
here,
need to
number
start
6. So
making
5 is
progress. Nothing in like
straight,
timeline,
6
nothing.
bit
It
tilted,
was
and
all
it's
a
go
healthy
up
conversation.
here. Just
you
one
need
point
to
is like one
start
line.
making
I think
progress
I do
and
this
get better in
wrongly.
general. How
And
do
the
I
neck.
show progress?
This
How do I
one.
make sure?
Like the neck, go
'Cause I'm already
here.
I've overthought it.
This
for way too
one
long.
go
Is there
to
a way other than
the
just
collarbone.
I am
So
talking to
it should
someone?
be here.
I guess that's really
Yeah. Okay. I'm so glad you asked. Because we're going to try to be a positive part of the world for a second. Okay, so what does she want you to do more precisely?
Then this goes
So-
here.
I don't eat regularly anymore, and that was due to working way too much. Screwed over by eating habits, so that's a struggle. Groceries, hard for me to warrant buying food.
What do you
If
mean by
there's a
that?
if I buy groceries, there's a good chance that I'll probably just not eat it, or the amount of work that has to be put into cooking won't do, or it might just go bad. And if that's the case, then I just wasted money that could be used elsewhere. So it's hard for me to get myself to buy groceries regularly. So I'd much rather get a cheap meal from fast food once a day. If I'm feeling it, maybe not. So eating has been really bad, which then also has then affected energy. My sleep schedule's just been terrible. So I don't have energy to begin with. Also could be because of the food and also the stress. So there's a lot of other things around it. So it's more so getting myself to a point where I'm eating, I can work out, I have energy, and I'm not.
Dom, do y'all talk?
My girlfriend and I?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does she do y'all talk about what your experiences of living and existing are?
Yes. And it started off a lot more of like, you know, the elevator speech of it. And then when this last conversation came up, is when I kind of dove head first into like, here is the situation. Let me
Come in,
try to paint it in a way that makes sense.
trying to
And she's very
work this
understanding.
out
It's nothing,
somehow.
again, none of this conversation with her was bad. It's just I'm obviously going to take it to
I can glue this
extremes. But yeah, she
to
is
the
understanding. She does
arms,
know,
this part later.
and she is
It's gonna work
learning alongside with me.
somehow. Maybe.
Can I think? I'm going to need to think for longer than a second.
definitely.
Because we do have another caller, but I want to try to give you an answer to this. Because the world has screwed you in enough ways, and we're going to try to give you a little extra time, but that may make you feel guilty.
Is this
so I-
below or above the collarbone?
So here's what I think you should do.
Mm.
Caveat is I know very little about the situation. I know very little about her. I know a little bit more
Should
about
have studied
you. But
more.
we're going to try something anyway. Please be critical of what I'm about to say and be thoughtful about how you apply it. So if you have a partner who wants you to be healthier,
Muscle
how do you approach that?
connection.
there are a couple of inherent problems.
Drawing.
The first is that the tools that she's working with, like the assumptions
Okay,
that
so this
she
one can
has,
go
like
above.
I can buy groceries and I can afford them.
Okay.
There are a lot of like core assumptions that she may have never questioned. So when she sees an unhealthy behavior, her diagnosis of that behavior involves all kinds of stuff that may be very different from why you do the behavior. If that gap is not bridged, y'all are in trouble. Okay? So, because like you're just operating from a different set of rules. And like, if she's playing one game and you're playing another game and y'all end up with different results, it's like, I'm playing a video game on the internet and every 30 seconds my power is going out. And then I lose the game on the internet. That doesn't mean I'm a bad player. It just means the tools that I have at my disposal are completely different. Okay? So what I would start with is try to share with her, this is where I came from, this is where I am, and this is where I want to go. And I would share with her what you shared with me. I would share with her what your struggles have been. I would also share with her what your
It
successes
shouldn't be
have been.
too
Because you've had a
dark
lot
like
of them. I don't know. Do you
this.
realize you've had a lot of them?
They don't feel like successes, but yes.
I know. So now you need to really be honest with yourself. So let me ask you, if you had if your dad has 8 diagnoses, is in and out of places, y'all are basically broke all the time, you had to raise yourself, no one ever taught you how to study, mom never taught you how to study, never prepared you for your tests, you've got undiagnosed ADHD, how likely is it that you go to college?
Well, none.
How likely is it that you get a full ride to college?
Even less.
Slim to none is your answer
This
for the
look
first
bad.
one. So is that a success?
Oh.
Yes.
Does it feel that way?
No.
That's okay. So when you go through this process, you need to be a little bit critical of how you feel and like what you've actually accomplished. Because the truth is you've come a really long way. Right? And so like, this is where you were, this is where I've come, this is where I want to go. I want to be healthy. I want to build a career. You know, like these are the things that I want. Because I think it's important. I know this is going to sound kind of weird, but like, it's important if you're in a committed relationship to demonstrate effort and progress to your partner. So like, you've made progress, but you've still got a lot of work to do. Now, you don't want to kind of come across as, I don't know how to say this, but like, you don't want to be like a victim necessarily, but you also don't want to minimize the shitty hand you've been dealt. That's like a reality. And you've made a progress, you're a fucking hero, and you have a long way to go, and you're gonna need some help, but you're planning on doing this. So I think she needs to understand that. So you should share your life story, and then like, also like really focus on your wins. The fact that no one ever taught you how to succeed at a job, but it sounds like your manager likes you and is advocating for you. You're a hard worker. You don't give up. You're tenacious and all kinds of other stuff.
How should I do
That's
this
number one. So I would specify for her where you want to go,
Man,
including
maybe I
health
should
and
just
things
do
like
the
that.
front view.
Then I would say to her,
It'd be a lot
what
easier.
makes it hard
Or like
for you?
less muscular.
Here's what I struggle with. And now this
That
is
make
where
cutting
things
a
become
lot
really
easier.
tricky.
Now I'm just fuck.
I would ask her all kinds of questions. So when you say I should eat healthy, help me understand what you think keeps me from eating healthy. When you try to eat healthy, what are the reasons that you're not able to eat healthy, and how is it that you're able to get healthy? And she's going to say something like, well, I have to be organized. I have to go to the grocery store. You know, if I go to the grocery store on Monday morning, then I'm going to eat healthy. If I don't go to the grocery store, then I won't eat healthy. Then I would ask her, like, so what are there situations where you go to the grocery store and you throw away groceries?
Okay, I'll try.
And then I would ask her,
make this a bit
so like,
less
if you had,
curvy.
let's say $100 a week for food, how would that change the way
Lower this part.
you know? And then I would kind of share with her that my experience is different. The reason I don't go to the grocery store is because if I throw out food, like that's money that I don't have money for that. I literally can't afford it. And so I sometimes will eat calorie-dense food once a day because I get 2,000 calories for $8. And I work a lot. And that's how I survive. I'm not saying it's healthy. I'm not saying I want to stay there. It's just how it works in my head. Now, there are a couple of pitfalls here, okay? So I'm going to give you some tips. Number one, when you talk to her, what is your how do y'all talk? Like physically, draw me a picture. Where is she? Where are you? Where are y'all sitting?
Either across from each other or next to each other.
Never sit across from each other when you're having this conversation. Always sit next to each other. Do y'all hold hands?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would also do some kind of mild, intimate, I don't mean sexual, physical contact while you're having this conversation. So as she understands how privileged she is and how not privileged you are, she may feel attacked. It's very important that you don't attack her. It's very important that y'all don't compare. So it's not about you did this way. The goal in your mind should be, I care about this person cares about me, I want their help and support. These are goals that I have too, but we're each coming with we're playing the same game, but we've got different hands of cards. She's got a straight flush, I've got a 2-7 offsuit. you can both win, but the strategy you use has to be different. So don't compare, ask a lot of questions to understand her perspective. Hopefully, she will ask you questions as well. You should answer them. Be careful about comparison. Next thing, next pitfall. Be very careful about problem solving. So as you share certain things, you're grinning. What's that grin?
It's just problem solve, trying to figure everything out.
So
Overthinking.
I would make it clear to her that sometimes when y'all are talking, the goal is not for her to problem solve for you. Okay, here's how you buy groceries. Let me help you with that. I would actually be a little bit clear with her that like there's an understanding phase and there's a planning phase. And like sometimes I'm just sharing for the sake of sharing. We'll figure stuff out. Let's develop a plan later, but right now I need you to just listen and understand.
Maybe smooth
And my goal is
this
going to be
out.
listening and understanding.
Connect
and then
this
ask for her support.
to this.
So like,
Somehow.
how, like, I may need help with this. Like, how can you help me? And she'll be like, I can give you $100 a week for groceries. Say like, okay, that's fine that you can do that. What else can you do? You may not feel comfortable with that. And you can say like, I just don't feel like, I feel that feels emasculating to me. And I want to be able to do a certain amount of this on my own. But can we just talk about it? Can you help me plan? Can you help me do this? And sometimes it's just going to be about listening, but sometimes, I don't know how to say this, but if she grew up in a household where like people meal plan and do whatever, and y'all didn't, she may actually have information for you that's useful. You just need to be really, really intentional about when y'all are like understanding and exploring and when y'all are developing plans. How does that sound?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Nothing against.
Should it be on top?
Any
Wait a minute.
questions or concerns?
If I bring this on top, it's easier now.
That does help them. It gave me.
If this puzzle is on top of the...
Good luck to you, Dom.
Wait, but
I
then...
appreciate it again.
wait.
Thank you.
Take
Hold
care.
on.
You as well.
It should be below though.
All right.
Yeah.
So in terms of summary,
go
just
to
real
Pinterest a
quick.
bit. I think I have the reference for this. Anatomy.
You know, when we say mental health is more than mental illness, that's like, I don't know how to say this, but there's just so much evidence that financial security, just like learning how to negotiate at your job, like all kinds of stuff contributes to our sense of peace, security, lowers our physiology, and it's not all fixed in therapy.
I'm trying to
Like,
do
that's just not
Why am I
how
trying
it
to do
is.
this like
I-
this?
you know? And
It'd be so
it's
easy
good.
if I
It's great
just
that we're in therapy.
do it
It's
like
good. You should absolutely do it.
normally.
But also recognize that like you got to take care of your external material world too. And that as you can afford to buy groceries and as you can have a savings account with a six months of like emergency savings, that is going to do so much for your stress, your sense of well-being, your confidence in yourself, your ability to try new things, your ability to be motivated. And we sometimes like lose sight of that. So, you know, if you're in a hard situation, don't blame everything on psychology or lack of self-worth or things like that, and honestly acknowledge that sometimes life is hard.
Okay, I should be able to find it. There's a screen rendering
So when I go into a networking situation,
reference.
I don't go into those situations thinking,
Really
okay,
good.
what can this person
Trying to
do
find
for
that
me?
one.
What I tend to go to networking situations for is trying to help people. So everywhere I go, if I'm sort of in a networking situation, I'll sort of try to help people, and I'll try to think, okay, like, how can I be helpful to this person? Are there opportunities that I know of that could help this kind of person? All right, so today what we're going to talk about are what I call 5 productivity pitfalls.
There's a female
What I've noticed
reference.
is that there are a lot of people out there who will give
Where's the
like
male
productivity tips and
one?
talk about success and talk about, you know, like you got to grind and you got to do this and like these are all these secrets to success and productivity.
Getting
But what
this
I've actually found is that if you look at, you know, different kinds of studies on productivity and things
I
like
used
that,
this
as well as
the
like studies on
last
neuroscience and a fair amount of personal experience and working as a psychiatrist, what I've really found is that a lot of the productivity tips that people give, sort of share, are actually more pitfalls than tips. And what I'd love to do is share with y'all 5 of those that, in my opinion, are kind of like debates, okay? So let's start with number 1. Number 1 is reading a lot of books. So there's sort of this idea that if you read a lot of books, you will be more successful, right? And that sort of makes sense because we know that books contain knowledge, and like knowledge is sort of a good thing. And the more that we know, doesn't that mean we're gonna kind of be more successful? And so there's certainly value in books, like especially if you look at places like, medical school, where we do a ton of reading, and I read a ton of books, and have I learned a lot from them? Absolutely. But I think what people sort of forget about reading a ton of books is that if you look at the way the science of learning, reading something passively doesn't actually increase understanding or doesn't necessarily lead to better outcomes. What really leads to good outcomes is like practical application of theoretical concepts. So if you look at medical school, for example, we'll read a bunch in the first 2 years, and then the second 2 years of medical school, at least in the United States, are in the hospital. And that's when you really start to learn medicine. The whole thing is that even after 4 years of medical school, then you go into residency, which is anywhere from like 3 to 7 years of practical application and training. And so a lot of people will sort of think, okay, like I'm gonna read books, or if I was more productive, I would read more books, or I shouldn't read more books, or that person over there reads so much, they must be really amazing. But that doesn't actually increase your productivity or make you more successful. So why are we so hung up on reading books? And there's an interesting psychological angle to this. So the first thing to understand is when we think about reading a book, we imagine that we'll get some kind of benefit by reading the book, right? So if I look at, let's say, the 7 habits of highly effective people, and I think to myself, okay, if I learn those 7 habits, then I will be a highly effective person. So we sort of look at a book and we associate that with a potential gain. And then if you're like me, sometimes you'll struggle to actually read the book because reading books is actually hard. And so since books are hard to read, what ends up happening is, okay, if I read this book, I will get better in this way. But then it's hard for me to read, and so I never really finish the book, and I sort of assume that if I had read the book, I would have gotten better, I would have learned this. And then what happens is we look at someone else who has read the book, and then we kind of make an assumption that, oh, this person read that book, so they must have gotten better in that way that I was hoping I would get better in. And so as this kind of piles up, if you
using
think to
a lot
yourself,
of reference
if I read
right
this
now.
book, I would be better at social skills. If I read this book, I would have better sleep hygiene. If I read this book, I would be better at emotional processing.
I'll cut this later.
So you kind of like pile up all of these potential gains from books, and you never read those books. You think, okay, all of those are unrealized gains. And then you look at someone else who has read all of those books, and then you're thinking, oh my God, that person must be amazing at talking to their coworkers, have a good sleep schedule, do all of this amazing stuff. And so it's almost from our own pitfalls of not being able to read books that we sort of overvalue what books actually bring us. So I'm not saying that reading books is a bad thing. I read a ton. I, very much value reading books. But oftentimes we sort of think about books as like this singular activity that if we did a lot of, we would magically be better at stuff. And in my experience, books without practical application are actually not that useful. That there's a theoretical understanding there which you can absolutely get, but the real work
wait, how do I ease off the end
of it? So the real value of books is to sort of trigger an introspection, and as you go through that introspection, that's where the real yield comes from. And the other tricky thing is that if the yield comes from the introspection, we don't necessarily have to read the book to go through that process. So the first productivity pitfall is actually reading books, because at the end of the day, I don't know that reading 100 books makes you 100 times better at life. The second thing that I want to talk a little bit about, which is of growing interest and importance, is multitasking. So this is where we've got to be super careful, because generally speaking, a lot of people will value multitasking. They'll even take pride in sort of being able to do 1,000 different things at once. And there's absolutely value to being able to sort of parallel process, maintain multiple workflows. There's no question that being able to juggle a couple of things is useful. The issue, though, is that if you really look at the mind can literally only focus on one task at a time. So if you think about, let's say, the last time you took an exam, like you weren't working on 15 questions all at once, right? When you take an exam, you look at one question and you can only occupy one thing at a time with your mind. Even if you're at work, well, people will sort of talk about, okay, I'm multitasking during a meeting, meeting, you're kind of half paying attention to the meeting, half doing something else. And there may be like a part of the meeting that's a little bit useless. I'm not saying that it isn't, but even during the meeting, like when you're really focused on a particular task, you're not paying attention to the meeting. And if you're really absorbed in the meeting, you're not really able to work at the same time. So if we look at sort of multitasking, I think that managing parallel workflows is, generally speaking, like an important skill, but there almost seems to be this value judgment on being able to multitask over being able to single task. And the way that I'd kind of put it is like, if you kind of think about it, okay, let's say I'm an emergency room physician and I've got 15 patients in the emergency room and I'm kind of working on all of them. Is that useful? Sure. But it's not like the emergency room physician who's juggling 15 patients over the course of 5 hours is better than the neurosurgeon who's in a 5-hour surgery focusing on one patient. And even in the case of the emergency room physician, anytime they go in and they're seeing patient number 1, they're not actually thinking about patient number 15. In fact, when you look at studies of emergency room physicians who do that, those are the ones that actually make more errors, right? So I'm not saying that parallel processing for multiple workflows is a bad thing, but generally speaking, we sort of value being able to juggle a bunch of things over focusing on one task. And if you literally look at the science of cognition, the brain can really only focus on one thing at a time. So I'd be super careful about multitasking, and especially prioritizing multitasking over focusing on a single task at a time. The next thing that I want to talk to you all about is where we start to get a little bit tricky. This is going to sound kind of weird, but the next thing that I want to talk to you all about is having a side hustle. So when I hear a lot of these productivity people out there, these success gurus and stuff like that, they'll talk about having a side hustle. And this is sort of the idea that you've got one particular kind of work that you do and something that you devote yourself to, and then you do something else on the side to bring in extra cash to kind of like, you know, optimize your time throughout the week. And generally speaking, I think side hustles are just a waste of time. And you may say like, wait, why can you say that? Isn't it like good to be hustling on the side all the time? And I don't really think so. So if you look at actually, you know, what yields better outcomes or what correlates with like median income, it generally speaking is going to be advancement in a particular field. So for example, let's say I go to residency, right? So I'm a medical doctor, so I do advanced education and then I become a psychiatrist. If you look at different kinds of subspecialties,
I have to ease out the color on a bit.
Subspecialty training,
It's too
generally speaking,
sharp right
improves
now.
your earning power. Right, so I can go to medical school, I can become a general practitioner, and then I
It's
can
on
become
maybe.
a cardiologist.
I'm not sure about anything
And if
right
I
now.
become a cardiologist, I'm
You're
gonna
just
double
doing
my
like
income.
the
So
front
what we
view
tend to see
model
is
is
that in any
so
given
easy.
profession, rather than investing, let's say,
I'm trying to
20 hours
do
a week
this.
in a completely different field,
It's a bit
what's
different.
oftentimes much more
It's a
useful
bit-
is investing any extra time that
It's
you
really
have
different.
in building what you kind of initially have a foundation on. So if, for example, you go back and get an MBA, if you, for example, go get a CFA certification, or I've talked to people who've gotten mediation certifications, I've worked with programmers who've learned additional programming languages, as opposed to starting a real estate side hustle. And the key thing to remember is that society tends to value deep expertise in a particular area. It tends to value being an expert or having a particular niche. And if we think about the concept of a side hustle, I've got a foundation already that I'm building up on, and then now I'm going to start real estate over here, which then I'm going to start building from the ground up. And if you really look at sort of the yields on a given hour of effort, the higher up you go, the more you actually get from investing in that same kind of tower of a career. So I know that a lot of people will sort of emphasize side hustles and doing stuff on the side, but generally speaking, in my experience, it's been a lot better to just invest in what you're already doing and kind of like move from the 9th floor to the 10th floor instead of the first floor to the 2nd floor over here. Now there's an important caveat here, which is that even Healthy Gamer was a side hustle for me. So I'm not saying that side hustles don't have a place, but that, once again, I think the real place for a side hustle is that if you've got a particular career and you want to make a transition, this isn't something that's forever going to be a side hustle. The goal is to try to do something that you can transition into. Oftentimes, that's something where you can't really abandon one career and jump directly from one boat to another. This is where you've got to invest a little bit on the side and start to develop something. And as something grows, you kind of scale back. And this is something that I've tried to do a lot at Healthy Gamer, which is not have a full-time job, and then Healthy Gamer on top. So as Healthy Gamer began to grow, I actually cut back on my private practice hours to like 20 hours a week, and then 10 hours a week, and then 5 hours a week. And so I'd be super careful about the idea that a side hustle is better than just investing in what you're already building. That brings us to productivity pitfall number 4, which in general is hustle culture. So there's this idea that the more you work, the more successful you will be. And this is a big part of hustle culture, right? It's like every hour of every day, I'm gonna maximize my ROI, I'm gonna be hustling, and it's like, it's people who put in 80 hours a week, 90 hours a week, 100 hours a week, 120 hours a week. Those are the people who are most successful. And I don't know how to say this, but like if you look at the science of performance, that just isn't true.
Let's try to figure out this side.
So the first thing that I want y'all to think about for a second is that there are people who will work 80 hours a week. And those people who work 80 hours a week can be investment bankers, they can be resident physicians, they can also be fast food workers. I've worked with line cooks who will work 80 hours a week, 90 hours a week. And what they have to show for it is so much less than what an investment banker does. Even in terms of investment banking, if you look at things like private equity or venture capital or angel funding, angel investing, working more hours doesn't necessarily mean that you are more successful or more productive. Those two don't necessarily correlate. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't any correlation. So generally speaking, you have to put in a certain amount of time to be successful or productive in any field. But there's sort of this idea that working 80 hours, 90 hours, 100 hours, 120 hours is better than working 30 hours, 40 hours, or 50 hours. And this is where if you look at the science of performance, we actually discover that that's actually not true. So let's understand that a little bit. So there have been some really interesting studies on this concept of what we call eustress. So we're all familiar with this term distress, which is that when the stress level that we're in gets so high that it actually causes a negative impact in our
without the
performance.
shoulder.
But there's also the science of something called eustress, which is the optimal level of stress for performance. And basically, if you look at the science of eustress, what it shows is that if our stress level is too low, we get bored, right? So if I'm like, let's say I'm playing kickball with a bunch of 2-year-olds, I'm not going to play the best kickball of my life because I'm playing against 2-year-olds and it's just kind of boring and it's kind of completely lopsided and unfair and things like that.
Trying to learn anatomy a long way when doing this model as well.
You don't have to use all of your faculties. So when our stress level is too low, we actually enter into the boredom state. And as we enter into the boredom state, we're not going to be as productive. As the stress level increases, as we get more engaged, we actually enter this period of eustress, which is this middle zone where we're a certain level of stressed out that we're actually mentally very activated and focused on the task. If we pass that eustress zone and enter the distress zone, that's when we start to feel overwhelmed, overworked, and that negatively impacts our performance. So for example, working 100 hours a week and sleeping 4 hours a night is probably going to negatively impact your performance versus working 40 to 50 hours a week and sleeping 8.5 or 9 hours a night. This is something that I learned kind of in a sense the hard way in medical school, where I saw a bunch of students who were like studying for 10 hours a day. I tried to do the same thing. And what I sort of found is that my absorption or my recall really started to diminish after hour 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was in such a perpetual state of exhaustion that the yield that I was getting from studying was incredibly low. Instead, what I did in med school was study for just 2 hours a day first thing in the morning. And I found that when I studied for 2 hours at the beginning of the day, that my mind was so fresh and I was so focused that everything that I studied kind of really sank in. And then I would go to class and go to study groups and other things like that in the afternoon, and that would sort of be my repetition or reinforcement. But essentially what I discovered in medical school is studying more doesn't actually like correlate with higher test scores. There have even been studies on this where if you look at sort of what correlates with the best grades on tests, it actually comes down to organization and sort of blocking off particular periods of time for particular amounts of studying. And the last thing that we're going to talk a little bit about is also something that I hear a lot from hustle culture, which is putting yourself first. So a lot of people out there will sort of say that, this is a dog-eat-dog world, and that if you want to get ahead in life, you've got to prioritize yourself. No one's going to look out for you, so you got to look out for yourself. Everywhere you go, it's all about you. It's all about your growth, your success. Life is a competition. It's a race, right? I'm behind and someone else is ahead. So there's this very competitive aspect of life where one person comes out on top and everyone else, second through 100th place, is no good, right? it's like that's sort of this attitude that people have where you gotta put yourself first. In my experience, that's actually not the case. Where what I've really found is that prioritizing other people in a lot of situations is actually the best thing in terms of your productivity and success. And I know this may sound kind of weird, but even the people who believe that, I think they believe it for a good reason, which is that it's been their experience. But I want to tunnel down into why people believe that and why that's their experience and why it's actually wrong. So if I prioritize myself, right? If I put myself first, what do you think the people around me, how will they respond? Right? So if I'm a gunner and I'm going to be at the top of the class, I'm going to get straight A's, I'm going to get promoted, how will the people around me start treating me? How will they behave towards me? So as I very, very, in not a vocal, but even in a behavior kind of way, as people sort of figure out that I really am putting myself first, people are going to stop looking out for me, right? People are going to stop caring about me as much. They're not going to prioritize me. And so the interesting thing about putting yourself first and this idea that no one is going to look out for you, so you've got to look out for yourself, is that a lot of that actually comes from them looking out for themselves. So when I put myself first and I put everyone else second, they're going to actually do the same thing. And so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where this has been my experience that no one's been looking out for me, but that's because very vocally, I've only been looking out for myself. So why on earth would anyone look out for me when I make it very clear that I don't give a shit about that? So in my experience, actually, this is a huge productivity pitfall. That if you're always looking out for yourself and you're kind of number one in every situation, then other people are going to stop looking out for you. And if other people stop looking out for you, that's going to create all kinds of problems in terms of lack of professional opportunities, in terms of people not asking you for help, in terms of all kinds of things. And in my experience, sort of prioritizing other people can actually lead to a lot of good outcomes. So when I care about the people around me and when I'm sort of willing to make sacrifices for the benefit of people around me, people appreciate that. In some way may want to repay you. People may start looking out for you. People maybe have access to opportunities that you may be a good fit for, that they're not a good fit for, and they'll pass those kinds of opportunities along. I think a good example of this is networking. So everyone's like, oh, you got to network to get ahead. You got to network to get ahead. And there's absolutely a lot of value to networking. But I think the attitude when you go into a networking situation can drastically alter what outcomes you get. So when I go into a networking situation, I don't go into those situations thinking, okay, what can this person do for me? What I tend to go to networking situations for is trying to help people. So everywhere I go, if I'm sort of in a networking situation, I'll sort of try to help people and I'll try to think, okay, like, how can I be helpful to this person? Are there opportunities that I know of that could help this kind of person? And I will actually sometimes prioritize people ahead of myself. And in my experience, that actually works really well. So you got to be really careful about people who sort of talk about, okay, you got to put yourself first because ain't no one going to watch out for you. Now, I don't think that you should always put other people ahead of yourself. I think you should look out for your own opportunities and take opportunities. And when other people offer you opportunities, you should accept them with gratitude if they're aligned with what you want to do. So we're not saying be a doormat. We're not saying always put yourself last or always put yourself second. But I do definitely think it's incorrect to always put yourself first. So just to kind of summarize, I think there's a lot of information out there about productivity pitfalls. There are a lot of people out there who will say a lot of things about productivity and success. And you got to do this, and you got to do this, and you got to do this, and you got to do this. If you do these kinds of things, then you will be productive. You will be successful. And in my experience, a lot of that stuff just isn't accurate, and the science really doesn't support it. The first on the list is reading books, and so I'm a huge fan of reading books. I have a gigantic bookshelf with probably, y'all can see in the back, like I've got probably 200 to 300 books in my office, and I've read most of them, and there's a lot of value to it. But the key thing is that reading a book in and of itself does not actually lead to behavioral change or any kind of concrete improvement. The other thing to remember is that there are oftentimes many alternatives to reading books that will allow you to better apply those principles. A simple example of that is you can read a book about trauma, or you can go see a therapist who focuses on trauma. And those two things will yield very, very different outcomes. The second thing that we want to watch out a little bit for is multitasking. So it's absolutely important to sometimes be able to juggle parallel workflows or to be able to, on a macro level, work on multiple tasks at a time. The key thing to remember, though, is that your brain can really only focus on one thing at a time. And in fact, the more split your focus is, the worse your performance is going to be. So we understand this in terms of surgical outcomes, and you can sort of understand it yourself where, like, I don't know if y'all have ever watched a TV show or movie while you're on your phone, And if you're on your phone, you're going to enjoy the movie or TV show less, and you're going to enjoy whatever you're doing on your phone less. So what we tend to find is that distracting the mind actually leads to poorer outcomes. The third thing to think a little bit about is having a side hustle. And this is where a lot of people will talk about, having a side hustle because that's where you make that extra money. It's sort of like on the side, it's extra, it's great. But oftentimes, if you look at what actually correlates with the best median income, it's usually investing in your primary professional foundation. So whether that's sort of getting an advanced degree, whether that's something like doing a fellowship or additional trainings, there's a lot of stuff that if you've already built a foundation, moving from, floor 5 to floor 6 and floor 7 is going to be worth more. Investing 20 hours and sort of moving up 2 floors is going to be worth more than a side hustle where you're kind of starting at the bottom and building from the ground up. There are absolutely situations where side hustles can be useful and good. So I myself started Healthy Gamer as a side hustle, but at some point, you want to make that transition. And the goal of a side hustle, I really think the ideal situation for a side hustle is when you're sort of trying to experiment with something, but you don't want to kind of give something up over here. The next thing to talk about in general is hustle culture, and this core idea that to be more productive and more successful, you've got to put in more time. Whereas in my experience, it's just not like that. So if you look at something like the science of eustress, what we sort of discover is that happy, healthy, well-rested, focused, appropriately challenged individuals are the ones that sort of yield the best performance. And I've even done corporate consulting at major companies where we sort of try to emphasize this, right? So why do places like investment banks, why do they call me in? It's to help them sort of adapt their culture to actually having like happy, healthy, appropriately challenged employees. It's not trying to get people to work 80 hours, 90 hours, 100 hours a week. What are the carrots or incentives that we can use to get people to work more and burn out? I've done a lot of work, especially with things like job turnover, where in the financial industry, sometimes like there's some investment banks that have very high turnover. They work people to the ground and those people end up leaving because they get good opportunities elsewhere. They're high performers. And since they're high performers and they're being treated like crap, they're going to move somewhere else where they'll be treated a little bit better. And once that person leaves, you're sort of left with this issue of like having to train up an entirely new person, which costs you a ton. So working harder isn't necessarily better. And in fact, there's a lot of research that shows that working a decent amount is actually the best way to get optimal performance. The last thing to think a little bit about is that a lot of people who are sort of productivity success gurus will sort of talk a little bit about you got to put yourself first. No one else is going to look out for you, and it's a dog-eat-dog world, and you got to look out for yourself. And while I think that you should prioritize yourself at times, I think you've got to be super careful because they sort of are engaging in a self-fulfilling prophecy, whereas if I'm looking out only for myself and I always come number one in my book, other people will stop caring about me. Other people will stop trying to help me because if I'm only looking out for myself, there's going to be no reciprocity. So oddly enough, in my experience, if you actually try to help the people around you and you sometimes, go out of your way to help someone, and even if you don't get anything for it, like if you help another human being out and they're never able to return the favor,
it's
and you spend 5 hours
not
of your
too
life
bad.
trying to guide someone who's 10 years
Let's
younger
try
than
to
you,
blend this
and you get
out
no
a little
compensation
bit
for it.
more
Oh my
later.
God, what's the ROI
Maybe you
on
can
that
just
investment?
lower
It's
this
nothing.
part.
You didn't get any ROI from helping out another human being. Oh my God. Turns out that sometimes helping human
Maybe.
beings is just like okay
Or
to do. And
just
you don't
blend
need to
this
optimize
in
your
a
ROI. You
bit.
can actually make the world a better place. You can actually try to help someone else out and make life a little bit easier because Lord knows it ain't easy enough. So these are common things that I think I would encourage y'all to be a little bit more critical about. Some of these truisms of productivity or success, which in my experience they're just not that true. So think a little bit critically about
think I
it.
put this
and
too
let's
far.
take a look at some questions. Swemity is saying,
fuck, I
helping
think
others
this-
out without gains? No, absolutely.
Wait a
This
damn
altruism
minute.
crap is really lowering the ROI on the stream for me. Yeah, so
This, like,
LJ Dude 516
it's turned a bit to the side, right? So this part should be shorter
overall average and will eventually
than
increase overall
this
happiness.
part,
That's a
which
great insight, right? So
kinda
that's the key thing
need to
about
move this a bit
trying
to the
help out
left.
other people is that if you
This
think
a
about
bit.
it, the total ROI is probably positive
This
and
one to the
probably
right a bit,
overwhelmingly
maybe.
so. It's like if I know how to change a tire and someone else doesn't know how to change a tire and I teach them how to change a tire, it turns their time investment from 5 hours into 1 hour. It costs me 1 hour. So we're spending 2 hours for a 5-hour investment. They just see the lion's share of that. And this is the whole thing about being a little bit altruistic is like once people recognize that, they're going to try to help you out too. And that's where like things just get better. So Hobday Train is saying mentor mentoring
So I
others is the best way
try to
cement
find a
your own
way to
skills.
separate the
Bettering skills
ribcage
leads to more
and
money,
the
better offers, more
body.
PTO, etc. That's the other thing. I mean,
But
I
then
tend
the
to agree with
texture
that,
will
right?
be
So
messed up if I
even in
try to
teaching and
move
helping
it
other
like
people out,
that.
you're probably getting something out of it as
Really
well.
mess up, huh? How should I do it? Maybe texture only.
I'm noticing that y'all are sort of almost answering the question from like a developmental psychology sort of way, where we're focusing on parenting as to why they were the way they were. But I'm more thinking like on a more existential level. Do y'all ever wonder about why your life is the way it is? Hello. Okay, we're live, all right?
We live.
We're live.
No baby.
So we're gonna hop right in. Okay. So welcome everybody. How's everybody doing today?
Doing good.
I'd be kind of tired, not gonna lie.
Me too.
Not- woke up not that long
polite
ago.
answer, good.
The
I
polite
felt
answer,
out of hand.
good. Oh, someone's paying attention. All right, Zell, what's
There you
the
go.
not polite answer?
I have a lot of things going on.
Okay.
Trying to figure it out. So, if we're being honest with ourselves, I'm doing fine, but on the edge.
Okay. So, would Zell have said that 3 weeks ago?
Oh wait,
Probably
the
not on
angle
first
of the
day.
muzzle
No,
should
I think
lower
so.
than
So
up.
how-
been like, wow, this guy.
Now it's just up now.
Yeah,
It's
right?
just
So,
here.
okay, so
I
it's interesting because Metric says this person
should
is too real. So
drag it
how
down a
is
bit,
Zell,
maybe.
Like, how have we made him more real? What's changed? Or we didn't make him more real, but how is he able
Yeah, I'll
to
just
be more
drag
real?
it down a little bit.
By not being polite just to make everyone else comfortable.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Is the
And
chest
opening up a little?
too
Sure. And what do we have to do
long?
that allows Zell to be able
It's
to
too
say something like that?
tall.
We have to bring it up
Here.
in a, kind of authentic way, right?
Yeah. So
Maybe I
like
can
Zell,
bring it
Zell,
up
like,
a
did y'all,
bit,
I don't know
like
if
the
y'all were
whole
kind of
thing
paying
up a
attention,
bit.
but we're going to teach y'all over the course of the next couple weeks to pay attention to all kinds of minimal things. Right? So Zell kind of put his toes in the water. Did y'all get that sense?
Yeah.
What did he
Yeah.
say? Do y'all remember?
Right, you mean for right now, or?
Yeah, like what did he say? Where he's like, I was like, how's everybody doing today? Right? That's a polite introduction.
Yeah, polite answer. I'm okay. I'm fine.
And then
Said I'm good, and then he was like, "Actually, I'm fine, but there's a lot on my plate."
Yeah, right? So he like started off polite, just like Ash said, and then as Smirky kind of pointed out, he kind of put his toes in the water. And that's where we've got an interesting opportunity. So if we pay attention, people are going to say things like that. They're going to be like, oh, I've got nothing to complain about. Does that mean you're doing well? And so sometimes what we've got to do is like dig in a little bit, right? And then now we're going to see, because we're going to go to our standard check-in and things like that. But then the group basically has a choice. Do we want to try to support Zell in a more explicit way? And the group also has a concern, because is it okay to ask why Zell is borderline fine? Like, he's at the edge of the cliff. What's the cliff? What's going on in your life? Is this a safe enough place to discuss that? Are we interested in hearing it? Are we okay with Zell sharing it? Right? Make sense? So I think we've also heard from other people. So part of, I'll lay out a couple of other things. So let's say we do explore it with Zell. We're just going to preempt this. I'm going to give you all a roadmap for today. As we start to ask Zell questions, how is Zell going to feel the more we get into his stuff?
Nervous?
Good? Why?
Targeted.
Yep.
I don't know.
Good. Why?
We're just focusing on him.
Yes. Right?
We're putting you under the
That could be-
microscope.
Yes.
so
Yeah,
get
So-
that
ready.
could be overwhelming.
How do we help him feel like he's not under the microscope?
Maybe we make it feel more like a conversation and less like an interview.
And how do we do that, Metric?
We don't interrogate him so much, but find ways to get him to share of his own volition.
Okay, that's going to be a goal. Ruby?
Maybe we could share how we're feeling back
100.
and then ask them if they want to talk about it.
Absolutely, right? So I think Metric's right. So Metric had pointed out a very good word, interrogation. What's the hallmark of an interrogation? Question after question after question after question. If we fall into that pattern, then Zell is going to he's going to feel under the microscope. So this is where I don't think it is a coincidence that
Wait, it's two.
Zerd Girl and Ash were the two that sort of
Okay, so this is higher.
shared how Zell
Higher.
could potentially
Now
feel.
this lower.
Because I think
Not good.
if we
It should
got
be
into
higher
y'all
as
stuff,
well.
y'all would probably feel the
Maybe
same way,
around here.
right?
So bring this up a bit.
So this is where what we can try to do to take some of the heat off of Zell is if Zell says something that resonates with us, we can share something ourselves. And then we're going to shift the conversation a little bit towards ourselves. But the key thing is, since it's related to what Zell is saying, hopefully as we share a bunch of different experiences, the group can get an overall like global understanding of like how to deal with these problems. Make sense? Questions?
Yeah.
We don't necessarily have to do that. I'm just kind of laying that out, okay? So I'm going to be looking to, and I want y'all to understand what's your responsibility here. If it feels like something Zell is saying is resonating with you, you can share yourself. That'll help Zell feel more comfortable, but we still don't want to ask him questions. And then we'll sort of like, as more people start to share, hopefully those people will start to invite questions, okay? So before we jump into that, what I'd love to start off with, if people are okay, is why don't we do check-ins? So tell us a little bit about how the last week or two has been for you. I guess we should also do introductions, because I think there are some people here that haven't met each other. So I think y'all feel okay with that. So I think especially Zergirl and probably Miss Ashrox need to, because I think everyone else has met both of them, right? Y'all are the only two that. So just introduce yourself a little bit, Ash and Zergirl, and then what you go by. Tell us a little bit about how the last week has been for you, ups and downs. And then the last thing is we talked a little bit about homework last week. If y'all have had a chance to do it, you can share what you kind of learned. Who remembers what the homework was?
1 to 3 expectations. Where is it rooted from? And a couple, I forgot the rest, but those are the main points of our homework.
Yeah, so the homework doesn't have to be followed literally. It's not graded. We also understand that y'all are content creators, have jobs, etc., so you may not have time for it. The goal is to really solidify some of the understanding from the last week. And does anyone want to start by sort of sharing a little bit about what did y'all take away from last week?
Okay, it's a bit better. Kind of.
Expectation is the source of suffering.
Okay.
That's what my notes say.
I was just sat here trying to remember last week. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, so it's okay to forget, right? We're not.
But
Yeah,
also,
I'll make this
wasn't
a
that
bit
one of the
brighter,
things? Was
maybe.
like actually paying attention to stuff and like taking small nuances in of when people talk and share and.
Sure. And so here's the thing, Ruby. Even if you can't, when put on the spot, remember what we talked about last week, it's okay, because some of it was sinking in, and we'll build on it over time. So expectation is the source of suffering. What do people think about that? I mean, it's part of Zell's notes, but is that just the wisdom of Dr. K, or do you guys think that is like, actually, it's not my wisdom, but what do y'all think about that?
I mean, I think I feel like that, but it's not necessarily true. So.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So good.
I
So
feel like there's good expectations and then unrealistic expectations.
okay.
Yeah,
In a sense.
that's kind of something that I kind of got from the homework. Was I wrote down like what my expectation was, but I was like, by writing it down and showing someone else, they could say, well, that's a really good thing. And my expectation was that I'm always expecting myself to be improving and growing and learning, and it's something I've had since I was a kid. And most people would say that's a good thing, but I think healthy expectations is probably the key word when it comes to it, because people be like, oh, improving, growing, learning, that's all great. Not when it becomes anxiety inducing and overwhelming. So yeah.
Yes, right.
Okay, great. So I think this is a great time to segue into actual check-ins. So who wants to go first?
I can go first. I'll take it. I'll take the totem. So, excuse me. Sorry. Hold on. Water. Well, let's see. We chatted last Thursday, and the next day, I was diagnosed with alopecia. I've been seeing a lot of my hair thinning over the last year and a half, so I figured it was going to come to that point, but I wasn't sure. But I felt validated. I went to the dermatologist and got the diagnosis. I did a scalp biopsy, so that's been interesting to recover from. And it's kind of like, okay, Black women are affected by this. How do I feel about this new diagnosis? So I'm trying to figure out, how do I feel about it? How do I move on with life with that diagnosis and deal with it? Especially after I get answers, I'll have to figure out what's my next steps. And I'm, with the thought of that, I don't want to think negative, because it's something that just happened. It's out of my control. So I'm content with it. I feel okay with it. And it's something that's just a part of my journey now that I can share with my community and the world and bring awareness to it, what Black women are going through. So that's been the number one stressor of the last week. But I'm finding a balance. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it into a positive thing, to share with my community. And every day since our last session, I've been thinking about expectations, and I say unrealistic for me because my expectations were, I expect to do my best in everything that I do. I expect to treat myself with love every single day. I expect to bring energy and joy to every space that I'm in.
I should
and I think they're good
down
expectations. I don't think they're unrealistic, but sometimes they can be if I don't feel up to it. So you can have your bad days, and I think it's important to talk about that as content creators. You can't be happy all the time. So I'm trying to focus more on that, especially with I'm grieving right now. I've been grieving since last year, since October. So it's like I have a lot of things that I have to work through to be okay every day. I wake up every day thinking about my grandma, you know? I don't want to cry, but it is something that I deal with every day because it's affected me every single day ever since she passed away. And I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
But it's just always things piling up, and I'm just trying to set those expectations to wake up and be okay with her passing and try to be happy this day. So I have a lot to work on, and I think grieving affects people differently, so I'm working through it, and I hope to learn from every single one of you how you deal with things, because I like how I started off and I was in a good headspace, and then I immediately went to the negative, and yeah, that's kind of how my brain goes. I'll be like, oh, I'm on a high path right now, and then I'm like, wait, this is also stressing me out, and I need to think about how to deal with that. Then I'll run away from it. No, it's okay. I'm thinking
which is
about
fine with
happy thoughts
this,
about
right?
it.
It's nothing here.
It's fine. I'm okay with
It's
this.
just disconnect to the
Gone.
neck here.
So, yeah, that's what I'm dealing with on a daily basis, and on top of the new diagnosis, I'm figuring out how I can do better with it and spread awareness in the best way possible. So I just try to utilize content creation to be the best version of myself, still learning how to be a creator and still learning how to be a better human being all around. So that's where expectations really affect me sometimes. So I have to figure out a balance between healthy ones and ones that are
normal
realistic.
body, so it should be like this.
Didn't want to cry. Sorry.
Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think everyone here is with you in, like, you know, if we're feeling emotional or something, you know, I think it's better for us to let it out than versus trying to keep it in and being, you know, quote unquote polite. So
Ooh, yeah.
so thank you for sharing.
I just
Yeah.
did my makeup, so you know that's money. I don't want to ruin it.
We're about value.
So that was a little bit of my homework and how I'm feeling.
So, for the sake of Ash's makeup, let's keep it positive today.
Thank you for sharing.
But not false positive. Just
Right.
genuine positivity, authentic positivity. Yeah. See,
Yes.
I remembered.
And what is that metric?
It's
Wait, the
not
side
platitudes
muscle.
and
Mm,
just building people up
muscle 3D model.
when we could actually be
Muscular
supportive for a
system
cause, as
3D
opposed to
model.
just being like, you can do anything, or
Yeah.
don't worry, Ash, you got this. That would be terrible. So,
It
Yeah, like, it's
sounds
okay.
good. It sounds
Yeah,
good temporarily, but it has no concrete progression.
Yeah, like it's okay to like embrace the negativity rather
Maybe
than
I should
like
do the
always
same thing
running
for
away
the
from it, right?
face,
At least-
like.
At least that's
Nah,
kind of the
maybe-
perspective that I see.
Oh, I know
It's
what's
like,
wrong with this.
This
Fucking
I know
neck is
that
turned
it
sideways and it draws in the
is-
front of you.
you know, because when you try to stay positive so much, as someone who tends to be positive all the time, and that's how people see you, it can be a little not daunting, but kind of like, I don't know, you just kind of get like an entire new perspective when things aren't always positive, and maybe you are dabbling a little bit in the negativity of a situation. But I think, you know,
Crack.
when you're able, you have the strength to embrace it, to tackle it head on. I think there's a lot of like value in that.
I wanted to say, like, you say you always go to the negative. I didn't feel like any of that was you going to the negative. Like, I felt that you were just sharing what you're feeling and what you're going through. And also by sharing, you are doing all of those things that you were saying. Because by sharing, you're helping other people, and you're sharing your story as well, which is a very like human. And if you were to have hidden those parts away, then that would have been the toxic positivity. And so I really appreciate you for being so open and honest and sharing. Like, you got me all choked up. My name means a lot to me as well.
It's. I don't want to take too much time. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think her passing just really shifted my life, and I'm still
Really
trying
like
to
it
deal with
so far.
And
The
I want more
renders stuff.
details.
It's
My
relaxing.
mom was working for my grandma, doing in-home care for her, taking care of her. So that was her job, and now that that's gone, I am head of household, which I'm totally fine with. But the reasoning for it is like, why did this happen? Really, with her passing, it's really traumatic. I don't want to go into details, but it's just really traumatic. I don't want to cause any kind of visuals for you guys. I just found her, so it's still an image that pops in my head. And that's like my daily stress, pretty much. And I'm trying to work through it. I am going to therapy and talking about it. Especially taking care of my mom. That was her mom, so trying to stay strong for her and myself it's a lot. I think I'm doing good because I'm crying when I can, but not. I feel like I'm not crying enough because I keep sheltering my feelings and just trying not to think about it. But I think I need to talk about it more and just talk, vent it out.
I think, I mean, literally coming back to, you know, today's topic, feeling like you're not crying enough, isn't that like an expectation that you're putting on yourself as far as handling your grief?
Yeah.
Which might
Let me
not
take a
be,
screenshot of
you know,
this.
helpful to you, right?
Might be helpful.
Mhm.
So I think if you're gonna cry, you're gonna cry. Like I remember I lost my
Wait, why is it
grandfather.
blurry?
I was just so weird about it because I was not close to him at all, but it was something that I was almost expecting to maybe come to terms with him one day because I'd been estranged from him for like about 95% of my life.
Yes.
And only in like the last couple years
Maybe just open it in
did I
the
actually,
subview.
like, get to talk to him again, and then nothing really got
Yeah.
resolved. I remember one day in the supermarket, I was just buying stuff and it reminded me of him, and I just broke down. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I definitely got to deal with this because I'm, you know, it's like kinking the hose. It's you don't have control when it snaps, right? So, yeah, I would definitely talk more. and if you're gonna cry, you're gonna cry. So.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. I know I didn't really say much because I wanted to hear what
You're
everyone
fine.
else has to say.
Yeah, this one cut
Because like
out
my
too
grandma,
much.
I think she's got Alzheimer's or going through some dementia, so it's been really hard to experience that as well. I think you have incredible composure, and even just coming here to share that with us,
Just make
and
this
everyone else on
kinda
the stream, I have a lot of respect for you.
merging.
Because I know if I
here.
talk about it more in detail, I'm gonna be a mess. I probably can't even articulate well. So yeah,
I
much
definitely
respect.
can't right now. I'm like, well, the lashes are staying on, so we're good.
You're looking good. You look great.
But yeah, I just wanted to share that with you all. I opened up another can of worms for myself because it just keeps packing on and stacking up, and I'll find myself doing really good for 2 or 3 weeks. I'm like, oh, we're good, we're great, and I'm like, nope, I'm crumbling again because I'm thinking about her and then how I found her and why it happened. I tend to question a lot. Why did this happen? Why did I have to do this? Why did I have to find her this way? So that's another thing that doesn't happen as often, but I tend to question a lot of things that happen in my life.
Okay, I think it's this too long.
Just speaking into a void.
It's more
I don't know
step
if
here.
anybody else can relate
This part longer.
with that,
Oh yeah.
but
Yeah.
like, why did this happen? No answer. You're like, okay, let me try to figure it out. Or maybe it's best that I don't, and I just try to do better the next time, or whatever it may be. So, I am done
For now.
for now.
So we'll give other people a chance to check in. So awesome interaction. You know, I think don't worry, by the way, all about sharing too much, or you know, I know that y'all may be concerned, but keep in mind that I'll be keeping track of stuff, right? So that's part of my role here, is to make sure that people get the time that they need. And that we also acknowledged right at the the first group that like particular days we're going to spend a little bit more time on particular people, which is totally fine. I do think it'll be worthwhile if other people want to take a moment to check in and tell us how your week has been. If you managed to do
It's
the
too
homework,
deep.
if there were any kind of takeaways
Maybe you
from
can bring
it, or
this
lessons that you
higher.
learned.
Yeah. So, since last week, it feels like I've blinked and we're here at Thursday again. It's been one of those like weeks, and I've done the thing that I normally do, which is I can do everything. And I went to a festival at the weekend, and I've still managed to stream my same amount of hours, not really take any time off. So I think like today that hit me because I just wasn't in the right mindset for stream today, and I should have probably taken today off. And yeah, then I didn't go to my like pole class. I normally go to like a exercise class before I come here. So I did one good thing, you know. Even though I paid for the class already, like I cancelled and relaxed before coming here, because I knew that like coming to talk after like knowing that I've overexerted myself and trying to do too much and put too much expectations on myself would just end in me being really like either emotional for no reason, kind of like a like mental burnout.
Okay, let's cut this shoulder.
Or yeah, not focused or not get much out of this session. So I did my homework on stream today. I'm just asking chat, and I only found like one thing to always be improving, growing, and learning. But I think it kind of covers a lot of things, and I realized it's like come from as a kid. I started dancing when I was 3, and I've always been like graded as a person on my performance. And the more I started to like think about this, so you'd get marks for like appearance, you'd get marks, you know, for, you know, how neat your hair was, and your uniform, and
Wait, I feel like this hand is too big. Like
and
that.
how polite you were, and
This hand is too
and
big.
all of
my
these
God.
things would like you'd get a grade, and
Is it?
that expectation to be always this shiny, happy, performing child,
So this is like these two. It's
kind
pretty
of like
nice.
it fell apart in my 20s when I actually just didn't turn up to an exam and didn't answer the telephone.
Arm length maybe is
I
like.
actually went to work instead.
Wait, how-
decided not to go to an exam.
long is
I went to
the
work
hand
instead and
compared to
ignored
the
my
arms?
telephone and
Hand length.
yeah, didn't do like one of my final exams.
You bitch.
Rebellious 21-year-old. But I still enjoyed dancing and stuff, and
Compared to the
I realized that
arms.
I've carried some of that into my life now
Okay.
in my expectations
shoulder,
of myself.
cut of the middle here,
In my
and
expectations of being able
the
to do it all
arms.
as well, because as a kid
okay.
I would get signed up to do like a gazillion different dance disciplines, go to this school, do that, get this scholarship,
Let me try
do
bring
this
this up here.
thing, and
Okay, this is as big as the head.
there were a
This
lot of expectations
shorter.
on me as a child.
Like 3.
That went
fourth
through
of
into
that.
like my adulthout, which then
Yo,
I realized I
come.
carried on.
Welcome,
into my
Richard.
own
Welcome in.
expectations of what I'm doing.
Wait, let me see. I'll write it
So
on
yeah, that's kind of what I was
the
thinking
time
about
next
today.
to the chat.
But I had an amazing time at the festival, and I danced. I haven't like. I
wait,
sound
where the
really like
fuck is it?
sheltered. I haven't gone out to like a festival or something, and just like
Here is setting.
I was doing around 16,000 steps a day just dancing. And yeah, just enjoying myself until I like ran out of energy, and meeting lots of really nice people. And it was a bit of a wellness festival, so there was like some sound baths in the day, there was some like different things going on in the day, but I just
Why is this
allowed
my?
myself to be for a
Wait,
weekend.
oh, I just reset
Not to be like the only events I normally go
this
to
morning,
are
and it's on the setting. It's kind of
TwitchCon.
gone.
streaming events,
Most of them.
places where I have to be Ruby the streamer, and it was so nice to go somewhere where I bet if I asked people there if they knew what Twitch was,
Cool.
nobody would know.
Oh man, can find
And
it.
that was really nice, and kind of like a bit of a like I don't want to quit streaming, but also it was like, oh, hang on, there's this whole thing out there, and there's people out there like connecting, and like I know you can do that online, but yeah, it was a nice like quite literally putting my feet back
Wait,
in the
let me
rug,
check something.
How experience, like
How
you
to
know, you can become quite clinical and
make
quite in a little box at your computer, and your
in
world
OBS
like can
chat
become like a fish
appear.
tank online, and it's just the same fish like swimming around. You check all the same social media, and I
But
can
it's
yeah,
not
I feel
this.
energized, but also I know I've done too much, and like I
Usually I see the
should have
time
taken
where
a
the
me day,
the
which I'm
text
I find it very hard to take me
come
days.
to.
Even if it's a day off, my
What the
mods
fuck is
joke,
it?
like if
Uh,
they see me online, like
chat
this is a day off.
appearance.
Get off Discord.
Oh yeah, this
Get off.
chat
Get off here.
appearance
What are you
times
doing?
stand
Like,
for new
you better not be
message.
working. I'll be like, I'm just
Okay, there it is.
researching this, and they'll be like, why? It's a day off. I'll be like, I'm just gonna do a bit of this course over here that I'm reading
Yes.
about, and
Okay.
they'll yeah.
Got it.
I find it very hard to not always be productive. So that comes back to my expectations of it. Everything has to feel like it's getting somewhere, but I did
Okay.
nothing all weekend except for dance, and that did get me somewhere. So you can, yeah, it's like a reminder that I can have enjoyment and stuff, and it doesn't have to be connected to Twitch and my work, and yeah. So yeah, that was my week.
So I'm hearing that Ruby was able to get somewhere by going nowhere.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's deep.
You should have had
Yeah.
some of the conversations this weekend.
Wellness festival? Absolutely. Where you're dancing 16,000 steps a day. Those conversations would have been deep. We may touch
It's
on
cool
some
how,
of those
like-
things, but
Oh,
go ahead, Smart.
comment. It's cool how like when you I guess like envelope yourself in a whole different kind of performance, like you can get so much out of it, right? Whether it's doing dance or for me all throughout school, like singing in choir and like connecting musically with my peers. I have like some of my best experiences doing things outside of content creation. And you know, I think like a lot of people, especially while I was in school, were asking me like the $1 million golden question, like how do you balance having a life and then like having content creation and
Okay,
like,
I'll cut this shoulder
you know,
up.
and doing both of those.
Some
And I don't know, I don't see it as like a perfect balance, but it's something that like can be done, and you can take the time to,
maybe.
you know, invest in those other areas that like personally interest you. So I don't know,
Cut from here
like
to
hearing
here.
you share about like
One of
your
this up.
you know experiences outside of Twitch with like dance kind of made me reflect on those days and how important it is to like have some kind of outlet or some kind of connection to that other thing that is like really valuable to me or to said other person.
This
I
and
definitely think
this
it's
part.
important. So thanks for sharing that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm one of those people that gets really emotional if I see someone doing something that they are clearly passionate about. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's like a creative thing, or they're just dancing, or they're just
Okay.
singing. They don't have to be the
What
best. They just have to
this?
be like, trying not to swear, really fucking enjoying it and doing it. Do you know what I mean? And I just love seeing people do that. And I saw so much of that this weekend, and it just like reminded me that everything can get so stuffy and picky and like, yeah, with especially online, and just like go outside and just
Touch
sing
grass.
if you want to
Touch
touch grass. If you want to sing. Like if you want to dance. Like I sound like I'm giving some big speech here, but like Smirky was saying, it feeds like a different part of you that some people I think can forget when they spend so much time creating content. You've always got to think about, what am I creating? But when you go and do those things, I actually have come back and I'm like even clear about what I want to create,
Absolutely.
you know?
So we'll talk a little bit about
But
that.
yeah.
I just want to kind of acknowledge the time. So we've been doing this for about 35 minutes, and we've checked in with 2 people. So we also have to decide as a group, do we want to... I think it's good to do tangents. We should just be aware of whether we want to check in with people or we want to go off on tangents. How do people feel?
I don't mind the tangents personally, and I also want to make sure everyone gets the chance to check in too. So it's just like internal conflict for me at least.
Yeah, I'm okay with
I'm the
both.
same.
Same.
Yeah.
So what I'll do today is let's try to have a little bit more focused check-in. Make sure we give everyone a chance to check in. And then what we'll do is sort of like there are a bunch of different useful themes that we can kind of dive into. And so then we'll kind of like put that to the group and sort of pick one particular thing. So it's also nice to have tangents, and at the same time, I also think if we do focus the discussion, like if we kind of pick something and work with a little bit more intention, that we can sort of learn something that we can kind of take away, which also has to be balanced with sort of like sharing and getting things off our chest and things like that. So why don't we have other people kind of check in?
I can go since I was talking just a moment ago. I feel like it flows well. It's kind of interesting for me because I've always like associated the idea of expectations as like this kind of negative idea or negative thought, like as it's like you know, if you have too many expectations on yourself, you can burn out, you know, it can result to all these different things. So I mean, like, I certainly do put expectations on myself at times, especially like, you know, being in school is one thing, but streaming as well. But I guess I've always like kind of silently nodded at them rather than being like, yeah, like I have all these expectations and this is how I want to go about it. Because I guess maybe it's on the topic of avoidance, I guess. Just like, I don't know. I've seen it as this like negative thing for a while, but I just kind of like put that to the side when I was like thinking about,
Either
you know,
shoulder.
just straight up all things, you know, to the side because I overthink a lot. So just putting all that over here and being like, okay, in this moment, like, you know, what are my expectations? And I guess like a couple things that
work
come
with
up.
this.
Just I want to, you know, inspire others to like be inspiring with their lives and the people around them. So I want to make sure I do my best and, you know, uplift both myself as well as others. And then I also, you know, just want to make sure that whatever it is I'm creating, I'm truly having fun with it. That, you know, because the whole reason I started streaming, getting into content creation, is because I just thought it would be fun when I was playing Toontown to share my own experiences with other people, and that was the baseline. That was it. And it's so easy to lose sight of it. So I kind of like not like hammering in this expectation, but just like reminding myself every now and then of like, you know, why I started it, why I started getting into streaming in the first place. I think it kind of just sets the stage for so many other things, whether I'm doing a charity fundraiser or I'm just chilling out with my community. You know, it's kind of like the backbone to everything. So yeah, that's those are my, I guess, expectations that I came up with.
Cool. Thank you for sharing. Who's next?
I can go next. I can share what my weeks were like. Apologies for missing the last time I was at a work offsite, but past couple weeks I was going to PAX West in Seattle, and then after that I had to go to work in San Diego, like immediately after Seattle. So it's just been really hectic, and ever since these sessions started, I think I only streamed like 2 or 3 times, even though I told myself I was gonna start up streaming again after work, like having a schedule going. But I feel like I've been kind of overwhelmed because I was moving from one city to another, so just setting up my whole station here and then dealing with moving and then all these events that were happening. And during PAX, Darude was playing at one of the nightclubs, and I was very excited. I was like, this is great timing. There's Darude, he's the gamers meme, and there's PAX happening, and I was just so tired I couldn't even go. I thought that was so sad. The stars aligned for that night, and I just couldn't make it. I went to bed at like 10 p.m. or something. So I'm kind of the opposite of you all in that I could not really get back to content creation. And then for this week, I just had so many work meetings, and at the end of it, I was like, I'm so exhausted. I just can't play StarCraft. I can't really talk or do anything. I'm just gonna watch TV shows and veg out or something. I think I just need to get my shit together. So that's been my week. My weeks.
I'm kind of curious. And by the way, so for Miss Ashrox and Zergirl, can y'all please just share with us what y'all prefer to go by in terms of how we should address you?
Oh, you
Miss-
can. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Miss Ash or Ash, whatever is shorter and easier for y'all. Those work for me.
Yeah, whatever's easier. I think Zerg Girl is kind of a mouthful, so Kathy is good.
Okay.
Call me Kathy.
So I'm curious, when y'all hear Kathy say, "Get my shit together," what do y'all hear? I see Zell smile knowingly.
I was gonna ask, like, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean by getting your shit together? Because I think like it means so. It's we talked about it week 1, talking about our ambiguity and digging in a little bit. So yeah.
There's a lot more things I didn't mention. I feel like it's kind of macroing my life. Like, I signed up for a new credit card, so I have to look into that. There was all this paperwork that came in. I was like, I'm gonna read this later, so I procrastinated on that. There was a health appointment that I had to forego because another meeting was scheduled. And then just even missing this group session. I'm so sorry, producers. I didn't even give notice because I was just so distracted with everything. So that's why I'm like, okay, I need to, be more on top of things, my scheduling, like doing the things that I want, just trying to balance everything. Hope that makes more sense.
Maybe we'll dig in a little.
When-
Let's dig in a little bit
gonna
later. Let's give people a chance to finish checking in. I think we've got Metric and Zell left, right?
You want to go or I'll go?
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
I'm okay with it either.
I'll go. Like almost 2 weeks ago, I accidentally damaged a tendon in my foot that almost made me thought I like fractured it or broke it or something, and I couldn't walk for a bunch of days, and it was really painful. I couldn't sleep. But my folks were like, how about you come up here and put your foot up? Because I live on the 3rd floor of a house and it's all stairs. So, having a wrecked foot wasn't exactly easy to deal with on my own, which it worked out. And I ended up reading 4 books while I was up there because I can't stream while I'm up there and there's nothing else to do. So I felt really good just reading, because I feel like one thing that died when I started streaming was actually reading. That was actually really cool to get that back, and I was worried that like my reading speed had gone down since I used to just consume books, and then like initially when I started back up again, I was like, why is this taking so long? Am I stupid now? And then eventually it just the books just like osmose through my skull or something. So I'm glad I have that back. But yeah, and then I finally got back Tuesday, and then I had my first stream back yesterday after like ages, and it felt really good, and it felt like I didn't even like miss a stride at all. So I'm really happy about that, and I can't wait to just hit the ground running with like an actual working foot. I came back to it anyway. As far as like expectations and stuff, I think I have a few that kind of mess me up, and as far as like they go against each other. So I kind of, one thing I do is that I expect to procrastinate on anything that I intend to work on. I know that it's not gonna happen right away. It's that idea of like, I don't expect to wake up tomorrow and like adopt all of those habits that are supposed to like automatically fix my life. And even then I'm gonna wreck that. Like, it's gonna be even slower than other people would adopt it. So I'm really good at waiting till the last minute until it's absolutely critical, and then like possibly even begging for an extension on whatever work it was. I'm so good at that. It's a talent, and it shouldn't be. So I know that's something that keeps me from seizing opportunities, or even pushing ahead for myself. And the other thing is, and this probably goes against the idea of like streaming in general, or like putting yourself out there, is I thought about this really hard, is that I expect to be put down or like made fun of, or like I expect a negative reaction from the things that I do and say in groups or streams and stuff. And it's really weird because like I fostered this really caring community and everyone's really nice to me and stuff, and it's great. But I always have like these hairs on the back of my neck that go up just ready for somebody to like be brutal to me. And it's not because I don't trust them. It's a matter of I had to think really hard. I spent 2 decades of therapy because of my father. He was an extremely violent man who never adjusted to life in Canada, or the first world really, after immigrating here. And he kind of saw family as like the wife stays at home, you marry off the daughter, and the son takes up your work. And I was not following his footsteps because I was kind of an egghead. Still am. But he didn't even like the day that I got glasses because I couldn't see. So he was particularly violent. He stopped being violent with me when I got bigger than him. And then one day I just couldn't take it anymore. And I kicked him out of the house when I was 16. And that was the only fight I've ever been in. And I packed his bags for him and threw him out the driveway, and he's gone. So I don't have a relationship with him or anything, but like those 16 years were constant like shame and abuse, and I think I've sort of internalized that to like, you know, all these waking moments of even trying to be happy or entertain or whatever. Like I expect somebody to just come out of nowhere and be like, well, you suck, or that's not gonna happen, or why would you even try? Because that's how I grew up, right? So yeah. Anyway, sorry to bring down the mood.
You're not bringing down the mood. Has everyone gone yet?
Oh, I guess it's me. So all right, the check-in part. So anyways, like right now is just a big transitional period in my life. So it's like the time to start reassessing a lot of things, taking a lot of self-look at stuff, and yeah, it's been difficult. So just kind of reassessing everything in my life, really, just like from the ground up, and redefining myself, and that's just been kind of the big theme. And like on top of that, it's like I'm starting to think about, you know, working a full-time job again, and like making content creation maybe a secondary thing. Also moving sucks, you know. Like when or Kathy, you were talking about moving, I was like, I hate moving. Moving is the worst thing in the world. So yeah, there's just a lot of stuff, physically, mentally, emotionally, and everything. So that's my check-in. I know I was being vague there, but there are just some stuff I'm not really ready to share quite yet. And then moving on to expectations. So for me, my expectation is I always want to be the best. Like Pokemon song, I want to be the very best. Like in everything that I've ever done, I want to be the best. Like, oh, I pick up a new video game, I better be like top 1%. If I play like sports, I want to be MVP. If I sing a song, I want to be the best singer at that song. I want to be the best guitarist. I want to be the best violinist. I want to be the best at everything I do. Like, it's like an all-consuming thing, and I know where that comes from because, like, you know, I was just pushed super hard as a kid. You know, kind of classic scenario: immigrant family comes down to the U.S. and especially being Korean, like the Korean education system is just about grinding, being competitive as possible. You know, so like I go to school, and then my parents have, well, it was really my mom who had like extra textbooks for me to go into and stuff. I think the funny thing was that my parents had no idea how to educate children. Like, my parents had an arranged marriage. They didn't know what the heck they were doing. And so all they knew how to do was to just push me in whatever direction that I was able to go into. And so that turned into like me doing sports, me doing academics at any rate possible. Like, I was in an accelerated program that was like meant for a little bit, I think, older kids, but I went in at the minimum age. So I did math, I did calculus by the time I was in 8th grade, and I did multivariable 9th grade. Like, I was done with college math by the time I went into high school. And then I was a violin competitor, so I competed nationally in violin. I was less good at sports because I'm not like a big dude, so I played soccer, but even in soccer, my club team made it to state, and so did that. Like, it was just competition all my life, just be the best. And my parents were just doing the best they could, but like, you know, culturally and just from them to, that's a whole other story, with like how my parents kind of didn't know how to do anything really, and so I sort of had to, even though they were pushing me this hard, they
But yeah, this as long
weren't
as this is
actually
not good.
helpful to me,
Should be
right?
like
even though they can throw these textbooks in front of me and say like, oh, you have to practice this much violin or practice this much whatever, they don't play violin, they don't know calculus, they just knew that if they just push me, you know, you just, the kid does it. And so for me, like, part of the expectation is like my own self-sufficiency. I know, I think it was last week or maybe the week before, we talked about like, you know, things that I want to work on, which is like asking for help. Well, turns out that
maybe
was
the
learned like
maybe
behavior
longer?
for me to never ask for help, because I've never had anyone
adjust
to
the hand
rely on
first.
in my life. And like,
It was
my growing
too
up, I was
long.
also very poor, so I knew financially like I had to take care of myself. And it's different now. My parents actually are doing pretty decently. Good for them. But like I you know, I just, it was always just about figuring out things for me. And so now as an adult, I just have this expectation, and part of it isn't on my own because like I like being good at things. So I think it isn't just like this forced expectation that that every like came into my life. I guess it's just I want to be there too, and then like another expectation is just about like financial stability, being like independent, and yeah. So that's kind of the nutshell.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
fix
The
this up a bit.
Korean parents, just real fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's like as classic as it gets. But the devil's, I think, in the details. I think that's the part that was kind of funny about it. It's just like how much they just didn't actually understand, because I don't think they were really ready to be parents. Like,
Yeah.
like I said, they had a arranged marriage, and then like literally my grandparents were like, have a kid, and so like 9 months later, there I was. So my parents had known each other for a year and a half maybe by the time they had me, and like, yeah, so.
When did you sleep?
So I also had really bad insomnia as a kid. Like, I normally just didn't sleep very much. It wasn't until like college where I started to have a more normal sleep thing. I got sleep testing done
It
recently too.
It
and so,
tracks.
yeah.
God, that's crazy.
Kathy, I'm curious if there was something that resonated with you about Zell's upbringing that he was sharing.
Yeah, the Korean parents, they're just like, oh, why aren't you doing well in school? there's all these people here. They can't even speak English and they're getting better grades than you. I'm like, thanks, Mom. That made me feel amazing.
Thanks, Mom. Very cool.
Very, yeah,
So
it's just tough.
we've got a couple of choices. All right, so we're almost about an hour in. We've got half an hour left. So I'd like to, wow. So I'm just trying to think about, can I think for a second?
Yes.
Of course.
So the challenge is that there's so much to talk about. So I'm going to just start spitting stuff out. So first of all, I want to point something out. So Metric was like, sorry for making things like toning down the mood. And everyone was like, you didn't tone down the mood. Like, what did Metric do to the mood?
Absolutely nothing.
It's hard. It's hard when you say something and you're like, "Oh man, who wants to say anything after that? Like, what do you say after that?" And
So
that's the part. Like,
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that a lot of y'all have said stuff, right? Whether it's kicking out your dad at the age of 16, whether it's, you know, doing violin competitions. I thought he said violent competitions. I was like, wow, like real like cage match kind of stuff here. I've heard a lot of things about Korean parents, but never quite that. And then also we're hearing about, you know, Kathy has a loved one who's got dementia. Ash has lost someone and has just been given a diagnosis. Like, I actually think a lot of y'all are bringing down the mood. So here's the wild thing. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
We have to talk about these things.
Right.
Be comfortable.
So
with it
we
and own
have
up.
yeah, absolutely. Like we have this reflexive reaction that I'm not allowed to bring down the mood for anyone else. But I mean, what the fuck do you call it when you have a violent dad that you have to kick out of the house at the age of 16? Like, you know, that's not fun or exciting. And this is the challenge with negativity is we try so hard to block negativity that like, you don't have to block it. Like my question is, so many of y'all need to be better. Kathy's got to get her shit together. Ash has to be positive. I try to think about the good things when it comes to my grandmother. Zell has to be like straight up perfect. Right? And like, is it okay to not be okay? Like everyone's trying to be okay. And y'all are nodding your heads as if the answer is yes, but I don't think the answer is yes. Like, think about it for a second.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
like I had to catch myself. I was like, I'm about to say yes, but it's so automatic, like something I always tell people, but like, think about it, right?
Right. So I'm gonna ask y'all, does Kathy need to get her shit together?
Yes.
Yes.
Therefore, it's okay. It's not okay for her to not have her shit together, right? Doesn't Ash need to get over her grandmother who died a year ago? Zell.
or at least, well, I mean, I would just feel terrible for her if you know it ate away at her for the rest of her life. Like, I think coming to terms
Yeah.
with it in some way would
That
be
would
great.
be, yeah.
Right? So
I was like, I didn't
Yeah.
want to say yes,
don't-
but I
I
want
don't
you
think
to be
get
better,
over-
like feel better.
Yeah. I don't think get
Yeah.
over is the right word.
good.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm remember my aspect is that I'm purposefully hyperbolic and I want y'all to
Yeah.
push back.
Yes.
Right? But like I'm very confident that there are times in Ash's life where her mind produces the thought, you should be over this by now. Right?
Absolutely.
There are times where, just like Kathy, she says, I gotta get my shit together. There are times where, just like Zell, who's at the cliff, which he's not, by the way, thank you for telling us that you're not ready to go into it yet. Totally fine. Really love that limit setting. Right? So, like, this is one theme for today. I think a couple of things. So, we talked a little bit about. I almost
Wait, how
want
should
to
I
say,
cut
like,
this
we
if I
just
draw
talked
like
about
this?
Struggling.
If the monster
Because I think
connected
something
like
that we
this,
haven't
how should
really
I?
talked about sort of
fucking
quite as
cut this?
explicitly? Like, we recognize that people are struggling, but like, what does it mean to struggle? What is your struggle actually
Fuck.
like? Can you tell us about that? Another thing that we can talk about, this is also a little bit off the beaten path, not part of our original curriculum, but we can talk about meaning. And this question of like, why
Maybe I
is
shouldn't
this
make it
happening
too
to me?
detailed.
And there's some
maybe.
very interesting science behind that question and that exploration. It's not something that I had anticipated because, frankly, I didn't know about y'all's backstories. But now that I hear about your backstories, like, there's a lot of stuff to learn about meaning. And, like, why did Zell have the parents that he had? Why did Kathy have the parents that she had? Why was she destined to be in a city where Darude was playing and she was too tired to go? You know? Or Ash, who's struggling with diagnoses and stresses and stuff like that. And that story, by the way, we haven't heard the full story yet, right? There's a lot more to learn there about relationship with parents and Alzheimer's, dementia. Like, there's a bunch of stuff to talk about. So I'm going to kind of put it to y'all so we can sort of oh, and then the fourth thing is I feel like at some point we're going to have to have a frank conversation about how we feel about ourselves. So, like, I don't know how else to put it. I mean, I don't know if that makes sense. I can explain it more if you guys want, but, like, I have a feeling that, and that's where we gotta, I don't know if we're ready for that, if we've leveled up enough to where we can have an authentic conversation. Because what's gonna happen is that as we really start to get into it about how we feel about ourselves, the group has to be ready to listen to it and not shut it down.
Oh wait.
So I'll put it to
no, it's
y'all in
fine.
terms of how we want to spend the remainder of the time.
Oh,
We
it
can
should
sort of
be
dig
lower?
into how we feel about ourselves. We can dig into meaning.
No, it's fine.
We can dig into a couple of these other topics like grief, loss, and I even forget what the other stuff that I said at the beginning was. But oh yeah, just generally speaking, like heaviness, and that it's okay to be heavy, and it's okay to not be okay. What are y'all feeling?
I want to dive into meaning and how the path of how you want to talk about that among us all here, Dr. K.
Okay. People have
Like, oh, can I ask, like, because meaning just sounds kind of broad.
Yep.
Correct, yeah,
In
that's
the
why
grand scheme of things. So, like, because are we going to focus it from a content creation angle, or are we going from a general perspective?
Yeah, that's a great question. So here's what I would propose, since we've got only about 20 minutes left. What I would really propose is that next week we're going to do more focused dives into meaning and people's experiences. I don't think we have quite the time to open that up. And this week, what I'd probably do is maybe ask a couple of questions, but then in about 5 or 10 minutes, I'd share some perspectives.
I need to fix this finger.
And I'd offer some
It's
kind
so
of like
bad right now.
educational stuff about the science of meaning and narrative in someone's life. So, if that kind of makes sense, just given time. So I think we do exploration next week, but we can frame things this week with some explicit teaching.
I think that sounds good.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, so I'm going to start with somewhat targeted questions, okay? Just a couple of, like, questions. Why does stuff happen? Like, why? What do y'all think?
Life.
Yeah, but
That's just
Because we
life.
exist.
I feel like one of my friends put it best. Like when I always felt like I was on the back foot because it would always go against my plans or things I was trying to do. And she told me, like, life is a thing that happens when you're making plans. So it's just you're basically trying to strategize your next day, but you don't even know if you're gonna get hit by a car tomorrow. So like you're just rolling with it basically, or trying your best to.
yeah, but what determines how life happens? So, like,
You.
oh, okay.
Like,
So that's one perspective, right? So I'm gonna challenge that perspective a little bit. So, like, you know, I'm the child of immigrant parents as well, so I can sort of.
Ah,
I'm sure
no,
my experience is
OBS
somewhat
act up
similar to
again.
Metrics because
Yeah,
I
it's
think we're both
gone.
Indian.
Ah,
You know, I think I resonate a lot with Zell's experience and Kathy's experience as well. And, like, I'm imagining that they asked themselves when they were growing up, why are my parents this way? Why can't they be different? Like, did y'all ask yourselves that question?
Oh yeah.
So what was, I'm curious, you don't have to have the right answer. I really want to know though, what was the answer that you came up with? It doesn't have to be rational or justifiable or defensible.
I mean, for like the way I always thought about it, because like I feel like I've more or less come to terms with my parents in my like upbringing, and they just did the best they could based off their own experiences. And I think that's kind of like this cycle that happens, right? You know, where your parents did what their parents did for them in hopes that that was good for them, and then that just kind of continues down the cycle. And then the why, a lot of it I think comes down to just existentialism a little bit, where like I think people want their offspring to do well, whether that like the things that they're doing to their children is for that purpose, like actual goal or not, like that's their intent. And so I think like why things happen just kind of comes down to, well, they want the best for their kids. They just are doing things based off their own experience and knowledge that they have as best they can.
Okay.
In my experience, it wasn't really like that, because both my parents came from very abusive homes, like from other countries, and they both immigrated at the same time. And my mom made sure to get therapy and come to terms with everything that happened to her, whereas my father didn't do anything to recognize what was going on with him. And it always blew my mind when he was watching TV. We would like watch sitcoms or whatever of like happy families, and he could never like understand, or at least put himself in that situation of like, well, this family isn't like this. Why are we watching people on TV that are acting in a completely different way? Like, it always sort of, the disconnect blew my mind. So, I mean, I think in most cases, people try to do the best for their kids, but for him, I don't know. It might be a little laziness or something, or I don't know.
Kathy, what about you?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think I thought that deeply when I was young at that time. But looking back now, I can see why they were like that. I was a first child. They had no experience. They had me kind of young. Like, looking at other people have children early, I'm just like, I can't do that. I don't have time. I just don't know how to raise a kid. So, yeah, when I was young, I wouldn't know.
So
I didn't question myself like that.
I'm noticing that y'all are sort of almost answering the question from like a developmental psychology sort of way, where we're focusing on parenting as to why they were the way they were. But I'm more thinking like on a more existential level. Do y'all ever wonder about why your life is the way it is?
I think
don't
we
know.
all
There's
do.
There was a big bang, and then cosmic dust, and then we crawled out of the soup and all that stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm noticing that the question is hard to tackle, which is exactly why we're talking about it. So let's start with a little bit of science. So people are kind of wondering, like, okay, what's the meaning of life, right? And so I don't know if y'all follow a particular religious tradition. So I have two major biases that I'll sort of share right now when it comes to how I'm going to approach this. The first bias is a scientific one. So there's actually like research that we're about to go into about like meaning and how human beings, the role of meaning and purpose and crap like that in people's life, and like how you find meaning. Because the cool thing is scientifically, we actually kind of have answers around this. The second thing is going to be that I was raised sort of in the Hindu tradition, but that really didn't mean much to me. And then I spent a couple years studying to become a monk, and I found that the stuff that I learned, that's basically sort of a perspective from the karmic religions. So the karmic religions, I'm referring to basically Hinduism and Buddhism and their various offshoots. they have some interesting perspectives around karma and things like that, which if y'all want to learn about that, and even some of the things that I kind of teach in terms of the correlation between expectation and suffering, that kind of thought originated from that tradition. Although you could make strong arguments that it was independently discovered elsewhere. So Stoicism, for example, in Greece and things like that, that these are things that people have like discovered in multiple places. So let's talk about science. So when you take someone with trauma, okay? So I don't know if that applies to anyone here, but when you take someone who's gone through a traumatic experience, there's actually some really interesting data that people who are able to make meaning out of that experience are the ones who do better. So there's research on this. There's a cool kind of budding field of psychiatry and psychology
it should be
called
shorter.
post-traumatic
A
growth.
lot shorter.
So everyone has heard of PTSD.
Shit.
We all know that people will go through
let's
particularly
see.
traumatic experiences. But the really interesting thing is not everyone who goes through a traumatic experience winds up with PTSD. Some of them actually like wind up oddly like stronger, better, more confident themselves, and that's the research into something called post-traumatic growth. And what we've essentially discovered from post-traumatic growth is that when I have a sense of identity, something happens to me, and it shakes my sense of identity. So, for example, if you look at abuse towards young children, so there's some really interesting research here where, as a young child, I have impaired theory of mind. And what theory of mind is it's the acknowledgement that other people exist. So when I'm like 6 months old, I don't understand that there are other human beings that exist that have independent thoughts and feelings and actions and stuff like that. So that's what makes trauma so devastating towards kids, is because if I don't think anyone else exists and something bad happens to me, who's responsible?
Child feels responsible.
Absolutely. And that's evolutionary, because if I'm learning how to walk and I stumble and fall, like, I need to be responsible for that, right? So a lot of things like basic early on, I can't be blaming my parents for like not learning how to walk at the age of 9 months. Otherwise, I'll never learn how to walk. 12 months, really, is when we learn how to walk. So there's this kind of impaired theory of mind, which sort of makes trauma towards children so devastating, because in their mind, they're the only ones that really kind of exist. So they accept more and more responsibility. So we sort of, here I am, I have a sense of identity. Trauma happens, shakes that sense of identity. And then if I am able to develop a good narrative around that, if I'm able to find meaning in my traumatic experience, then I will grow from it, and I will be less likely to be like have PTSD or some kind of psychiatric diagnosis. And this research comes out of like, you know, conditions where like genocide or stuff like that, where you have massive groups of people who have a shared traumatic experience. And so you've got refugee camps where not everyone develops PTSD, and then researchers will go in and they'll try to figure out like, why doesn't one person have PTSD? Why does another person have it?
There's a boy.
So this is why it's really important to find meaning. There's also evidence from psychotherapy that if
You draw
wanna help
requests?
people, you need some kind of explanatory system.
Nah.
So this is where some people may
Not
be
now.
asking, is there some
What kind of
meaning to
request,
life?
though?
And the short answer is, scientifically, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that
Is it like
your
commission?
meaning
Or
is
it's like
correct.
request?
What matters is that it's internally
I'm not doing
consistent
request right
and
now.
relatively comprehensive. So you have to derive some sense of meaning that can explain the range of things and that you can continuously apply. Does that make sense? So for example, if I'm a psychoanalyst and I love Sigmund Freud and I'm all into Sigmund Freud's various theories about Oedipal complexes and anal phase and phallic phase and oral phase and all that kind of stuff, that's actually totally fine. It's not whether it's like scientifically correct or not. As long as my system is consistent and can apply to things and people can kind of buy into it, it'll actually be therapeutic. This is why we have so many different perspectives on psychotherapy, and they all basically work the same, even though the core belief structures are quite different. So when it comes to finding meaning, what we need to do is figure out, okay, how am I going to formulate meaning? So I personally, for example, I put a lot of stock in the theory of karma. When I work with patients, I lean into that sort of internally, and then I'll try to figure out whether they're open to that crap. If they're open to that crap, then I'll talk about it. If they're not open to that crap, that's actually totally fine. I don't have to impose my beliefs on them. But in terms of my mind, the reason that I put stock in the theory of karma is it's kind of scientific for me. It's that all causes have effects. and all effects have causes, right? Like that's like, to me, a scientific principle. That gravity is cause and effect, physics is
Wait,
cause
this
and
is
effect,
front
chemistry
view.
grows out of physics.
It should be
That
visible.
has cause and effect. Biochemistry grows out of chemistry. That has cause and effect. Biology grows out of biochemistry.
Look at my hand right
Cell
now.
biology grows out of biology. Cell biology becomes neurobiology. Neurobiology becomes neuroscience.
like
Neuroscience
this.
becomes psychology. Psychology becomes human behavior, becomes economics, becomes advertising. And we know that we can have scientific principles. We can deduce equations of economics, psychology, advertising, behavior. So cause and effect kind of happens. And then the question is, does it end at some point? So to me, scientifically, this is a question that you all have to answer. To me, it doesn't make sense that there's an arbitrary endpoint. And in fact, if you look at the history of scientific progression, essentially, like, we've been able to better explain causes and effects, and now there are even sort of
This shape is
scientific
wrong.
equations for
Need to fix
economics,
this.
right? So we can sort of try to deduce
I think
things
this is too far
mathematically
apart.
to like interest rates and like raising interest rates and lowering
The thumb
interest
should
rates.
be
And we have all these kind of principles.
closer.
So the key thing for y'all is going to be to think a little bit about, you know, why does stuff happen to you? And I encourage y'all to think about this, because until you have an answer to that question, it can feel like you're rudderless. So this is the other sort of scientific
Okay, the
finding.
knuckle over
Is it's not
here.
that a particular God exists or that
Okay,
the
this
theory
is
of karma
really
is
wrong.
correct or anything like that.
Knuckle over here.
That may be true, but that's
one
like
for
a
meat over
point of
here.
religious debate. We're not really concerned with that.
We're
What we
out
do know is that from
here.
a scientific sense, if
Then
you're trying to
this
figure out
curved thingy,
what the
the
hell is going
finger,
on in your life,
it come from here.
you need some kind of internally consistent and comprehensive, like, metaphysical system. So for some people, that's a particular religion. Nice thing about religion is they package it up for you, and it's kind of like a, you know, you just get the whole thing, and it's all set. There are various downsides to religion. Some people that sort of espouse kind of a more spiritual perspective or whatever. I think it's just important to think a little bit about why stuff happens to you. The really cool thing about once you start to explore meaning in your life is that, like, it helps you through stuff. So remember, we started talking about post-traumatic growth and PTSD, and the key thing is, as shit happens in your life, if you have some kind of internal system to make sense of it, then it'll be easy to make sense of it. And as we start making sense of things, we can start, like, navigating life, right? So what is the source of suffering? You'll remember we talked about expectation, but what is the root of it? Why do we why do we sort of vent our emotions? What does that allow us to do? Y'all remember? Okay, so
I mean, we talked about. I could be wrong here. We talked about expectations like being the source of anxiety.
yeah,
right?
so even deeper than that, avidya, or ignorance, is the source of suffering. And so remember that, like, when y'all didn't understand how crap worked, like, generally speaking, you get screwed.
Wait, why does move
right?
everything?
And once you start to understand the mechanics of a video game, for
move.
example, then you can start to perform better. You start to understand it more. You know how to improve, etc. So, and this is where, like, I know it sounds kind of weird, but if ignorance is
Why
the
the
source
fuck
of
is move
suffering, and y'all don't
everything?
have to accept that, it's just a hypothesis, then the question kind of becomes, like, do you understand what's happening in your life? And as we start to, like, explore that, like, why is this happening? And I'm talking on a global level. And I recognize that I've worked with a lot of people who, you know, their upbringing has taught them that asking why is a useless question. I don't care about the why. All that matters is you need to get an A+.
The lower one is one.
The why is an irrelevant question. I don't care why. I don't care what you want. I don't care about meaning. You need to play the violin. You need to get an A+. You need to go to state championship. You need to do this. You need to become doctor. Like, the whys are completely irrelevant.
Like you have to hit the it's all about the destination, not the journey.
It's all
instead of-
about the metrics and the results. And so
Yeah.
this is the thing. Early on, we talked about getting away from results and tapping into our authentic self. The problem is that if we've been conditioned to focus on results, we need some kind of compass. We can't just ignore all the results and then, like, magically shit starts happening. Right? That's why it's so hard to get away from results, because you need some other kind of compass. And what is that compass? It's the meaning. And I recognize that for some of you, this is going to be really foreign. But I don't know how else to say this. Like, so Ash shared with us that she, apparently, if I heard correctly, you know, she, like, found her grandmother who had passed away. And so sometimes when something bad happens to us, we have this question, why me? Why did I have to be the person? And then this is where, like, I don't know how to say this, but people will say, like, oh, there's no answer. There's no real answer. But that's so damn unsatisfying. Then she has to walk around with the question. Imagine for a moment that you actually had an answer. Someone was like, hey, this is why it happened. This is why it had to be you. This is what it's done to you. This is what it's going to turn you into. And for Zell,
it is
sure,
too
he was
far.
a Chad 7th grader doing like 15 things, but like, look at the legacy that it's left him. And like Metric here is tossing out his abusive father, which is the climax of a TV show that is a feel-good moment for everyone who's watching when it's fictionalized and romanticized, but it's done a number on him. Right? And Kathy here is beating herself up because she didn't get her shit together and she has so many opportunities and she can't take advantage of them. And so this is where like we're kind of moving into how do you think about yourself? But this, I don't know how else to say this, but if you need, like what we all need is a compass. Like, what am I doing with content creation? Kathy's like, I've only streamed 2 or 3 days. Like, are you upset about that? Is that okay? And I'm sort of getting from Kathy that she doesn't know. Should she be doing more? Should she be doing less? Is it okay? Is it not okay? How the hell do you answer that? And so in the vacuum of this internal compass, we fill it up with metrics, view counts. We fill it up with all the analytics that the world gives us. We fill it up with how much money we earn.
Visible.
We fill it up with the degree that's on our wall. We fill it up with trophies and all this other crap, right? Because like, if I have nothing to navigate, I might as well go for an A+ because that's where things get measured. But if we want to get away from that, we have to think about our own internal compass.
1, 2, 3.
So what I would want is for Kathy to be able to answer for herself and be content with, is it okay to stream only 2 or 3 days? Kathy, is it okay to stream only 2 or 3 days?
Yes.
Do you really believe that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Done.
Yeah.
Right? So and this is where like we gotta figure out, you know, like how are we gonna make decisions? Especially for people like Zell here is thinking about getting a full-time job. Kathy has a full-time job. We can talk about those kinds of things. But as we have all of these discussions where Ash is trying to figure out how to spend her time, Metric's trying to figure out what he should stream, all of y'all are trying to figure out, do I expand? Do I grow? Do I lean into my authenticity or do I play by the metrics? Like, how do we incorporate certain analytics versus being true to ourselves? We need an internal compass. And once you find that internal compass, it makes all of your decision-making easier. And if you look at, like in the past when people were religious, we kind of outsourced that stuff to God. We're like, God says do this. We're going to follow that. That's what I'm going to make my decisions based on. And what we sort of know is people who can do that kind of mentally, as we've looked at the science of that kind of thinking, we found that basically like it doesn't matter which God you choose or whatever, right? So I'm sure that people who are religious will have issues with that. I'm kind of talking about science here, is that you just need some kind of system. Questions? Does that answer y'all's question? I know we're going to talk more about this, but does that at least answer your question when Ash was saying, like, let's talk about meaning and why, like, what direction we're going to go in?
That clears a lot of things up, I think.
Okay.
In terms of the meaning of meaning.
Yep.
But
Yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense. And like, I was just kind of thinking, again, just like trying to answer that question for myself.
I'll cut his
but,
finger
like,
up later
Finding that internal compass
to make it make sense.
feels
Just-
really vague and existential, and my like when I'm trying to reason myself with like why things happen.
This finger is too
like,
fat.
my brain keeps just like hitting a brick wall
Baby.
with like, yeah.
Yeah, because and this is I mean, not trying to generalize here, but you know, we've got Kathy, you're Korean?
Yes.
We've got 2 Koreans who have a shared experience around this thing. I'm sure that other people, it's not exclusive to Korean people, but like some cultures just don't care about why. Why is like not an important thing. And so it feels like vague. What I'm saying is that from a scientific perspective, getting a clear sense of why is like very, very like healthy in terms of giving us So now the question is, how the hell do we do that? Answer is, I don't really know, but we're going to try to figure out, because like I said, this was not part of the original curriculum. So I'm going to do my best, but so we'll figure something out. So
Damn it, you're supposed to fix everything.
well, I'm not going to fix it. Y'all will figure it out. You guys are like, Kathy's already fixed it, right? She's solid. So here's what I would start with. So I want y'all for homework, I want y'all to write one page, and better if you really do write it out. Bonus points if you handwrite it out, and I'll explain why. Write one page about how you feel about yourself. So when you do this exercise, you can do a separate exercise. Actually, yeah, so we're going to make it complicated. You can sort of ignore this part. But so I want you to take 2 pieces of paper. And on one page, I want you to write how you think about yourself. Then what I want you to do is, as you're doing exercise number
BRB.
1, you're going to have thoughts about things that you don't want to put on page number 1. So you're going to get some.
Okay, I'm back. Fuck.
Some kind of reflexive answer, like, oh, like,
Okay, let's keep going.
I'm kind of sus.
Is
You're like, I don't want to write
got
that.
a bit better.
And I want you to
think
put
I
that
did
on-
the
on
finger
page number
a bit
2.
better this time.
Okay? If that doesn't work for you, that's okay. You can just write one page about how you think about yourself. You don't have to do the second part. But I just, what
Yeah,
I'm
the
trying to
neck
clue y'all in
lower
on
is
is that
nice,
as
yeah.
you do this exercise, you're going to notice, and hopefully y'all are trained in this at this point, that you're going to have reflexive reactions. Metric's like, am I bringing down the mood? Nedrick, no. Talking about being physically violent and throwing your dad out on the street, no, man, that's totally fine. Right? Like, that's, you know, you're going to have these reactions. And
Your
you're going to
ears
have
is
politeness with
too
yourself. Ash is going to be
far
like, oh, no, I don't
sideways.
want to let myself wallow
Move
in the
it in
negativity,
after I
which is
finish
totally
with
fine. Ash, we don't want you to wallow in the negativity. What we want you to do is bring it here, let that shit out. You don't have to carry it by yourself.
I think like this knows
Yeah.
more than this.
Right? So it's going to be
Absolutely.
our responsibility to bring it out of you.
Wait, is bringing the
So
neck
you're going
down
to keep
good?
apologizing, and then right now people are telling you, don't be sorry. Everyone's doing a good job of saying how much they appreciate it.
Maybe I
And
should
then at some
bring the
point
head
they're
up
going to
again.
say, you know what? I did
Maybe I should
wanna
bring the head
actually
up
share
again. Hold
something.
on.
You took my spotlight, and that's perfectly okay. One day maybe we'll get there. I don't know if this group will ever get there. It's okay. We don't have to. No expectations.
I was gonna say not.
Is that a
taking the
challenge?
spotlight.
Like,
Yeah. When you explained the homework, I was laughing to myself because I've just been internally doing that this whole session. There's almost like a separate, like, there's things I really want to say. I know with my ADHD, they're there and then they're gone. And then there's like these separate like bubbles of thoughts that I'm like, can't say that.
Okay, let's keep
Can't
it
say
here
that.
then.
Can't say that out loud either. Like, I've literally, the homework is like my constant thought process.
Yeah, so maybe it'll be easy for you then. We'll see.
I'll forget by then.
It's okay. So whatever, and I think once again the homework isn't about completing. It's not about a grade. It's to really get y'all to start thinking about this. And I think what we really need to dig into before we get to meaning is we have to understand, like, who are you? How do you feel?
I'm kind
about
of
yourself?
more like
Right, and that
answery.
kind of vague stuff.
Does that
And
make
so here are
sense?
the reasons to write it. So when I ask that question, based on our conditioning, your mind will produce a reflexive response. Okay? So if I ask Ash, how do you feel about yourself? Ash is going to be like, I love myself a lot, which is true and incomplete. So the reason that we write one page is the first half is going to be what you reflexively believe, and that's totally fine. It's all good. It's good that you love yourself. And I'm kind of sus, right? And by the time you get to the end of the bottom of the first page, there's going to be stuff there that you'll have uncovered. Okay? The other reason to write as opposed to type is, generally speaking, if you write, it'll be slower than typing, and that way your mind will be working on it for a longer period of time, and you will uncover more stuff. And so next week, what I'm going to try to do, I don't know,
Okay,
I'm going to have to
let's
think
try a
about the
different,
existential stuff, because I don't know,
kind of-
I can't, I mean, I can teach y'all, a method that works for me, but I think we have to learn a little bit more about who we are before we develop an internal
Shadows.
compass. Because I think we've already learned that so far. So here's what I think we've taken away so far, is that y'all are operating based on a compass for sure, but it's not necessarily a
multiplied
compass that you picked.
Here.
It was the compass that was given to you. And in order to find our own compass, we've got to figure out who we are.
and point of clarity, does it have to be exclusive to who we are as a content creator, or
Nope.
can it be just general?
Yeah, so I should absolutely be general. Or, I mean, you can talk about content
Okay.
creation. But
Or-
here's
yeah.
the hypothesis here, and this is something that is less scientifically valid, but I feel, we just haven't done a ton of research on it. That when you align who you are with content creation, that's when you become the
It
best
is still
content.
good.
That's a hypothesis we
bad.
have. I don't know that that's factually correct.
The no shadow make it look a bit weird
Right? So
though.
that's where we don't want to think about ourselves as content creators first. We want to think about ourselves as human
Maybe,
beings.
I put it
and then we'll
too dark,
translate
maybe.
that. Once we take that authenticity and then we apply analytics to it, then we start playing the game of content creation. That's when we actually succeed. We don't want to ignore the analytics, but we don't want the analytics to be our compass. Does that make sense? We want analytics to, like, if I've got 5 natural impulses, I'm going to let the analytics let me be calculating on which one of those to invest in. if that sort of makes sense. So we still want to use the analytics, and there's overwhelming evidence that content creators who pay attention to analytics outperform those who don't. But we don't want them to substitute for an internal compass. Okay?
Because the internal compass is essentially a substitute for the compass that we already have, which centers around things like analytics and metrics potentially.
So here's what can happen. The first is that our compass can be conditionally given to us by our parents, right? So like metric, for example, is waiting for people to crap on him. Why? It's because, I mean, we don't know this for sure, but I'm sure it has. I would be very surprised if it had nothing to do with the fact that his dad was violent when he was growing up and stuff like that, right? It's because Metric grew up in a situation where he learned that no matter what I do, someone is there to crap on me. Okay? So maybe that's not the case. We don't really know. We haven't really dug into it yet. But so sometimes our conditioning gives us a sense of like a compass of what we should or shouldn't do. Does that make sense? Second thing is that when we're not centered within ourselves, we become more responsive to signals from the external world. Does that make sense? So
Yes.
when I don't know who I am as a content creator and I'm looking for direction, I have things like view counts and sub counts, and this person blew up here, and this is on LSF, and this is going on, and everyone's playing this game, and I'm going to use that as a substitute for an internal compass. We even see this in cases of personality disorders, where when there are certain personality disorders where I don't have a good sense of who I am, so who I am is determined by how other people treat me. So if I'm treated well, I am a good person. If I'm treated well, I am a bad person. And there's no sense of independent identity. This actually happens to content creators because we get so much analytical feedback that we start to value ourselves based on analytics. So who I am and my value as a human being starts to correlate more tightly with my value, the value of the content that I create. Does that make sense? Those two things get tangled up. So if you want to be a healthy and arguably somewhat successful content creator, because there may be some evidence that the most successful content creators are completely into the analytic side, but they suffer immensely. I don't think that's the case, but we don't really have a good sample size when you're talking about very, very successful content creators. Yeah, does that make sense? So we can use external data as a substitute when we don't know who we are. We oftentimes will make decisions based on how we were conditioned to make decisions. Summary points 1 and 2. In order to find peace and direction in life, we need some kind of existential approach that is both comprehensive and consistent. When we apply that approach to our lives, we will be able to find a sense of direction and purpose. As we find a sense of direction and purpose, we feel better about ourselves. As we feel better about ourselves, we become more resilient to external data and aren't influenced by it. And hopefully then we can incorporate it in a healthy way and create the best content. Questions? Okay.
I have a question, but it's semi-unrelated. It's more about just like discussion format, just because you kind of touched on this earlier. But like when people say stuff and you have like, those thought bubbles that are like, kind of like what Ruby mentioned, where like, I shouldn't say this. Like, I mean, it sounded like we should say these things as like a part of our authentic self, but like also from a respectful / polite point of view, I'm kind of like, I don't want to say the wrong thing, especially when people are being emotionally vulnerable. And so for me, like, I'm just kind of curious, like, how we handle that.
Great question. So 2 things. One is we're just going to have to find what feels right for the group. Okay? So I encourage y'all to say something, and then we're going to check in with the group. One thing I feel pretty good about is I'm pretty sure that people here understand that the intentions of everyone else is positive. So until y'all start taking risks, I'm going to have to keep taking risks. Right? So like, and then if I do that too much, y'all are going to start to dislike me. So that's something. So y'all need to start
What do you
taking.
mean stop?
GG. Oh. Okay. So, and the second thing is I remind y'all to remember what our 3 values are: compassion, authenticity, and presence. So we always want compassion to come first. So if you're gonna say something, I think it's okay to challenge someone else. It's not okay to intentionally hurt someone else. So if I authentically believe that you are a terrible human being, I don't want to say that, because compassion trumps authenticity. At the same time, I think that y'all do a good job of like engaging with each other. And I don't know, like holding hands and singing Kumbaya, I do not think is going to help y'all that much. What's gonna?
I mean, we can do it anyway, but
Yeah, I'm not saying it's. So that has, but what I want y'all to be able to do is to like get into the negative, and then acknowledge that it's okay.
Is the neck too long
like-
again?
So you're not perfect.
Is the
I
neck
don't-
too
I don't
long
want y'all to
again?
strive to help each other
This
to meet
might be-
perfection. I want
it's
y'all.
like one head high
my
right
goal is to
now.
help y'all be okay, not being perfect.
Oh
And then to still
shit.
move forward. We're not saying, because that sometimes people think that means apathy. We want you to move towards your goals, but move towards your goals not to attain perfection, but because you want to do this. You want to make the world a better place. You want to
I
create
changed the
content
hair,
that you
make
share
it
with
look a little bit
So that should be the goal, and that's once again a bias that I have.
less.
Does that answer your question, Zell?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you very much. Anyone streaming?
I am.
Okay. Okay, so we'll toss you a rate metric.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Take care, everyone. Thank you for coming.
Everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks, Dr.
Have a
K.
good
Thank you,
one.
everyone.
Bye.
Bring this up a
Adios.
bit, maybe.
Okay. All right. Make sense? We're streaming tomorrow, chat. Questions before we raid metric? People understand what we're kind of saying here? You know, so I think this is like important to understand that. So we could do like a lecture about some of these concepts, but the key thing about group work is that it gives us a opportunity to apply stuff. Does that make sense? Like, it's not enough to say, oh, I can share that scientific stuff, but like now the real work happens.
Water.
And you can take a concept, like you can read 300 pages about finding meaning in your life. But we sort of know, I mean, there isn't great research on this, but there's like a fair amount of research that just reading books or information does not lead to behavioral change.
Bro, this too
Behavioral
too
change
long.
comes from the application of information
Okay.
or the development of understanding. And so, if you really want to make a change in your life, you have to do internal exploration and hopefully some kind of facilitation. So like a lot of people will do the internal exploration and they'll get there eventually. But this is the key thing. We also know that if you have some kind of facilitator, support, or expert, they can increase the speed at which you make progress. Does that make sense? So it's like you have to do internal work, but like with a guide of some kind. And the guide isn't going to have the answer for you, right? So I can't show up at group and say, okay, this is what you need, this is what you need, this is what you need, this is what you need. And this is the problem with, like, generally speaking, things like self-help videos or advice or whatever, is that it's not personalized. So like today, we learned all kinds of stuff that we had no idea about, right? So like when Metric beats himself up, like where does that come from? Well, like we learned some interesting information. When Kathy is feeling tired all the time, like where does that come from? Well, we learned some interesting information. And it's the lack of personal application that gets to just ... if that makes sense. Right? Just get out more. Just go to the gym. Just grieve and move on. Well, why is it hard to do those things? Because there's a personal component. So you can understand grief, but in order to apply it to your individual level, there needs to be a translation. So if you think about what is the feeling of tiredness, the feeling of tiredness is an amalgamation of all kinds of mental and physiologic signals. So when we're talking about tiredness, we have to remember that there are different dimensions of it, right? So tiredness can be felt sort of mentally, right? So like you can sort of feel fatigued at the thought of doing something. Like if I want to like write a book, or if I want to, move, for example, that's like a really good one. It's like, oh man, I gotta move. And if you really think about it, like the thought of moving doesn't actually cost a whole lot of energy. It's not like you're actually moving. It's the very thought of it that makes you feel fatigued. But we do know that tiredness is not just in your head, right? We know that there's a lot of physiology that has to do with tiredness. We know that tiredness is a measure of energy levels. So for example, if I haven't slept in 24 hours, I'm gonna feel really, really, really tired. And that has nothing to do with, whatever tasks I need to complete or things like that. If I eat a really, really heavy meal, I'm gonna feel really tired afterward. And that's actually physiologic in nature. So now what we're gonna do is look at tiredness from a different angle, which is sort of the physiologic angle. And this is oftentimes what people kind of think about when they're talking about tiredness. They kind of think about, okay, there's something wrong with my energy levels, and what should I do about it? And so what I'd love to do today is share with you all kind of like how I think about or organize looking at tiredness, like kind of within you from a physiologic angle, right? So how can we understand the physiology of tiredness? So a couple of kind of quick disclaimers or perspectives. So the first is that a lot of people will share or talk about basic science research as it relates to tiredness, right? So people will say things like, you can look at like, let's say a study that looks at eliminating, let's say, refined sugar from your diet and how that boosts energy levels. You can look at studies that correlate things like vitamin D with energy. There are all kinds of basic science studies out there that will say this stuff makes people more tired, this stuff makes people less tired. These are primarily studies that are done in a laboratory. So the tricky thing for any one of those studies, it may not apply to an individual person, right? So for all those studies that show that, let's say, eliminating refined sugar from your diet improves tiredness, it doesn't make tiredness completely go away 100% in everyone in the trial, right? Some people actually get no benefit from eliminating sugar. Other people get some benefit from eliminating sugar. Some people get a lot of benefit from it. And so then what we do in science is we average all those things together, and then we kind of come up with a conclusion. So generally speaking, what I found works almost better as a clinician is when you're working with real human beings, there are a bunch of different solutions, but trying to figure out, where do I start? Should I eliminate gluten? Should I eliminate dairy? Should I eliminate eggs? Should I do keto? Should I do intermittent fasting? Should I wake up every morning at 5 a.m.? Should I go swimming? Should I do resistance training? Should I do yoga? Should I do Tai Chi? Should I do Qigong? Should I drink this special kind of coffee? Should I add this supplement to my diet? There are 1,000 different things, and the answer to all of them is yes. You'll find someone out there who will talk about a paper who will say yes to all of those things. But practically as a human being, like, what do you do if you are tired all the time? So what I'd love to share with you all today is an approach to tiredness that incorporates all of that stuff. When I think about tiredness, I think about two buckets. And this is what I've learned, like working for years as a psychiatrist. There's the circadian bucket and there's the metabolic bucket. And you may say, okay, like, what do you mean by circadian? So our body goes through various cycles throughout the day. We feel more tired at night. Some people feel tired in the morning. People have trouble getting out of bed. People have difficulty with sleep. So there's a lot of tiredness that has nothing to do with like metabolism, has nothing to do with energy, but it has to do with cycles and sleep and things like that. By energy, I mean like, ATP generation. I don't mean like the subjective feeling of energy. Because there's a lot of stuff that will subjectively make you feel tired and is kind of related to the circadian stuff. So this is where I think about things like sleep, daily cycles, like afternoon crashes, difficulty waking up in the morning. So this is the circadian bucket. So we're going to talk about all that stuff. In the metabolic bucket, we've got different stuff. Okay, so like, let's not worry about the sleep and stuff. But the other big dimension of tiredness and energy levels is what you put into your body and how your body responds to that.
The key to happiness is whatever is in the link in the description. Check it out.
So this is stuff like, let's say, homeostatic balance and like blood sugar, nutrition, things like nutrient deficiencies. But there's other stuff going on with metabolism as well, like inflammation. And so this is where all the stuff of like, what should I eat? When should I eat it? And what effect does the food that I put into my body have? That's the metabolic stuff. That's completely different from like the circadian stuff. And so as a clinician, when someone comes into my office and says, I'm tired, there's also a psychological component or spiritual component. You may say, like, what do you mean there's a psychological component? Like psychological component in terms of there's some tasks that just make you feel tired. It's up here. You just don't want to do it. And spiritually, like some people come into my office and they say, I'm tired. And what they really mean is like, I have no zest for life. Everything just feels like a chore. And then what happens is if they try to, fix their sleep schedule, like that's not the problem. The problem is that like they've got nothing to look forward to during the day. They can take as many supplements as they want to, but that's not going to fix it because it's not a metabolic problem. So this approach is almost like from a differential diagnosis standpoint. What's the differential diagnosis of feeling tired? So it can be physiological, psychological, or spiritual. And then in the physiology of it, there's the circadian branch and the metabolic branch. So let's talk about the circadian branch. Let's start with simple stuff, and that is the pathology. There are all kinds of things that can mess with your sleep. So at the top of the list is sleep apnea. So sleep apnea is a condition that probably affects somewhere around 5 to 8% of people in the world. Shockingly high. Results in periods of cessation of breathing during sleep. So essentially what you do is drown or choke in the middle of your sleep. As you drown or choke, you don't get oxygen in. Then what happens is you start to drown physiologically. That's the best word, right? So you're not getting oxygen. So for 60 seconds, you're gonna have like no oxygen. And then what it does is triggers a survival response. Rush of adrenaline, you kind of reset your breathing apparatus and you start breathing again. But the problem is that the rush of adrenaline and physiologic response is gonna make you feel exhausted when you wake up in the morning, right? Because think about what's happening. Like imagine like if you were to get thrown overboard and were underwater for 60 seconds before you came up without a breath. Imagine how exhausted you would feel after that. People will have 20, 30, 50, 60, 100, 120 apneic episodes per night. And so physiologically, when you wake up, your body is ragged. That's sleep apnea. There are other things that we'll kind of talk about. There are other diagnoses that you can have, but circadian rhythm disorders are other examples. You can also have stuff like narcolepsy and stuff like that, but we're not going to talk about that. So circadian rhythm disorders are, I think, the other really, really big one that I think is actually quite common. And so what these kind of mean is if we think about a regular day, right? So let's say there's midnight, there's 6 a.m., there's noon, 6 p.m., and then midnight. If we think about the activity level over time, right? So most human beings, their activity level is kind of like this, right? So you wake up at maybe 6, you go to work by 9, kind of work until 6 p.m., you kind of wind down and you're asleep by midnight. Now, the problem is that some people, their circadian rhythm is actually more like this. And so what that means is that they're very exhausted when the rest of the world is working. They're just, when everyone else goes home for the day, I'm just getting started. And between 12 and 4 a.m. is actually my maximum productivity. And so if your body's clock, which is what a circadian rhythm is off center from the rest of the world, and you force yourself to wake up at 6 a.m. like everyone else, this is your experience of life, right? So like I want y'all to think about, let's use calculus and calculate area under the curve. For someone with a circadian, this is the total amount of energy that they have during the day.
This
compared to a normal person, this is the total amount of energy they have during the day. And so you look at quote unquote normal people, and you're like, wow, they're able to do so much. And you look at yourself and you're like, I'm exhausted all the time, I can't do shit. And that's because you've got a circadian rhythm disorder. And you can actually do the same amount. It's just you're jet lagged compared to society. So this is a circadian rhythm disorder. There's also all kinds of really interesting research. For example, the circadian rhythm of teenagers shifts later. So there's data that shows that if you start school at 9 a.m. or even 10 a.m. instead of, let's say, like 8 a.m., that teenagers will do a lot better because their circadian rhythm changes. Why does their circadian rhythm change? Because they're going through puberty and growth spurts. And our body physically grows while we're asleep. And I don't know if y'all have noticed this, but our body does a lot of growing when we're teenagers, right? So there's even data that shows that schools that start super early for teenagers, those kids do worse in all kinds of different ways, okay? So there can be circadian rhythm disorders. Part of the problem with circadian rhythm stuff, okay, so let's talk about solutions for a second. One is if you've got sleep apnea, the solution is actually medical care, right? So there are these things called CPAPs, continuous positive airway pressure. There are different like medical devices that you can use that will keep you from having apneic episodes overnight. And so like you just have to get medical care for that. Like if you're worried about, okay, how do I know if I have sleep apnea? I can't sort of diagnose you all over the internet, unfortunately. But a really, really common sign of sleep apnea is waking up in the morning despite sleeping enough. So if you went to bed and you got like 8 or 9 hours of sleep, but you wake up and you're exhausted and it feels like you didn't get any sleep at all. You need 12 hours of sleep, 13 hours of sleep. That you should probably talk to a doctor about that. Another really common sign of sleep apnea is snoring. So what part of the reason that we'll become apneic is sometimes we have our soft palate and our like epiglottis and like some of the stuff in our oropharynx literally like clamps down and prevents us from breathing. So it'll like block our airways from like this oropharynx area. And we also know that, for example, having a lot of like mass around here, so if you've got like a really thick neck or obesity, can increase the risk of sleep apnea. So even weight loss can be a treatment for sleep apnea, depending on what the physiology is, okay? So if you snore a lot and if you feel very tired in the morning despite getting a full night's sleep, public service announcement, talk to your doctor about it. And in the case of circadian rhythm disorders, things are a little bit more complicated. So part of the reason that I think we have circadian rhythm disorders increasing in our society is because we aren't quite as bound to the sun and the moon as we used to be. This doesn't mean like we're druids or we're no longer druids. This means that like literally we have, you know, this is where all the blue light kind of stuff comes in. So blue light suppresses melatonin production. Actually, this is the right symbol. From the pineal gland. And then melatonin helps us sleep and keeps us on schedule, which is why people will use melatonin to adjust for jet lag. So what we've got is like, we'll take melatonin to help us get on a good sleep schedule. But here we are using blue light and technology that actually does the opposite of taking a melatonin tablet. It shuts off melatonin production. And so this kind of stuff, the availability of the internet, you may say, well, what do you mean by that? It means that at midnight, you know, I want y'all to imagine 10,000 years ago, what could you do if you were a human between the hours of midnight and 4 a.m.? What can you do? You can't do anything. There's nothing to do. Everyone's asleep. But now we have all kinds of stuff to do. Stuff is available all the time. There are 24-hour eateries. We can get food brought to our doorstep. There are going to be some degenerate noobs that are queuing at 3 a.m. for whatever game you want to play. And so there's all kinds of crap that you can do. And that all interferes with your circadian rhythm. It allows you to get circadian rhythm adjusted, like you can become an absolute degenerate when it comes to your circadian rhythm. But it turns out that aside from these kinds of things, there are a couple of other things which people don't realize about circadian rhythm, so we're going to talk about that. The first is that your circadian rhythm is a natural cycle, and that there are particular times of the day where you're good at particular things. So this isn't actually what the circadian rhythm looks like. What the actual circadian rhythm looks like, it's not like this.
Okay, let's move down from this.
But
I'll go
probably
back
like
to
this.
these things
so this
later.
maybe is like 9 to 10 a.m. This is noonish.
Let's welcome.
This is
Let's in
like
this hidden
4
guys.
to
As
7.
energy.
Sometimes this is like
Ah,
9
it's
to
band
11.
time
So if
then.
you actually look at our activity, and this should be flat, by the way, but if you actually look at our
Yes.
activity, we actually have like fluctuations in our activity, and this is conserved
bot.
throughout the mammalian kingdom. So if you look at like the idea of a
Maybe it's just
siesta
bad.
or a nap in the afternoon, like even in some countries in Europe,
Yeah.
like things will shut down around like 2 p.m.
Overload and
open
ask
up
that
again
is
in the afternoon
a
late.
bad shit.
So if you look at most mammals, like you look at monkeys are awake at
Gone.
like, 5 a.m. or even earlier. And then they kind of chill out around 10. and then they're like quiet during the hottest
The
part of
first
the day.
thing
and then
you
around
to go
dusk,
stream
they
and
become
ask
active.
that is a bad.
Same is true of like
bad sign,
gazelle and
I feel
impala.
like.
So humans are probably the
It is,
same
right?
way. There's even
It
some
is.
evidence that, for example, cognitive activity between the hours of 4 and 6 a.m. is very, very like productive. So if you look at religious traditions across the world, they all wake up and pray or meditate at like 5 a.m. And why do all the religious traditions do that? Turns out that there's probably a circadian rhythm. There's like something about our mind is more at peace at that time. And the other really interesting thing is I'll work with some people who think they're night owls. And then I'll ask them, what do you mean? Like, so help me understand the details of what do you mean by you're a night owl? Well, I get started kind of sometimes around midnight, and then at 4 a.m., sometimes I'll like do my best creative work. I'll write music, you know, like I'll write prose, poetry, inspiration. Like it comes at like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, which is actually consistent with our circadian rhythm. So it's not that they're night owls, it's that they're like morning people, like really, really morning people, early morning people, which is consistent with most of the mammalian kingdom. Another consideration for circadian rhythm, which a lot of people forget, is that we have these things called sleep cycles. So if you look at sleep, it's stage 1 to 4 sleep, and then we have REM sleep after that. But what people don't understand about sleep architecture, and so you basically go through these 5 stages, okay? The problem is that different stages of sleep do different things for us. So at the beginning of the night, let's say this is stage 1 sleep, this is stage 2 sleep, this is stage 3 sleep, this is stage 4 sleep, this is REM sleep. And at the end of the night, stage 1 is short, stage 2 is short, stage 3 is short, stage 4, let's say, is a little bit shorter, and REM sleep is actually really long. So the longer you sleep, the more your brain changes what stages it spends its time in. So you'll actually go through a sleep cycle where you'll go through all 5 of these, and then you go through them again. Then you go back to stage 1 sleep. Now, one thing that people don't realize is that if you wake up in the middle of a sleep cycle, you will feel really groggy. And I don't know if this has ever happened to y'all, but
Okay,
you may
this
find that
finger
it's kind
is
of weird.
wrong
but like,
place
if I
as
sleep
well.
8 hours, I will feel tired when I wake up. If I sleep 8.5 to 9, I'll feel really good. Or if I sleep 4 hours or 6 hours, I'll feel really good. It's easier for me to wake up with 6 hours of sleep than it is for me to wake up with 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Have y'all ever observed that? Like, it's really weird. Like, I'm actually getting less sleep, but I feel more rested when I wake up. And it's because you have
This
to
finger
wake
is
up
here,
during the right
and
time
the
of your
next
sleep
one
cycle.
should be around
Then you
here if
won't
it's
feel
curved.
groggy. But if you wake up during like
like
the middle of your
this.
sleep cycle, it's going to be a mess. This is also why, and the progression of sleep staging is actually really, really
Let's split
important.
this and,
because we know
draw
that, for example, a lot of the
another
good stuff in sleep happens in REM.
layers
And to this
instead.
day, if anyone tells you they know exactly what's going on in our brain in sleep, they don't know what they're talking about because no one really knows. Pay attention to your sleep cycles and recognize that you may not need 8. How did we get the number 8? 8 hours of sleep a night is what the doctors recommend. What they did is they took 1,000 people, and they took these 1,000 people and they asked, okay, who here is healthy? And these 4 people raised their hands. And then they asked them, how much do you sleep at night? One person said 10, one person said 8, one person said 7, one person said 7.5. They averaged all these numbers together and they decided, okay, 7.5 is the healthy amount of sleep that you need. So this is really weird. If we use this system to make clothing recommendations, everyone would wear gray smocks that were like medium to large. We're like, okay, doctor, what should I wear today? And they're like, well, let me ask 10 people what they're wearing, average their sizes, average their colors, average their cuts, and that's the answer. This is how we do medicine. Or this is how we do basic science research. We just average a bunch of people together, right? So when we look at daily caloric intake, how did we get that number? We got it the same way. Why is it 2,000 calories a day? Well, we just asked people who were healthy how much they ate. And now you have papers
in
that
here,
come out
then
that
it's
show
like
that mild
barely
calorie
visible. I have to
restriction,
curve them a
like
bit.
1,800 calories a day, actually
It's
leads
barely
to better
visible.
health outcomes over the long term. So it turns out that number
So,
that we
like
got by just averaging all the
this,
crap together turned out to
stand
actually not
around
lead to the
here.
best health. Fascinating. Who would have thought
So
that if you just ask 10
one
people
thing
what
is
works
goes
for
like
them and
this.
average it all together, that's not actually the right answer of what works for you, okay? So be aware of waking up in the middle of your sleep cycle,
supposed to
and
be
remember
around
that one of the
here.
reasons
If
that you
it's
may not
curved
be,
like a lot,
you could be
it's still over
like
here.
tired from a circadian standpoint, is if you're not getting enough sleep progression throughout the night. So we don't want to just sleep, with a low amount of REM sleep, but we can't. It's not like the first 2 hours of sleep and the last 2 hours of sleep give us different benefits. Now, a good way to transition to metabolism is by talking about caffeine. So what does caffeine do? Caffeine, the simplest way to describe what caffeine does is it suppresses adenosine receptors in the brain. So we have this thing called ATP, which is our basic unit of energy in our cells. And when you use up an ATP, you end up with an adenosine byproduct. So this is like when we have very high levels of ATP, this means that we have lots of energy. And we have high levels of adenosine, this means that we've got low energy. And then what we have is we have something that measures this. So we're measuring our adenosine to ATP. I'm oversimplifying. And so what caffeine does is it blocks the signal of low energy. It does not actually give us energy. It just makes our body numb to energy, or the lack of energy, right? So it's like the equivalent of like if we were taking medication that suppressed our hunger or suppressed our thirst. That's analogous to what caffeine does. So it numbs our body's ability to detect fatigue, which is why we feel more energized, but we're not actually energized, right? It also does other things like suppress appetite and things like that, which gets really interesting. The key thing about caffeine is as we use caffeine, it's gonna make us feel more energy without actually having more energy. Now, there are other effects of caffeine as well. So like it increases heart rate, for example. So it increases our pulse. So we get kind of amped up. You can sort of get the jitters with caffeine, right? So it does like all kinds of other things. But this is where a lot of people will combat this kind of stuff, like sleep apnea, with things like caffeine. So when I have patients who have sleep apnea, sometimes I'll ask them, do you feel tired in the morning? They'll be like, yeah, absolutely. And then I'll ask them, okay, what do you do when you wake up? It starts with 2 cups of coffee. And I'm like, wow, okay. So now this person has 2 things going on. Not only do they have sleep apnea, but now they're blocking all of their energy signals. And then what happens is they don't actually take rest when they need to. So then they start running, their car starts running on empty, which creates all these other problems. So generally speaking, a lot of people like caffeine. There's some evidence that shows that a moderate amount of caffeine, which may have more to do actually with the other things in caffeinated beverages. So if you look at things like green tea or coffee, there are all kinds of like phenols and like other things that probably have positive health benefits. That a moderate amount of caffeine intake per day actually can be fine or even healthy. But what you've got to be really careful about is if you're tired and you're drinking caffeine, especially if you're drinking a lot of caffeine, chances are what's happening is that the caffeine is suppressing your body's ability to detect fatigue, and so you can't take care of it the way that you should. So as an example, caffeine also suppresses appetite. One of the reasons why people like it if they're doing intermittent fasting. If I'm using an appetite suppressant and I'm running on a caloric deficiency, that's gonna cause my energy to crash. So we use caffeine to feel less tired and we end up making ourselves more tired because of all kinds of other things. So let's move on to the next thing on metabolism, which is glucose balance. So remember, it's an appetite suppressor, right? So now here's what we gotta understand about glucose balance. We've got 2 hormones, insulin and glucagon. There's basically a balance between these 2 things. Insulin is an anabolic hormone. What does anabolic mean? Anabolic means it builds things up. So when we have high levels of insulin, we've got a lot of available energy, and we're gonna use that as storage or building stuff, like cellular machinery. So generally speaking, when we're doing this process, our energy is not there to be used for activity. It's there to store away and build up machinery. If y'all play games like RTSs or, turn-based strategy games, insulin is like your expand hormone. It's like, okay, we're not gonna build military units, we're gonna boost up our economy. So we're gonna invest our resources in having more resources later. But what this actually does is makes us feel tired. So insulin makes us feel tired and actually activates the parasympathetic nervous system. And what does the parasympathetic nervous system do? It rests and digests. This is also responsible for food comas. And now we're gonna see a very common thing that we're seeing now more and more with the digital generation, which is I'm gonna starve myself for a while because I'm drinking caffeine and I get distracted by technology. And then I'm gonna get so hungry that I feel super hungry. I'm gonna eat a ton of food. I'm gonna eat like 1,500 calories in one meal. It's gonna lead to a surge of insulin, and the surge of insulin is gonna put me into a food coma. And then I'm gonna feel really tired. And now we understand how improper sugar balance can lead to feeling tired. Now, there are all kinds of other things to keep in mind here. Now we get to see a lot of why, a lot of the healthy things that people are touting, like how they work. So the first thing is a low carb diet leads to low insulin levels. So the trigger for insulin is carbohydrates. So you can eat a ton of fat and protein and your insulin levels will still be low. What this sort of means is that if we don't have activation of the parasympathetic nervous system, people are going to feel less tired. So if you talk to people who are on ketogenic diets, they'll say like, yeah, at the beginning it was rough, but now I have so much energy throughout the day. My energy level is actually way higher and I feel way better. And why is that? It's all mediated through insulin. So now we can see why low carb or keto is pretty good. Next thing that we're going to talk a little bit about is, let's say, like intermittent fasting. So if you look at things like fasting has its own whole situation going on, but let's talk about that very quickly. So the first thing to understand is that we have glycogen, which is essentially our sugar stores, and they last about 8 hours. After we run out of glycogen, then we start burning fat, even breaking down protein, and then we're gonna we're gonna use these to generate glucose. We're gonna make sugar because we've run out of our sugar stores. So for example, the brain requires sugar or ketones. It can't use other forms of it can't use fats. So we have to make glucose. And the thing is, converting sugar to fat is very efficient. Converting fat to sugar is very inefficient. It's like the efficiency of this process is, I'd say, less than 10%, 1/16th, or whatever that is. So it's like 6% efficiency, or 5% efficiency, let's say, 6% efficiency. And so what that means is that when people we live in such a calorie-dense society that in order to be healthy, what we need to do is start really inefficiently burning calories. Like, imagine for a moment what your life would be like if instead of needing 2,000 calories a day, you needed 12,000.
It's console, yeah.
Right? Like there's if you were really, really inefficient, then you could eat all the hamburgers and crap that you want to. The problem is that we're not that inefficient. We're actually quite efficient.
Let's do this for
Which means that when we
another.
eat 2,000 calories, we're going to gain weight. 2,100 calories, 2,500 calories, we're going to gain weight. So in order to counter that, what we need is some of these things like intermittent fasting. The reason that intermittent fasting is so good is because we run out of our sugar stores, and then for the next 8 hours,
I want to do the pooling
we're in this state,
before
which is
I
actually
do the
first state of
story.
starvation. We're in the early
But
stage of starvation.
I want to wait
And
for
we're
friends
burning
before I
fat
start
very,
pooling.
very inefficiently
Which they're gonna
to
come
maintain our
home
glucose levels.
around
But this
7
causes us to
p.m.
lose weight. And then we get to the third thing, which is inflammation. So when it comes to what to eat and your energy
We can do
levels,
one,
there
like,
tends to be
round
all
this
kinds of crap that causes
first,
low-grade
to play into the
inflammation.
story,
So examples of things that cause low-grade
quickly,
inflammation:
and go back
obesity,
to reverse, maybe.
gluten, dairy, eggs, all kinds of minor food allergies. Now note that this is not celiac disease. Celiac disease is a true allergy to gluten. But there's even very, very interesting cases.
Okay, let's do this
I've worked with
part.
people who are like this, who will feel really, really bad if they're eating gluten. They cut out gluten and then they start to feel more energetic and they start to feel better. They have more energy, their mood is improved, things like that. The really interesting thing is that there is one guy in Austin, Texas, who uses a strain of wheat that is 1,000 years old. So he's somehow found some kind of wheat that is grown somewhere, or he grows it himself. And so this strain of wheat has not been modified or been selectively bred for the last 1,000 years. I know people who have gluten sensitivities who can eat wheat from his bread and be totally fine. So something about the way that, because if we look at it, gluten sensitivity is increasing. Why is that? So what else is happening? Why are human beings suddenly becoming so, and when we talk about sensitivity, what we're talking about is there's actually particular proteins in gluten that trigger an immune reaction. So what's changed over the last 1,000 years? We've selectively bred wheat. Even the discovery of dwarf wheat is a Nobel Prize winning discovery because we conquered world hunger with the discovery of dwarf wheat. And so there's probably some kind of chemical change there that triggers some kind of immune reaction in some percentage of the population. So this low levels of inflammation also come from things like processed foods. And there's all kinds of other stuff. So refined sugars will cause inflammation. All kinds of stuff causes inflammation, like the crap that we eat. Data's really unclear on how much stuff causes what percentage of inflammation in what percentage of human beings. So you've got some people who are like super into natural and anti-GMO and stuff like that. Think that GMO is the worst things in the world, right? Natural is better. And there's probably some evidence that some of that's true. Pasture raised is better than farm raised and this and that. Like there's probably some benefit to that, but we don't really know how much. But when it comes to the metabolic stuff, reducing these low levels of inflammation, so there are other things that we also know, like eating fresh fruits and vegetables reduces inflammation. You may say, how does this reduce inflammation? It all has to do with gut bacteria. So this is what's happened, okay? In a quick summary, 2-minute summary. So here's a human being, let's say 50,000 years ago. The human being has a certain diet. This is the diet of the human being 50,000 years ago. The human being develops a symbiotic relationship with
face
bacteria.
really bright compared to
And we developed this
the body.
relationship for 50,000 years
It's
because
making
the
it look really
bacteria
weird.
helps us digest these things.
I mean, if
And since
with the
we've
clothing
lived
on,
with this
it's
bacteria
kind
for a
of
very long time,
fine.
our immune system
Kind of.
thinks that this bacteria is a good dude. They're like, hey, these are friendly bacteria. We do not need to kill them. They're not threatening. Meanwhile, over here, there's another bacteria. And this bacteria causes, let's say this is anthrax. And anthrax hurts us. So when the immune system sees this is a bad dude, let's kill it. Now, as our diet changes to, let's say, just circles, we start to select for a different kind of bacteria. Because that's the bacteria that's the bacteria that can digest just the circles is going to grow in our gut. Now, the problem is that this bacteria is different from this bacteria. And our immune system looks at this and it's like, well, it's not really bad, but it's not very good. It's not a friend. It's like kind of sus. And then this leads to inflammation. So what we see is when people eat foods that we've been eating for a long time, it tends to reduce the inflammation in the gut. And so what this kind of comes down to, there's also other things. So exercise is not something that we talked about, but exercise affects insulin metabolism in a very positive way, sugar metabolism. So it sort of fixes this. It also affects the kind of food that we crave.
You can
Right,
find
so I'll ask y'all
better
a question.
reference for the
You know, who here likes to
Muscle
have a
over here.
milkshake with a burger and fries? If you enjoy having a milkshake
Okay,
with
let's
a burger
find
and
the
fries,
belly
raise your
first.
hand. Who here, whenever they exercise for an hour, craves a milkshake at the end of the hour, right? When you exercise, what kind of stuff do you crave? You can feel really, really, really hungry. Most people just want to drink water. So exercise helps with all this stuff too. So
Can
if y'all are
find
tired,
some
a couple
kind
things
of
like what do we do
reference,
if
not
we're
really
tired?
clear,
First thing
but
is pay attention.
it's,
This is also where like complex
usable.
carbohydrates, so eating a cookie and eating like a piece of fruit is going to be different because complex carbohydrates have something called a lower glycemic index, which is the amount of insulin that is released in response to this food. So if I eat an apple, this is actually not going to lead to a very big insulin spike. If I eat a grape, that's going to lead to more insulin release. If I eat a cookie, that's going to release even more insulin.
Okay, so this
And
is
if I
number
eat
5
a
rib,
white
number 6
flour
over
cracker,
here, number
like not whole
7
wheat
the
flour cracker,
ends
that'll lead to
around
more
here.
insulin. So generally speaking, the higher the glycemic index your diet is, the more tired you will feel.
Right.
Number one. So you can also do intermittent
bad at,
fasting or ketogenic
anatomy.
diet. Sometimes people will do both, whatever. And now we understand why these things will
Let's
make people
mark
less
the
tired.
side of the
Other thing
muscle
is like
first.
eat fruits and veggies. Because fruits and veggies have a really interesting thing when you eat high
Okay,
fiber
go eat
diets.
here.
What ends up happening is, I don't know if this kind of makes sense, but if you're starving,
should
and
be
you eat
around
an
here,
apple,
maybe.
you're no longer starving, but you're still kind of hungry, but you can't really gorge yourself,
Yeah.
right? So like if I'm really, really starving, and I don't know if this kind of makes sense to y'all. If I'm starving, if you give me 1,500 calories that is packed very densely, I can eat them if I'm like really, really hungry. But if you give me an apple first, and let's say an apple is, let's say like 180 calories, let's call it 200 calories. After eating the apple, I'm not gonna eat a 1,300 calorie meal. I'm gonna eat like a 700 calorie meal. Does that make sense? Oh, GRL is rating with a party of 279. Thanks for the raid, girl. We're talking about metabolism. I don't know if it's the most exciting topic. Is it 200? So that's a good question. So this is another. There's so much to learn. So that's because our hunger. So people are asking, okay, why does an apple make you feel full if it's not only calories? So our perception of hunger is an integration of all kinds of circuits. So it's an integration of our blood sugar, but it's also an integration
I want to make
of
him like
things
too muscular
mass
though.
in the stomach. This is
Also,
via
this
stretch receptors.
forearm
So
is
even like
so damn
how
long.
much our
I don't know if
belly
it's
is
right or not.
stretched and how much weight is in there correlates
Maybe
with our
it's-
hunger.
maybe
so
it's
this
not.
is why people will like talk about rice cakes.
I
It's pretty
likely
filling.
not.
They're super low
It's
calorie, but they
really
have some
long.
volume. I don't know how
Let's
much they
see,
actually
yeah.
create stretch in your stomach, so I'm not
Pretty
really sure.
long.
This is a great example. But like if you eat some low calorie dense food that has a lot of volume,
Is it?
you can't eat very much of
Is it
Like
low?
you can eat 1,500 calories in one burger, but I don't know
Drawing
that you
some
can eat
Ike, man.
1,500 calories of broccoli.
You drawing?
Like you just can't do. It's like physically.
I'm drawing
you're
my
not gonna
model,
feel
though.
Hungry. It'll be like 8 heads. Like you're
It's
just
not
gonna.
icky, man.
The stretch receptors are gonna be like enough. Does
Kinda,
that make
but,
sense?
yeah.
There are also different kinds of hormones at play here, like ghrelin and leptin. So if you're tired, pay attention to the glycemic index of stuff. By all means, reduce your carbohydrate intake or be careful when you eat. So another thing, going back to this, and I'll kind of integrate this. So let's kind of like integrate all this stuff. So let's say that you wake up at 5 a.m. So usually when I wake up first thing in the morning, I don't eat something because I find that if I eat something right away, I get an insulin spike and I'm not very productive. So if I wake up at 5 a.m., I'm gonna go 2 hours. Maybe I'll have tea, but I'll go 2 hours without any food. Then I feel very hungry. So 7 to 8, I'll eat a meal, and I'll usually have a pretty heavy meal. So today, for example, I had 2 breakfast tacos. And the thing is, when I have 2 breakfast tacos, I know that I'm gonna need enough calories, so I do this on purpose. So I know that like if I eat, well, actually, so today I woke up at 7. It's different with the kids, so let's do that.
Bro.
So if
I
I
might-
eat at 8 o'clock, between
God. When
8
you
and
back-
10 a.m.,
wait,
I'm
I
not
can
gonna be
play
very
now,
productive
right?
Because now I'm gonna be
I just wake up.
So this is my digestion.
I'm waiting for you
so I'm not gonna do
to
much work. Then I'll kind of get a
set
second
like
wind.
7
Sometimes I'll even take a
PM,
nap
like
here.
2
So if I
hours from
eat,
now.
I'll share with y'all an interesting technique. One of the
You
best
up
ways
early?
to avoid after meal fatigue
I'll-
is to
I'll
lay
render
down on
the-
your
the
left
skin a
side
bit
for 20
more
minutes.
than,
so I'll lay down like after
yeah.
I'll try to have a decently heavy
Do
meal.
the
I'll lay down
pulling.
on my left side for about 20
I wanna
minutes.
play the story
Close my
with
eyes.
her in my
Often-
team.
Maybe I'll doze a little bit. I won't actually sleep. So let's say 10:30.
Okay, let's see.
I wake up.
I'm trying to
then
make
I'm gonna do
this
some kinda,
anatomy
like, random
on the
work between 10 and
belly
4.
kinda
This is gonna be stuff like
correct.
meetings, emails,
Trying to.
other kinds of like low cognitive activity work. And then between
I know
4 and
there's
7,
like
or
a
sometimes
rib page
between
over
7
here.
and 9,
It's spot number 6.
here sometimes I'll do
Number
more
5 go
creative work,
here,
like
number
I'll
6
do
go
writing or
here.
whatever, and then it's bedtime. So the key thing about like
Then-
maintaining your energy level throughout the day is like this afternoon crash is oftentimes if you don't eat
The
enough for
7,
breakfast,
the rib
and you're
cage.
starving at noon,
Let's go
and
up.
you eat very heavy at noon, you're gonna have an afternoon crash.
Wait, it's
You're
still
gonna have an
below the
afternoon
number
crash.
7
Why?
though. Like,
So there are
even
3
below
reasons why
that,
you have
it's
an
more
afternoon
like
crash.
this,
Number 1, we're hungry because
right?
rushed in the morning. I'm rushed in the morning.
At-
Reason number 2, had caffeine in the morning. Right? I wake up, I have my cup of coffee.
Okay,
It's
I'll
an
wait a
appetite suppressant, right? And
Wait,
4
I have-
hours later,
I have
the
the,
caffeine
like, the
starts to wear off a
pre-run
little bit.
ad
So
turn
not only
off,
do we
though.
like start to feel that
Shouldn't be a
tiredness,
problem.
but then this appetite suppressant makes us even more hungry, and then we eat a really big meal. So this plus this equals big meal. Once we have a big meal, big insulin spike. Makes us feel tired. Then what happens is now, let's say 2 hours later, so 6 hours post
I would do
caffeine,
this
caffeine's really starting to
area.
wear off. So this is gonna make me tired. And on top of that,
I'll do
it's
this
now 2
area
PM, and what do the monkeys do it
upstream,
too?
maybe.
On top
It's
of that,
safe,
roll in
though.
circadian rhythm. You're
Last
gonna
time
be
I do it, it's still
much more
safe.
crash in the afternoon.
I don't know.
Everything aligns. And so if you're saying, okay, I'm tired in the afternoon, what should I do? Well, you can do all
And
kinds of stuff. One is you can just take a nap.
this
Second
belly.
thing you can
Wait,
do is
I
eat
think the
something
belly is
with your
too high
coffee.
up,
Third
maybe.
thing you can do is cut back on your caffeine intake. Fourth thing you can do is when you eat a big meal, make sure it's low carb. Fifth thing you can do is have a snack at 10 a.m. so that you're not starving when noon comes around. Sixth thing that you can do, and I don't know if y'all have done this,
yeah.
is have more coffee. So I know we
Trying
covered a
to
lot of
just
stuff.
draw the thing
and
beneath the
unfortunately,
pan.
That's if you're tired.
It's safe
not
without the
simple.
pan.
So if you think
Last
about
time
what
I
is the
draw
feeling
on
of
stream,
tiredness,
though.
the feeling of tiredness
I don't think it's
is
like
an
a problem.
amalgamation of all kinds of mental and physiologic signals: insulin, leptin, ghrelin, inflammation, glycogen stores, fat stores, circadian rhythm stuff. There's stuff going on in your brain.
I can
in your
just turn it,
reticular
like,
activating
down a
formation
bit.
that is causing you to lay
Try
down,
to
or
draw it.
calm down, or feel tired. Your
It's like
vagus
nothing there.
nerve
It's like
is
a-
active
it's
or
like a
inactive,
dome.
depending on what's going
Nothing
on. Even
there.
the way that you breathe will affect your fatigue level. And so people are struggling with tired. Everyone's more tired. Why is that? When I work with people, I tend to split into two buckets. There's the circadian stuff, which has to do with your body's natural rhythms.
Maybe I just
and
draw
how we may
him
not
with
be
the
aligned
pen.
with those kinds
Maybe
of
that's
natural rhythms.
easier.
How if we get interrupted sleep, or
Yeah,
if we don't
it's just
sleep
trying
enough,
to
or
get
if we sleep
the-
too much, how we'll be tired the next day.
shading
And in
right.
the most unlucky cases, what we're talking about is
Okay,
actual
that's
pathology like
pretty
sleep
better.
apnea. So the circadian stuff is kind of like sleep.
just
But then
merge
there's
the
another
pen
whole piece to
down
this, which is
with
metabolism,
the
which is our
body.
actual energy level. And how our level of fatigue
Okay.
throughout the day is going to be dictated by all these different kinds of metabolic
It
hormones,
gets a bit
and sugar
lower.
balances and stuff like that. Which is why everyone will
I'll
say
just
like, oh, I
hide
cut out gluten
this
and now I feel so much more
arms.
energetic. I'm doing
This one?
keto, I'm doing intermittent fasting, I feel so much better, I feel so much better, I feel so much better. And there are all kinds of physiologic reasons for that. And so what everyone is doing is they're saying like, okay, so which one of these should I do? Should I do keto? Should I do intermittent fasting? Should I cut out dairy? Like,
It's kind of
should I
much,
become
yeah.
vegan? Should I get one of those
Yeah,
little
exactly.
watch things that
There's nothing
monitors
there.
my sleep level? What should I do? Should I take melatonin? Should I
Let's
take
just
this
merge
supplement?
this
Should I
down.
drink more coffee? Should I drink less coffee? Should I drink a special kind of coffee? Should I drink more expensive coffee? Everyone's wondering like, how do we do this stuff? Like, what's
Okay,
the right
let's see.
answer? And I don't know how to say this, but like, if any
Belly.
of that stuff worked super well, it would eliminate
Ribcage.
everything else from the market, right? Like, that's what happened with antibiotics. If you look at like the alternative medicine that's out there, there's very little alternative medicine for the stuff that we do really well with regular medicine, right? Like even people who are super into alternative medicine, like these are a lot of my patients. If they get sick, they'll take a course of antibiotics because it works really well. So there's a really interesting principle from the history of medicine that when there is one treatment that works, if you have 10 treatments for something, all of them don't work well. When you have one treatment that exists, that's because it works really well. It's just Darwinian. It's like the theory of evolution and natural selection. So you have all these 1,000 diets. In which one should you do? It comes down to these factors. It's not about one diet. It's not like this one is the thing that works. They all work to some degree. The question is, which one fits for you? What's your particular pattern of tiredness?
Okay.
Are
The
you
back
tired first
muscle
thing in
over
the morning when
here.
you wake up? What's your caffeine consumption?
go like
Do you crash in the
this.
afternoon? Do you
In the
really
back.
hit your stride at 7 p.m.? Because the more that you understand yourself, the more that you'll be able to leverage
Now
any of
this
these
connect to the
individual things
ribs,
and figure out
so
what kind of
it's
plan
okay.
works well for you. If you found this video helpful, check out Dr. K's guide. We've spent hundreds of hours writing and filming to help
why is
people
connect-
understand their
it
mind
should it connect
so
to
that they can build the lives
this?
that they want. So check out the link in the description below.
Are you listening to? I'm listening to Dr. K. Yeah. Really nice to listen to. Just random stuff.
Introducing the English test designed for you. Convenient, fast.
You can't be short without someone else being tall. You can't be tall without someone else being short. You can't be
Yeah.
smart without someone else being stupid. You can't be stupid without someone else being smart. So I didn't do enough in adolescence. How do I catch up? So hey, I'm a 19-year-old male from Europe. I recently graduated high school and am now finding it hard to deal with the fact that I'm no longer in the stage of life where I have a ton of free time to explore new things while not having to worry about the consequences, the future, or my own welfare while being surrounded by peers with the same circumstances. I know that no one likes their life figured out. No one has their life figured out at my age. But what I do know is that my friends were spending much of their time out there trying new hobbies, learning useful skills for their future lives and careers, and finding romantic partners and friends who weren't just classmates, and in general having more experiences. Don't get me wrong, I did most of these too, but to a much lesser extent. Since I've been addicted to video games and social media for my entire youth. I've been worried about this for the last 3 years or so, which is pretty much my whole time spent in high school. I discovered Dr. K's content sometime at the end of last year and have gradually becoming aware of my own issues since then. But I haven't been successful in making big changes in my life. The fact that I've become aware of my problems is a good thing, but that brings me back to the first paragraph and the fact that I feel too old to properly fix things. By the way, the title is a reference to this viewer interview, which resonates with me a lot. I guess that I still have a chance if some people are out there reaching the same realizations at a much older age. Anyways, if you have anything to say about what I wrote, then please answer. So this is a common issue in our community, as the person kind of mentioned. You know, we've even done interviews with people sort of surrounding this issue. So let's try to understand what's going on. So sometimes we're young in life, maybe a little bit older, and we kind of hit this stage where we're kind of concerned that we've fallen behind. That during a period of, let's say, adolescence or maybe young adulthood, we haven't done enough. And so we look at our friends. It's not like we've completely wasted all of our time, or maybe you have, but we've done some things. But what we sort of notice is that especially things like video games and technology will start to chip away at what we can accomplish in life. And we'll look at friends, peers, maybe people that we know who have done more than we have, right? So we did some of it. Maybe we learned how to socialize a little bit. Maybe we had one relationship, but then we recognize that there are people who are our same age who have done a lot more than we've done.
Yeah.
And so then it starts to feel like it's too late, right? Because life is this sort of game where, like, the earlier you start, the better off it is. There's kind of a snowball effect to life. So I recently read about someone who was 14 years old when they graduated from medical school.
What the
And it's like that person is going to, you know, have a head start on life. And so at the age of 20, they'll have 6 years of experience under their belt. Whereas many people may be starting medical school around that age or even a few years later. And so life sometimes feels like a race, right? We sort of have the kids who start school early. We have people who were an entrepreneur at the age of 21. And it sort of feels like life is a race. And the tricky thing there is that, you know, when we sort of start to feel behind, what actually happens is that a lot of people will tell us, oh, no, you can start late. Like, you can start at any time, right? Don't give up hope. Like, even if you're behind, like, you can work hard and catch up. And, you know, even I say that. So that's a big part of kind of what we share, right? So I share my story of starting medical school at the age of 27 or 28. You know, and like most of my colleagues that I went to high school with had already finished medical school just when I was starting. So I felt super behind, and it's not too late. So you'll have people who will sort of share with you, maybe their parents, maybe they're random people on the internet like myself, who will say, hey, it's never too late. But I think that that's a little bit tricky. Because sometimes what they'll say is okay, here's a plan to catch up, right? So even if you're a little bit behind, you can catch up at this point. Like, here's what you can do. But I think that we have to take a step back for a second and really try to understand what's going on here. Because once you feel like you've fallen behind, catching up doesn't actually seem so easy, right? Just because someone else caught up and someone is telling you, hey, it's not too late to catch up, there's like a couple of interesting thoughts that we actually don't acknowledge. The first, and this is what's really important, is that the person who's expected to catch up is the person who fell behind in the first place, right? So if I'm riding a bicycle and someone else is driving a sports car, and after an hour, they're way ahead of me, and then someone comes to me and says, hey, like, you can actually catch up to the person in the sports car. What we sort of like lose track of is the fact that there's a reason why we're behind in the first place. And even if I were to lay out a plan, okay, here's how you catch up, here's how you do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We have to consider for a moment that you're behind in the first place because maybe you're addicted to video games, because you're maybe addicted to social media. Right? So like sometimes when people sort of tell you, hey, it's like super easy, it's never too late, you know, by all means, like get started, which we're going to say in a second. We have to start with what's really hard about this idea of catching up is that like there's a reason that we're behind in the first place. And until we kind of account for that, it's going to be really, really hard to catch up. So if someone fails a class, you may turn to them and you may say, hey, even though you got an F, next time around you can get an A, and then that way anyone who looks at your application sees that you've actually mastered the material, that you've grown, and you know you've discovered a new passion for studying and all this kind of good stuff. You can correct past mistakes, right? That's what people will say if you get an F. The challenge though is that you got an F the first time around. So if you take the class again, like, do you think you're going to magically get an A? Like, what about all the study habits? What about all the things that led you to get an F in the first place? Have those actually changed? So that's what's really hard about feeling left behind, feeling like you've fallen behind, is because the person who fell behind is the same person who has to catch up. And this is where if we kind of look at this post, there are a couple of really, really important things to consider. The first is that they sort of feel like they've kind of fallen behind, and they're kind of afraid that they may not be able to catch up. They feel like it's too late for them. And where does that idea come from? It comes from the idea of how fast you've already been going, right? So it's not that a 19-year-old can't catch up. It's that if you've fallen this far behind at the age of 19, what's going to happen over the next 2 or 3 years. Because at your current velocity, like, you're falling behind, so how does that magically change? So that's a very valid fear that we really have to think about. The next thing to consider is that sometimes, people will give us advice, like they'll say that life isn't a race, right? It's not a race to the finish line. What, you're going to retire at 60 instead of 65? Is that actually like is that useful? No. It's not a race. Go at your own pace, take the scenic route. Everyone's life is different. So we'll get this kind of like advice, right? The challenge is that life may not be a race, but it certainly is a competition, right? If we really look at it, right, we're competing. So if my friend at the age of 19 has done a lot more than I have at the age of 19, and we apply for the same job, what people will see is that there's like one resume that has more stuff and one resume that has less stuff. And so sometimes, like, even though life isn't a race, and I completely agree with that statement, we do still have to acknowledge that life is a competition. And that if you aren't as competitive as other people, you may actually be a little bit behind. And this is where, thankfully, there's a lot to consider here, which we don't really acknowledge. So the first is that even though life is a competition, it's not necessarily a professional competition. There are a lot of things that you can do to get ahead in life that involve things like self-awareness and kind of growing as a person and things like that. When we fall behind in life, what we think is that the only way to catch up is to do internships or, go out and make friends or start dating a bunch of people. We look at the ways in which we're behind and we assume that the only way to catch up is to do those kinds of things. And so the tricky thing is that if we're behind on internships, let's say, and I tell you, okay, why don't you try to understand yourself, gain awareness of yourself? You'll kind of like think about that for a second. You'll say, but that doesn't actually help me catch up, right? All I'm doing is gaining awareness of myself. And gaining awareness of myself isn't something that I can put on a resume. Like I can work on myself for a year, but if I haven't finished an internship by that point, I'm still going to be behind everyone else. So let's take a step back. I want to share a story with y'all. It's a completely valid point. So when I was in residency, we had a lot of very competitive candidates who would rotate with us. So in residency, you're like working in the hospital. You're still technically, doing training. Not technically, you really are training, but you're very competent. So by the end of residency, for example, you're not only like basically a fully functional doctor, but you're also supervising junior doctors, okay? So psychiatry residency in the United States is a 4-year process. So sometimes, I went to a program that was competitive, so a lot of people want to go there. So we would get people who would rotate with us. So this is something called an audition rotation. So these are students, medical students, that would come and work in the hospital for a period of 1 month. And based on their work in the hospital, you kind of get to know them and things like that. And then when they apply for residency, you kind of if they can kind of show how good they are as a medical student, the idea is that there's a good chance that they'll, match in that program. So if you it's kind of like an audition where you go and work there for a month, and if you do a good job, you knock it out of the park, then you'll be high up on the list of people that the program will accept. So just to give you all some context, so the program that I went to gets well over 1,000 applications for about 14, 16 spots. They may get somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000 applications. I'm not entirely sure nowadays what the numbers are. So it's quite competitive. The acceptance rate is somewhere around 1%.
Too muscular.
So people would come and audition. And this is the kind of thing where we had one candidate who was amazing. So an MD, PhD, had tons of publications, had done a lot of research, very good board scores and things like that. And they came and worked with us for a month. And so on paper, this person is way ahead of all of their colleagues, probably in the top 1% of applicants that we got in terms of what they've accomplished on their resume. The problem is working with them they were annoying. Every time we were trying to get work done, they have to share what they know. They have to kind of show off their knowledge. They're they're confident in themselves because they've done a really, really good job of building a resume. They've done a lot of research in a particular area. So any opportunity they could get, they would share with everyone what this research that they've done is. And sometimes that would actually interfere with clinical care, right? So I'm seeing a patient with this person, and it's okay, we've got 16 patients that are waiting to be seen, right? We're working in the emergency room. And so we're seeing this person, and then like, okay, we're going to see them. I'm going to let the medical student do the interview. Then I'm going to kind of finish up the interview. Then we're going to kind of go back. We present, and it's like time to figure out, okay, what are we going to do with this person? And then this particular rotating student would sort of share about, oh, I did research on this thing, and this is what I discovered, and I think like this is an interesting option. It's like it's cool that you did that, but this is like clinical care. And it turned out that this person was actually like kind of annoying, right? So they were sort of full of themselves. They had a very strong application. And we had other students who rotated as well, who were maybe not as good on paper. One of them, for example, had a very poor board score, but were actually like a pleasure to work with, and were like compassionate human beings, and were humble and dedicated to the work that they were doing. They may not have been as smart as the first person, but we ended up ranking the second person way higher. And actually, like, our experience with this other person was so negative, you know, we were sort of not really a huge fan of them, and they didn't end up matching at our program. My point is that when we sort of think about life as a competition, there's a lot more to the competition than what's on your resume, right? There are like factors where, like, if you're an aware human being, if you know what you're feeling, if you know how to be compassionate towards others, if you know how to like interact with other human beings, if you're kind of working on yourself, that can actually be a huge part of the competition of life, right? Now I want y'all to just think about this for a second. If you had to pick a colleague to work with, who would you pick? Or even think about the games that you play, if y'all are gamers. Do you play with the most high-skilled assholes you can find? No, of course not. Or maybe you do, who knows, right? I've been a part of those kinds of guilds as well, where people are like, it's all about skill and like no interpersonal skills whatsoever, toxic gamers through and through. And that's not actually like who most people play with, right? And life is actually the same way, where if you think about, you know, who do you want to work with? Do you want to work with the person that has the best standardized test score? Or do you want to work with the person who's actually easy and fun to work with, is dedicated, and is willing to learn? And so life is absolutely a competition. It isn't a race, but it is a competition. The good news is that working on yourself actually advances your ability to win in that competition. That being a good human being who's aware of, you know, what triggers you, what sort of gets you to lock down, understanding that you're non-confrontational, all of these kinds of things will actually help you in the game of life. So this is where, if you're 19 years old and you're feeling like you've fallen behind and you're in the process of learning about yourself and becoming aware, that's actually totally fine. In fact, I think that is going to end up helping you way more long-term than an internship. And this is what I've seen, because I've worked with a lot of people at this point, where there are a lot of people who will crush it on a professional level. And they'll be so oblivious to themselves and to the people around them that there's a wake of destruction anywhere they go. People quit, they get into interpersonal conflict, they have trouble in relationships because all they're doing is grinding, success, and there's no time for like self-awareness. So if you're 19 and you've fallen behind, take a step back. It's okay. There is time to quote unquote catch up, right? And this is where like let's kind of think through a couple of the things that we've already said. So how can I say that it's okay that you've fallen behind? The first is to acknowledge that part of the reason why falling behind is so terrifying is because if you've already fallen behind, that's the vehicle that you're driving to try to catch up, right? So if you've been addicted to video games and social media, how are you going to catch up? It's not like you can magically wake up one day and be like not addicted to those things and then you can start catching up. Like, it's so tricky, right? Because if you've been driving a slow car and you're falling behind in the race, how are you going to catch up to the sports car who's already so far ahead of you? And so that's important to acknowledge, and that's a reasonable thing to be concerned about. And that's actually where the awareness and stuff comes in, because how do you speed up your car? How do you start to be more motivated, be more disciplined, start to, you know, cut back on social media usage or video games or things like that? You have to focus on awareness. You have to focus on yourself. And then there's a part of you that's not going to want to do that because it's saying, if I spend a year of my life just working on myself, then I'm going to be 1 year further behind. And sometimes you got to take a pit stop, right? Like if you're driving with a flat tire, you got to pull over on the road and someone is going to get further and further ahead of you. And that's actually totally fine, because we got to get you up. We got to change your tire. Got to let you be able to drive. And the good news is that when you actually spend time working on yourself, some learning about yourself, becoming more disciplined, then you can actually start the process of quote unquote catching up, becoming competitive. That's what I would really call it. Another thing to keep in mind is that if you are a gamer and you've spent a lot of time playing video games, I know it sounds kind of weird, but that actually offers you some advantages. And there's actually research to support this. So for example, I recently saw, this was more publicized, but this study is quite old, that surgeons who play video games have fewer errors than surgeons who don't. We also are starting to understand, there's some studies that we've cited before on fluid IQ and problem solving and things like that, where I've seen the cool thing about playing video games is playing video games actually entrains you to learn new skills quickly. So if you think about, like, if you're a gamer, like every 6 months you're playing a new game, there's a new rule set, there's a new meta. And so actually one of the cool things that I've seen working with a lot of gamers is that they may be behind, but their ability to adapt and learn in new circumstances is actually really, really good. So I've even taken, interesting problems that I've had, like when I was, problems as in like cases that I was studying. So back when I was in residency, I took a class at Harvard Business School, and part of that was like doing cases. So cases it's like a learning format where they give you like 30 pages of documents and they start asking questions about a particular case. And the cool thing is when I like shared those cases with my gamer buddies, like they were able to work through it and actually come up with really solid answers. And so I used their help and sort of presented that to the professor, and the professor was, I got the quote unquote right answers and things like that. So it's actually really amazing. Just because you're a gamer doesn't mean that it's a complete waste of time. And in fact, part of the problem is that most of the research on video games focuses on the negative aspects of video games. So we're not even studying the positive aspects of video games. We have some people that are sort of doing this, but they're in the minority, right? You have groups like AIM Labs that are actually using video games to help people who have strokes recover from that sort of thing. There's now, for example, like a particular video game that is in, I think, clinical trials for improving ADHD and attention and things like that. I recently also saw a study about Pokemon Go fostering social relationships. That's pretty cool, right? So just because you've been a gamer for some amount of time and you feel like you're behind, it's not a complete loss. And in fact, in my experience, when gamers put their mind to something, because the big challenge of being a gamer is, I can grind in the video game, why can't I grind in real life? And the good news is that having worked with a bunch of gamers and having had a bunch of gamers, like even in our coaching program and things like that, we've seen consistent change, right? We've seen that people, once they are able to work through some of this stuff, really become more aware of what they're doing, they actually can grind and start crushing it in real life the same way that they do in a video game. So it is possible, so don't give up hope. The last thing that I want to mention just about sort of this idea of, okay, I've missed the boat, I'm falling behind, I'm too old, is it too late for me? So I want to share with y'all one sort of really important kind of addiction principle or neuroscience principle that has to do with this. So if you're someone who feels like, let's say I'm 19 years old, 20 years old, 25, 26, 20, 29, 32, and it's too late for me. So as you have that feeling, it's too late for me, I'm too old, that negative emotion is hard to deal with. And when we sort of start to feel that way, our brain has a very, very easy way to make that feeling go away. And that is to turn to things like video games, social media, apps, YouTube, whatever. So this is the other thing that's kind of tricky, is that what we tend to see is a vicious cycle. Well, once you start to feel like you've fallen behind and that despair starts setting in, you'll start to turn to technology to calm down the emotional centers of your brain. As you turn to technology to calm down the emotional centers of your brain, you tend to fall further behind, right? And if this process goes on for a long time, we'll sort of end up with someone who's got a lot of despair, maybe someone who's kind of like, we use the phrase doomer sometimes. And you kind of get stuck in this cycle where like you're falling behind and you're playing video games all day. And since you despair, the only way that you know how to deal with that emotion is through technology usage. And so this is where a tricky part of this is that, feeling like you're falling behind doesn't necessarily mean that you're behind, right? That's like tricky. Now, there are a lot of ways that your mind can convince you that you've fallen behind, right? It'll look at this person over here and say, oh, that person is my age and look at how successful they are. But notice what your mind is doing in that moment. It's not comparing to the 1,000 degenerates who are worse off than you are, right? If you're 19 and it's too late for you, your mind doesn't choose to compare to people who are 25 and it's too late for them, or people who are 26 and put their lives together. That's not the comparison that it makes. And so you've got to be very careful about that, because sometimes the idea that it's too late for you actually comes out of a flawed cognitive thought process, right? So you got to be kind of careful there. So if you're feeling like you've sort of fallen behind some, it's okay. It's not like everything is going to fix itself. There are a lot of really good concerns to have. So let's just run through these. Okay, so if you're 19 years old and you feel like it's too late for you, and your friends have done more than you've done, peers have done more than you've done, all this kind of stuff, it's tricky, right? You feel like you've fallen behind. There's a lot of things to consider here. The first is that a lot of people may give you answers. They may say, do this, do this, do this. We're guilty of that, right? We do that. We try to help people put their lives together. The tricky thing that very few people acknowledge, though, is that you can have a plan to put your life together. The problem is who's executing it. And if some person on the internet or some self-help guru like myself or whatever, right? Or your friends or your family or whatever is telling you, oh, here's the plan to put your life together. There's an important caveat there, which is that the person who fell behind in the first place is the person who has to do the catching up. So a plan constructed by someone who is not behind and has discipline and says, oh, just wake up every day and focus on this and uninstall all your apps and do this and do this, do this. They're constructing a plan for you, but this is the person who's like fallen behind in the first place. So are you going to be able to catch up with that kind of plan? And it's a very, very valid concern. Because if you got an F, sure, can you get an A? Yeah, just study every day, go to the library, and you'll get an A. But we got to remember that the person who's studying is the one who got the F in the first place, and that they weren't able to study. So it's a valid concern to have, and we really have to acknowledge that point, that external answers may not immediately seem to work. Second thing to consider that you got to be a little bit careful about is that people will tell you it's never too late. Life isn't a race. And I'm one of them. I don't think it's too late. I don't think life is a race. But what I will acknowledge is that life is a competition. And when you've fallen behind, it can feel like you're not able to compete because there are certain things that you've missed the opportunity to put on your resume. Whereas as someone, like, even if you look at our coaches, like, our coaches come from all over the place. Like, you know, one of them was a personal trainer, one of them was a teacher. They're all people who are making career shifts later in life. Some of them are like fresh out of high school or college and like this is their first job. Like, we get all kinds of people. And it's not too late to make changes. And this is where if your mind is telling you, because this is the important thing, that, oh, like, I'm not going to be competitive, I'm not going to be competitive. Because the tricky thing here is that if you've fallen behind because you're undisciplined and don't really understand what you feel and like are kind of emotionally a little bit unaware and can't control some of your behaviors, you may think, I can't afford the time to work on myself. Because if I work on myself, I'm going to fall further behind. And so you can spend a year like this person, like the person on our post is like, okay, after 1 year, I have a lot more awareness into my thought process. But awareness in my thought process doesn't translate into like having completed an internship. Not yet. So this is where I'd like to reassure y'all a little bit. As someone who's interviewed a bunch of people and worked with a bunch of people, I can tell you that working on yourself as a human being absolutely adds to your the value of you in a competitive market. Because at the end of the day, you can have the most brilliant person who knows everything, and there may be some companies that like that kind of person, right? Like, so there are many companies that like that kind of person. But is that the kind of company that you want to work at for? Is that the kind of company that you want to work at? Or do you want to work at a company where people are like more interested in being supportive and decent human beings, and like the work gets done, like we're going to focus on the work, we're going to be dedicated to doing the work, but we're not going to tear everything else down for the sake of the work. So even if you work on yourself, like that's going to help you in the interview process. It's going to help you during times for promotion. You may get promoted faster instead of getting fired because you're so narcissistically clueless that you have no idea what impact you're having on other people. So it's a competition, but spending time working on yourself absolutely helps. Another thing to keep in mind is that even if you feel like you've fallen behind because of video games and things like that, we're not saying that you haven't, but there are going to be some silver linings there. no matter what you've spent your time doing, it's going to have some advantages. And so some of y'all may say, but that's ridiculous. How can being addicted to video games be an advantage in any kind of professional capacity? Well, as someone who was addicted to video games, and it kind of wrecked my life, I think it's helped me a lot professionally, right? But in that moment, you don't actually see that. So just trust me that, time that you spent doing something is going to have some advantages. And as we do more research on things like video games, we're starting to discover that there are actually some measurable, scientifically valid advantages that gamers have over the rest of the population. The last thing to consider is that we have to be kind of careful, because if we've fallen into video games and social media and technology and things like that, the feeling of having fallen behind, the feeling that it's too late for me, that emotional damage requires a coping mechanism. And this is what can really get people stuck, is because the way that we end up coping is by actually turning more to technology. So you've got to be super careful about that vicious cycle. And what do you do about it? This is where something like the awareness comes in, right? This is where you have to gain insight into, okay, why am I reaching for this? What is so intolerable about the way that I feel? Because at the end of the day, if you feel like it's too late for you, where does that really come from? Is it really too late for you if you're 19 years old? I'm sure if we polled the audience right now and we asked, is this person screwed? They're 19, they just started college, and they haven't socialized as much as their friends have. I'd say that most people who are listening to this would say that a 19-year-old still has time, right? That's what most of us would say. At the same time, if you're the 19-year-old, it doesn't feel like you've got time, right? And if you're watching this and you're a little bit older, you have to be careful about what your mind will say, because you'll say, oh, a 19-year-old has plenty of time, but I'm 24 and I don't have enough time. And then if we ask a 29-year-old, hey, does a 24-year-old have enough time? The 29-year-old will say, yes, absolutely. A 24-year-old has enough time, but I'm 29 and it's too late for me. This is the ego, right? So you've got to be kind of careful, because what happens once you feel like it's too late for you is you're very attached
banner
to that
in
feeling. You don't actually
got
want to
him?
contradict it. And if you're not
you
careful,
playing
that feeling will actually drive the
Chinese
behaviors further and
person
further and further.
or something?
Let's see
The
what
second
that says.
banner?
Okay, so 91%.
Oh, 112.
92%
The
of people
shaman,
say
right?
that, are you
okay,
screwed
okay.
If you're behind at the age of 19,
Impressed.
92%
I didn't
of
know.
people say
I skipped
no,
on the male character.
right? So 8%
I skip
of
one of
people
them.
say yes, you're screwed.
I don't play male character.
So some people may believe
In
it,
reverse.
right? That's okay. But the vast majority of people don't. Does that make it right? Not necessarily. It's just opinion. Opinion is not fact. And at the same time, there's still a lot of time left. So if you feel like you've fallen behind, it makes a lot of sense, right? If you're kind of concerned, because life is a competition, and you're a little
Okay,
bit
it's
behind.
got a bit better.
And the more time you spend on yourself,
It
the less time
should
you're actually
kind of
catching up.
make it more
There's a bunch of
value
different emotions
later.
involved there.
Add more value
And that's
to
why,
the.
it's important to think through this
It's
stuff, right? It's important to
rendering.
acknowledge
It's kinda
that even if
bland
people are
right
out there
now.
saying, "Hey, you can actually fix it," there are a lot of caveats to that. There are a lot of
Yes.
reasons why it's hard to fix if you're
Let's
if
clean
you've
this up
fallen
a
behind.
bit.
And the number one reason is because you fell behind in the first place. So how are you supposed to catch up if you're the kind of person who fell behind? And so one of the cool things is we help people like this all the time in our coaching program. This is literally what we try to do, right? So it's not something that's a particular diagnosis. We're not talking about depression or anxiety or schizophrenia or even things like ADHD or stuff like that. It's really about understanding yourself, helping you get organized, prioritized, build good habits, start to set up a plan so that you can start catching up. And what we really try to help people do is use that awareness, leverage that awareness for behavioral change. So if that's something that's interesting to you, by all means, sign up for coaching, check it out. We also have Ask a Coach events and things like that you can sort of hear from our coaches directly about questions that you have to see if it's kind of right for you. But at the end of the day, I don't think you're screwed if you're 19 years old and you feel like it's too late. You're not screwed. Should you be concerned? 100%. Is it going to require some sophistication?
Yeah, need more
to catch
value
up?
here.
100%.
Make it pop out more.
But if you're a gamer, I have faith that you'll be able to
Chess
figure it out,
have
because
a lot
that's
of
one thing
value
that we're good at,
on the.
right? If you think about gamers, right, we
also
do
dumb,
level
though.
1 runs, right? No level
It should be
runs.
this
You'll see
dark.
that in Final Fantasy. You'll see it in Elden Ring,
Should
things
I
like
add
that.
this
We're
quickly?
really good at playing from behind. In fact,
This
we
looks so bad in
thrive
here.
at playing from behind. It's
Let's make
something
this
that we
fast.
learn the game so incredibly well that we're able to play from behind. We handicap things to make things hard for ourselves. And karmically, that's what we're doing in real life. We're basically doing a low-level run of life. And the good news is that when you get a little bit of help, when you start to recognize that the game isn't over, that you can actually do a level 1 run through the whole game, you can start to put together your life. You can start to catch up. No big deal. Questions? Y'all get that? We're good at that kind of stuff. So how do I deal with trying to join others when I have fallen behind? I work on myself, but been with others unintentionally makes me compare myself. And even if I know it's flawed thought process, how do you avoid comparison? So this is really important to understand. So you can't feel behind until you compare. Y'all get that? You can't be short without someone else being tall. You can't be tall without someone else being short. You can't be smart without someone else being stupid. You can't be stupid without someone else being smart. Right? You can't be a smurf unless someone else is a noob. You can't be a noob unless someone else is a smurf. So comparison is activated by this part of our mind called the ego, according to the Vedic system or the yogic system of psychology. So this isn't sort of like Freudian or Western, this is Eastern. Anytime we compare, it involves our ego. And why is that? That's because our ego is our identity, right? So if I am tall, that is part of the I. It's a part of my identity. So how do you avoid comparison? It starts with actually paying attention to your ego. And oftentimes, this is the key thing about ego. Ego is a defense mechanism against negative emotions. So I know this sounds kind of weird because if I feel short, like if I feel like, oh my God, I'm so short, and that causes me suffering, how is that a defense mechanism? Like, because it's causing me pain. And that's what's really tricky about the ego, is that the ego leads to suffering even as it protects us from other things. So for example, and at the end of it, usually there's some kind of negative emotion. So let's just use this example of I'm too short. As I've worked with people who have felt this way in the past, oftentimes what's underneath is a fear of being alone for the rest of their lives. And so if I'm afraid that I'm going to be alone for the rest of my life, my mind helps me cope by dooming me due to shortness. Oh, it's not your fault. It's kind of comforting, right? Oh, like, don't just let go of happiness. It's never going to happen for you. The human brain and also the mammalian brains have this capacity to induce despair. So this is really interesting if you look at research of catatonia. One of the theories around catatonia, which is when we go into like a state where we're kind of like non-reactive to the outside world. We're kind of stuck in our own head. So animals, for example, will play dead when they're confronted with overwhelming circumstances. Animals will start to despair. And it's kind of interesting because despair in an overwhelming circumstance is actually an like energy-saving mechanism. Right? Think about it. If there's no chance for me to survive, it's make my time, right? Then like I'm just gonna chill because there's no point in fighting. It feels futile. And so oddly enough, some of the ways that our identity causes us suffering is actually to protect us from something that's even more emotionally dangerous. And if I tell myself, oh, I'm never going to be successful because I'm short, then imagine all the pain that I actually avoid by saying that. I'm never going to ask anyone out on a date. I'm not going to apply for promotion. I'm just going to hang out online all the time. I'm not going to go to the gym. Saves me from embarrassment, saves me from rejection, saves me from all kinds of stuff. So if you find yourself comparing, that comparison comes out of the ego. When does the ego activate? When there's some kind of negative emotion that it's trying to protect against. So you have to get to the source of that negative emotion. So this is actually like, if you guys check out the ADHD guide that's coming out soon, we talk about this. Because there are five very common motivational
Maybe I should take a shower.
That our mind falls into.
Take a shower.
To protect us from ourselves. So for example, it'll say, that may work for other people, but it won't work for me because I'm different. And your mind uses that as an excuse to not try. You all see that? Because if someone's like, oh, you should go to the gym. Oh no, like that doesn't work for me. Like I'm different. So our mind uses this phrase, I'm different, as an excuse to avoid all kinds of stuff. And it's not that you aren't different, right? Everyone is different. Like factually, it's true.
Maybe.
But it's how is the mind
I can
using that to
be
manipulate
easy,
you?
like lazy
How
and
is your
just
mind
stay
using
here
that to actually protect you?
and keep doing
What
this.
people don't realize about the ego is that that kind of thought, even though it damages your motivation, is actually protective. Because when you say, I'm different, that won't work for me, what do you get to avoid? What are the advantages of that strategy? You get to avoid effort. You get to avoid rejection. You get to avoid failure. That sounds like a pretty good strategy. Let's avoid rejection, failure, and feeling bad about ourselves. That sounds great. So arises the ego and says, don't bother because I'm different. It's not going to work for me. So how do you avoid comparison? You've got to get to what is underneath the comparison from the manas, from the emotion. What is the ego trying to protect you from? And as you sort of grapple with that, you'll start to move forward. Great question. Other thing is that we've got a lot of stuff around ego, right? So in various places. So y'all can watch, videos or streams that we've done around ego, lectures we've done around ego. Once again, our coaches are all taught this Vedic psychology model, which is more of like a Eastern model of the mind. So it's not really a clinical model. It's like what the yogis developed. So it's a part of meditation and the yogic perspective on the mind. So you'll check out all that stuff. There's also Shunya meditations are really good for this kind of stuff because that helps dissolve the ego. And as the ego starts to dissolve, then, it's going to be easier to act. Okay, is it true that the more you fall behind, you lower the ceiling of your highest potential in life? I don't think so. So this is the kind of thing where it's like, what is the highest potential of your life? Like you can construct a situation in which that statement is true, but I think it's kind of like a weird, like these are all constructions of the mind, right? Like I don't know how else to say that, but once again, just like the best example I can think of is kind of myself, where if anyone told me that, hey, being addicted to video games for a few years of your life and like almost failing out of college is gonna just damage your potential, right? Like that's a reasonable statement to make. And at the same time, it made me the person that I am. And if that had not happened to me, I would not be streaming today. So the question that I have for you, if you kind of think about that, is like, what would be my quote unquote highest potential? If I was 4 years younger, working in a clinic, just seeing patients all day long versus me being a few years older and streaming, which one is my highest potential? I don't know. I think that concept is a little bit flawed. It's a great question because we operate that way, right? But I think this is where if you kind of take like a more spiritual approach, like everything that we do makes us who we are. And so who we are, it's not like one thing is better or worse.
Oh man, I have like a
generally speaking, I think
reference with the body as well, like with fire,
is really, really important.
with the fire and stuff as well. It's just not here.
Fulfilling lives are the ones who play to their strengths, accept who they are, instead of trying to live up to some kind of
muscular with the whole body.
Right? It's kind of like play the hand that you're dealt instead of like the hand that you could have. And once you sort of move down that road, it'll lead to a lot more happiness and success. Generally. Right? But then that gets into all kinds of questions like, what is your definition of success? What is your definition of potential? Is it, raw earnings potential? Because if that's your measure, then I would have made a lot more money if I just stayed in medicine, right? Like, so what do you consider potential? Yeah, absolutely. As Lalaroni is saying, play the hand that you're dealt. The problem is that, so if you think about playing the hand that you're dealt, oftentimes why we get stuck in life is we look at other people who are playing the game successfully with a particular set of cards. And then we try to copy their strategy with our set of cards. And as long as we're copying their strategy, we're actually like unlikely to win. Whereas we can actually beat them even if they've got a better hand, if we play the cards that we're dealt. And I remember this like when I was first learning to play Dota. I liked playing support, but I learned that everyone who built these huge damage items with crit, like, you know, with critical strike, were the ones that I was losing to. So I started building carry items because I was like, man, these items are broken. It's so OP. Like, who needs support items when you can just build damage on any hero? Because look at this win rate. Like, every game that I lose, this person is like critting me for like 10,000 damage. So I'm gonna build a crit too, and I'm gonna own them. But that's how you lose Dota. It's also how you lose life, right? You gotta play the hand that you're dealt. Right. I see there's some Dota enjoyers here. Dazzle Daedalus build, CM Deso, 100%, man. I gotta play some League of Legends so I can, like, analogize to other MOBAs. So I know that today's interview was just a little bit different. So, you know, a lot of times when people come on stream, like, it's all about negative emotions and things like that. And, you know, people are crying and whatnot. But I think it's important to remember that really the goal of the stream is to be, like, educational, right? And help people understand different slices of life. And a lot of times those slices of life are a little bit negative. But it's interesting because a lot of the questions we get are like, how do I do this? Like, how do I become successful? How do I understand the flow state? How do I enter the flow state? How do I, you know, what are the pieces of that? And the really interesting thing about Lyle is I think he's done a good job of like stumbling on a lot of this stuff through his own explorations. And so it's really more a little bit about understanding the flow state, like how to do creative work, how to be a little bit successful by carving out your own niche. And those are all like important topics for people as well. So I know that sometimes it's not quite as, you know, entertaining in terms of like voyeurism, but hopefully it was helpful to people who are curious about this kind of stuff. Anyway, welcome, friend.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming on. I see you are you appear to be a gecko.
I do appear to be a gecko. I spent, like, while you were running late, I was glad you were running late because it gave me some time to, like, I was trying to screw around with my background because I normally have, like, clouds or outer space or something, but it didn't work.
Yeah, so can you tell me what you go by? Like, what do you want me to call you? Should I call you... Yeah. How do I refer to you?
You can just call me Lyle. That works.
Okay. Lyle? Yeah, so tell me a little bit, you know, is there a particular topic that we're talking about today, or, you know, something in particular that interests you?
I don't know. I guess there's like a sort of, maybe it's trite, but like the idea of, you know, what's you know, if you're a person who, you know, talks to people about their problems on the computer, it's like, what are your problems? You know, but I don't know, that felt cliche to me, in a way.
As in you asking me what my problems are, or I'm asking you what your problems are?
I guess you asking me what my problems are. But I think this is sort of interesting because, well, I mean, you're a real therapist, and I'm a gecko guy.
Yeah, I mean, are you not a real therapist?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, did you not know that?
No, I wasn't sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't like. I hope I didn't want to feel like I was tricking you.
No, I mean, I think you're pretty transparent in you know that this is a character and an act, and at the same time, I actually, you know, have no idea about what your educational background is or things like that, so I try not to assume. Sure. But if you want to, you know, talk about or share something about maybe things that you struggle with or stuff like that, sometimes people like to get a different perspective.
The face doesn't match the fucking body.
A lot of times people will
so
want to talk
baby.
a little bit about stress related to, you know, being a particular character. I think interestingly enough, it's very
Yeah.
overt that you are.
Okay, let me find a reference for the leg as well.
Lyle,
Try to wrap
once
things
the
up to
makeup
date with the
comes off
leg.
and the gecko suit comes
Maybe
off,
touch a
that you're
bit with the
different person,
hair.
But
Just
one of the
the-
things that I
the
notice
hair
with a lot of
looks
content
too,
creators
like,
is that it can be hard because
basic
their
right
content
now.
creator personality can conflict or almost like even dominate their like real personality, and that can be really hard to kind of struggle with.
Okay, let me find some
Yeah.
reference.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
funny you say that because I don't feel like I am all that different from who I mean, I feel like every like online persona is just like an exaggerated version of who the person actually is. And so I think that I'm as much of a character. I think that the being on camera and broadcasting myself is like what would make me a character more so than the fact that I'm wearing a gecko costume. I made a pretty intentional like decision not to like hammer so hard into a character because like it's one thing if you're like Borat and you're like making a skit for 3 minutes or something, but like if you're streaming for hours and hours and hours a day and I'm up there talking about eating bugs or whatever, I feel like that would just have gotten exhausting if I had like committed really hard to like I am a gecko and all that.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is that to retain some of your sanity, you can't go too far away from being your authentic self.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's well said. I think it. So can you just tell me a little bit, Lyle, about so if you're okay with it, I'll just ask you a couple of questions about how you got to where you are, and then if there's something that maybe we can talk about that would be interesting to you or helpful, like by all means. And then if you've got questions for me, feel free to jump in at any point. So can you just tell me a little bit about, how you got to being a therapy gecko on the internet?
Sure. Well, it was quarantine,
Finding reference right
and
now
I started
with the
going
one with the, like,
live
a lower
on
half.
Instagram with my
Looking
friends,
for
just sort
thigh.
of screwing around and
Thigh.
talking about nothing, and like there would be 2 people from my high school watching, and it was a lot of fun. I liked
Panting reference
live
better.
streaming, and I sort of thought like,
Aim.
oh, I wonder if like I could kind of do this like in front of people who do not know me. And so I kind of had that thought in the back of my head, and then so there was that, and then I made this other like YouTube video where and one of the costumes was a gecko, so I had a gecko costume. That's prong 2, and then do you know about Reddit streaming? Like, do you know what RPAN is?
Yeah. I know that
Like-
Reddit tries to get me to watch their live stream a lot, but it
Yeah,
usually
everyone
seems-
hates them. The top post it's called RPAN.
Yeah.
And the top post every week in RPAN is how do I disable RPAN? So
Yeah.
everyone really doesn't like them, but I started I found RPAN and I thought it was really interesting and like a cool community because it's sort of different from Twitch because Twitch is like gaming focused and RPAN is like more sort of anything. And so the combination of those 3 things, I started streaming on Reddit as a lizard, and posting clips from TikTok, and all of a sudden it became what I do to exist.
Wow. So how long did it take to become what you do to exist? What are we talking about in terms of a journey?
No, muscle.
Fairly
drawing.
quickly, I started on RPAN, and then I started a Twitch like 2 months after that, and my Twitch sort of grew enough that it became like a lucrative thing to do, and now I am therapy gecko
Awesome, man.
guy.
So how's that journey been for you?
It's been a lot of fun. It's been cool.
Can I find any
How has it been?
reference here?
It happened really fast. I feel very grateful because I know a lot of people like, I've only been streaming for like a year and a half, and I know that it takes a lot to get a stream off the ground. So I feel, grateful that I was able to kind of make this into a thing pretty fast.
Yeah, it's interesting. A year and a half, I can't tell if that's really... I mean, it sounds like on the one hand it's fast, right? Because some people will stream for years and slowly grow. And on the
Yeah.
other hand, it's still like a year and a half of your life, bro.
Yeah,
like-
that's true. That's true.
Yeah. So it sounds like you've been working at it for a while and putting in kind of thought and effort. And
Yeah, and I'd been like making things on the internet for like since I was like 13 years old. And I did stand up from the time I was like 16 to like 22. So I'd been like, I guess if you could call Twitch streaming performing.
Can find it.
for a while.
Fuck it.
wow, that's interesting.
I'll go
Can you
back
tell me a
with what
little
I
bit
can
about
think of.
What drew you to making things on the internet at the age of 13?
Yeah. I guess I had this
tried.
I can't describe it, but I had this like internet show thing when I was 13. I called it iWeekly, and I was just ripping off of Robot Chicken. Like I would take like little dolls and stuff and like act out little things, and then like cut to another little thing with dolls or McDonald's toys I had lying around. That was when I was in like 5th grade, I think. And
Wow.
I've been pretty much making stuff on the internet since then.
So what drew you to making stuff on the internet in 5th grade?
I don't know. I think that's like a sort of like every kid wants to be like an internet star in a way. Like you would see like Fred and Smosh and shit and be like, oh, that is cool. I want to have as many, YouTube subscribers as Fred. And so you just start making stupid videos on the internet, which is interesting because I feel like that's multiplied itself by 10,000 now with TikTok and all that.
Yeah. So it sounds like you actually like, you created stuff and you were looking almost like you had a goal in mind, right? Which was that you wanted to be like these people who had a lot of subscribers and created content and...
I think so. I'm trying to... It's so hard. I'm so bad at going into like my past with... Man, whenever I hear people like... whenever I hear someone like give a intricate story about their childhood, I'm like, how the hell do you remember that? I'm like trying to think about what my motivations were when I was in 5th grade, and I don't know how deep they were, but that might have been it.
Yeah, no, and by the way, Lyle, it's completely normal to not have, not remember what you were thinking in the 5th grade.
I thank you. Thank you.
So
for
like
validating that.
So the interesting thing is, if you really look at like memories from our past,
yeah.
Generally speaking, I think the prevailing theory, or at least the one that I subscribe to, is that most of them are constructed after the fact. So like I'm really surprised when my kids will like remember things from when they were... I have a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, so they'll like remember... Like my 6-year-old will remember things from when she was 3. I don't think she remembers. I think she just has heard the stories, and so she constructs a memory. So a lot of times... Yeah, so like a lot of times if you really kind of look at it, and there's some meditation techniques and stuff around this as well, most of what we remember are impressions. And then the narrative that you hear people construct, or the narrative that you hear people share, is actually constructed based on like some kind of memory impression. And
so there's like a lot of blanks being sort of filled in.
Yeah, absolutely. So you kind of have like some kind of imprint, and then like you fill it in, and then like human beings try to form narratives about themselves. It seems to be incredibly adaptive. And so at some point in your mind you're kind of conceptualizing who you are and how you've become a gecko, and what it means to be Lyle as a gecko, and where is the Lyle and what is the gecko. So I think it's normal to not have well constructed memories, and
That's
even
awesome.
even people like myself who will, tell stories, and my stories come across as coherent from my past, tend to be like storytelling, right? It's not like I'll have particular memory impressions, which are powerful and emotional. And then since I'm, then I'll construct a narrative around that, which then makes sense to other people.
And so you're like exaggerating certain parts of it to fit in, to like make a story?
I wouldn't
with like
say
a
that
clear beginning, middle, and end?
Yeah, so I wouldn't call it exaggeration, but I'd say that if you really think about it, what you're doing is filling in the gaps, absolutely, right? So, and our mind does this automatically. Like, as it makes sense of things, you'll kind of reinterpret things and then realize, oh, the reason I did that was because, you know, so for example, like, you know, the reason I got bullied is maybe because of, you know, I was a year younger than everyone in my class and everything was related to sports and stuff like that. So I was like a 5-year-old competing against 6-year-olds. And so that's the reason that I sucked at sports, was because, you know, a 6-year-old will destroy a 5-year-old in basically any sport.
Yeah.
And actually I started school when I was 4, so I was like a 4-year-old competing against 5-year-olds, and so it was like not even a contest. And then I can say that no, it wasn't impressive. It was actually I got rolled. But
Although it's impressive that you were 4, but you decided to do it anyway, even if you were scared.
yeah, so you know that's there, that's kind of interesting what you did there, because you said I decided to do it anyway because I was scared. So if you say something like that, it constructs a narrative of me being impressive. But actually what happened is I go to PE, I dread PE every single day. I don't have a choice. I know if I cry, I'm gonna get bullied more. So it wasn't like a testament to my bravery. It was like, you know, being marched off to the, you know, like the noose every single day. And so it was a harrowing experience. But as we kind of put that together, even that is sort of like I remember the fear. And so what I'll do is like fill in the gaps around it to kind of construct a narrative about my experience.
Right, and you can reframe it to say that you were brave.
Sure. I mean, I try not to, but yeah, absolutely. Sometimes people will reframe things to make themselves appear better or more noble. And in my experience, that doesn't actually help. And being honest about your negative emotions and when things are hard for you is actually healthier. But it's just my take.
I like that.
So what do you kind of remember about growing up, and what was growing up like for you?
I grew up in a suburban.
I don't know how to
Jewish
the knee. I
neighborhood.
need to find a knee reference.
We
I think
did.
I did
I
find it,
went
but
to Hebrew school.
They got it. Let me check
I
my.
went to sleepaway camp. I was thinking about camp
board.
today.
There should be
'cause,
something
like,
there.
Years ago, I was at the Jewish Community Center camp. That was fun. I had let's see, my parents divorced when I like 2004, maybe. That was a big thing.
How old were you at the time?
Man, I was fucking old was I? Like young, like I had to be like 6 or 7 or something like that.
Okay. And you said that was a big thing? What does that mean?
I don't know. It's just like I don't like think about it that much because like it doesn't affect me that much in my current life. It's something I never think about. Like, you know, I know it's like for a lot of families it's devastating, but for me it wasn't that like big of a deal, I guess. But like I remember, like I don't know. I just remember like that being a big thing when it happened, which I guess makes sense in a way.
I know this may sound like kind of a weird question, Lyle, but in what way was it a big thing?
I don't know. Maybe I just said that. I don't have like a big. I guess it wasn't a big thing. Now that I think about it.
So let's learn for a second, okay? So I'm gonna make an observation, okay? So
Let's do it.
remember we said that when you're young, you have just impressions.
Yes.
But when I ask you about it, you don't have clear memories. And so before you walk yourself back from the big thing, chances are the only impression that you got left with was that it was big.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Which is literally exactly what we were just talking about. And so if I ask you about it and you're not able to provide answers, it doesn't mean it wasn't a big thing. It just means you were 6.
Yes.
And so, like, what are you going to remember
Yes,
about
that is correct.
the complexities of why your parents get divorced when you're 6?
That is correct. It was a big thing. I can't dive further into it because I was 6 and I cannot form other words to say.
Sure.
That create it being a big thing. But I remember, like, when I was, you know, I mean, it was a big thing in my family. And, like, when I was, like, You know, by the time that both of my parents had remarried, it was like, I mean, it was actually kind of a great thing in a way because, I mean, the circumstances of it, you know, might not have been as great, but like it ended up being good because my mom and my dad are not very like compatible with each other. They're kind of polar opposites. So it's good that they
But it's not really good.
remarried to other people.
Okay, I'm gonna find a new thing.
So it sounds like it ended
I
for the
will
best.
find a new
Ended for the best,
reference.
Yeah. So just to think a little bit about
Somewhere.
constructing narratives. So
Yes.
we're going to toss out a couple of things, okay?
Let's do it.
So you remember how you were kind of saying that people will reinterpret things and make themselves potentially feel braver, right? We'll tell ourselves stories that result in like positivity and the reframing of negative things into positive things.
Yeah, yeah.
So a very common thing that I hear, have no idea if this is actually the case with you, but just for something for you to think about, is oftentimes divorce sucks for kids. And sometimes what children will do is, in order to kind of smooth everything over and not be angry and resentful to our parents for throwing our life into chaos at the age of 6, what we'll do is the whole family will share and construct a narrative of it's for the best because mom and dad are both happier now and it's good to have happy parents for happy kids. And I'm not saying that that's right or wrong or whatever. It's just a common pattern that I've seen that a lot of people will kind of reinterpret things in that way. And I'm not talking because I have no idea what exactly happened with your parents or anything like that. But it's just such a common occurrence for us to say, oh, like divorce actually was for the best. Like sometimes, you know, I will say things about that in terms of my life. Like I'll say like, oh, you know, failing out of college was a really formative experience for me and made me who I am, which is absolutely true. But also it was awful. Like it was a terrible experience to go through.
Sure. I will say, I do believe that the idea that everything happened to the best is something I genuinely decided on my own. I don't think it was like I don't look at it at all as like a narrative I crafted to like have to deal with like. And I totally think that it was for the best. I mean, I don't think like. Yeah, I don't remember like you know, I don't really have like any. It's not a tragic sort of part of my life or anything like that. I genuinely do believe it was for the best.
And can you help me understand how you came to that genuine decision?
Oh yeah, I mean just looking up who my parents like, you know, just looking at who they're with now. Yeah. Versus like versus like each other, like their spouses or who they're currently married to, or like, you know, and anyone could look at them and say objectively they are much better with the people they are with now than the people that they're, you know, each other.
So I'm hearing that your both of your parents married far more compatible people. Oh, for sure. And so as a result, you know, it's like a no-brainer that they're like with compatible people, and being in a relationship with someone that you're compatible with is objectively better than being someone in a relationship with someone that
I'll
you're
go
not
back and add some steps to this later.
And it doesn't have to be some kind of weird psychological retelling of history or anything like that. It's just like, honestly, they just weren't right for each other, and they found people who
I feel not nervous about this, but like I you know, when talking to you, I'm trying to be conscious about like in my my parents' divorce is not like a big, like I don't believe that like we would go down this whole rabbit hole that would be like, oh, my parents' divorce is the root of my entire problem. Like I genuinely don't believe that. I'm trying not to talk in a way that would lead us down that rabbit hole because I don't think it would lead anywhere.
Yeah, sure. So what do you think would lead somewhere?
I don't know. I thought I was kind of, what I thought was kind of funny is I was like watching some of your stuff. I'm a fan. I was watching to like prepare to come here, and I heard you were talking to You were talking to Pokimane, and you asked her what you should call her, and you said like she's like Pokimane is more of a character, and you said you don't like characters, and I was like, oh, I'm about to show up on this guy's stream. He hates characters. I'm gonna show up as a gecko.
And what was the conclusion that your mind came to from that?
I don't know. I think but I don't know. I'm not really. I guess we already sort of talked about this, but I'm not really like a character or anything.
Is it important for you to show up in a way that I would like?
I guess so. I mean, I don't want to. I didn't think I was gonna piss you off by showing up as a gecko, but yeah.
Would it be okay if you did piss me off?
I'd like to not piss you off.
I appreciate that. Feeling is mutual.
Good.
And would it be okay if you did piss me off?
I think I could get over it if I pissed you off.
Yeah.
I don't want to piss you off, but it wouldn't destroy me if I pissed you off.
Yeah, and I'm happy to hear that, because I think, we're not here for you to make me happy.
Sure.
Right. That's not why we're here. And I'd say if you piss me off, I'd say me getting pissed off is more on me. Now, if you're acting in a way that's like toxic or disrespectful or malicious, then I think that is fair to blame. But I mean, you get to come on here in whatever way you want to.
Sure.
Right? And if I don't like it, that's something I have to deal with. It's not your responsibility.
Yeah, I agree with. I feel like if for whatever, if me wearing a gecko suit, I don't think I really genuinely thought I was gonna piss you off. But like that's the thing is if me wearing a gecko suit really did piss you off, I agree that would be a you problem.
Yeah. All the more power to you, dude. I'm thrilled. The only real concern I have about the gecko suit is I'm curious about whether the makeup is, safe to wear on a prolonged basis, and whether you've talked to
Dr.
your
K,
doctor
I went
about
to
that.
a dermatologist.
Thank God.
Dr. K.
Well done.
I went to a dermatologist and I told them that I wear green paint, and they didn't ask why, but I told them I wear green paint for 20 hours a week, and I said, and I asked them like, am I gonna die? And they said, you'll probably be fine. Perfect.
Great.
I'll probably be fine, Dr. K.
I'm so glad that you sought real medical advice for that. That's honestly the only concern that I have about the gecko suit. Otherwise, it's like, people dye their hair, people wear makeup, people, wear whatever. And it's like, you do you, bro.
Thank you, Dr. K. I appreciate that.
And, kind of going back, you were saying like your divorce isn't the root of your problem. I'm sold. I'm not worried about it. It's just sometimes for some people it is. I think you kind of said they just weren't compatible, and they're like, it's like not that big of a deal. Totally fine, man. And then I got kind of curious about, you said like, oh, it's like the root of my problems. But then I'm curious, like, what do you mean when you say problems? Like, what are your problems? Do you have problems?
Do I have problems? I think everyone has problems. What are my problems? Well, I don't know. Right now, I'm having a good time.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of the last time I feel like I really had a problem. I don't know. My life's pretty good right now. I'm pretty grateful for where I'm at right now. I mean, everyone complains about shit, but like if I were to actually take it, like in the moment that I just did, where I had to think what are my problems to talk to Dr. K about? I'm pretty grateful for my life right now. I think in a large scale, I don't think I have any glaring problems.
I think, I'm okay not fishing or digging for them if you're okay if you're okay with me not doing that. Like, did you come on here with the hopes that I would uncover or unearth some problem? Because if so, we can go down that route and I could try harder. But there's a ton of stuff that I'm curious about, and I think that we can talk about that could be useful.
I would love to talk about the stuff that you are curious about.
Yeah, so dude, tell me about stand-up, bro. Like, that's wild.
That was fun. I started when I was 16 years old, because the reason I started when I was 16 is because I wanted to do it since I was 13, but I really did not want my mom or dad to watch me, so I waited until I got my driver's license so I could go alone. And so I did that, and then I started like it was fun. I would like you know, I was 16, and it was like there would be like a school night, and my mom was fucking really cool, and she would let me like drive down into the city to hang out at like a punk club until 1 a.m. waiting to go on at the open mic, and then I'd come back and wake up at 6 and go into high school, and I'm like, you fuckers do your intramural soccer and your frisbee, but I'm doing the cool thing here, you know. But yeah, it was fun. I kind of stopped doing it because I don't know. I just got I like streaming more than stand up, because stand up you kind of do alone. Like when you have to write it, like you sit in a fucking dark room and you have to like bang everything out. But what I like about streaming is like if you have something that you want to express, like a feeling or a thought or something, you literally just say it. And the purest form of what you just said is what makes it to the person that is ingesting it, as opposed to like, you know, a tweet or something where you write your thought, go, that's not the perfect way to say it, delete it. Right, that's not the perfect way to say it, delete it. You know.
Lyle, you strike me as someone for whom like authenticity is like very important.
Absolutely,
like
yeah.
You know, like what I'm hearing is that there's a certain amount of sterilization that goes into tweeting and you know, crafting jokes and editing words and things like that. I mean, I think one way to look at it is craftsmanship. I think another way to look at it is sterilization, right? Like it's like it's crafted. It's you know, processed. It's not all natural.
Absolutely.
And on stream, and I'm also kind of noticing, like, even when it comes to, you know, being a gecko, it seems like the gecko is really just, you know, something that you kind of put on, but we're not really becoming a different person.
No, not really. I mean, I like being the gecko. I think it's I will say I think it's easier. I wouldn't even say this, but like I like being slightly removed from myself, even though I'm not, like, you know, I go by like when I'm gecko, like I go by Lyle or Gek or whatever. But it's fun to be to speak as like an entity, as opposed to like yourself.
What makes it fun to speak as an entity?
I don't know, like being I'm trying to think of how to go deeper into that, but like I like speaking as I mean, I stream as myself too. Like, I mean, I guess I am always streaming as myself, but I stream not wearing the gecko costume. I don't know. It's like I like. Okay, so the thing on like the reason why I think that like my stream has worked for me is like if I got up on Twitch and I was like, my name is Lyle Drescher, and this is the Lyle Drescher Show. Call in and ask me, Lyle, for advice or something. And people would be like, I don't know who this guy is. Who cares? You know, scroll or whatever. But like, presenting myself as this like, it's like a being that I feel like can be more easily identified with than like just some other random fucking guy. You know, and I like that. You know, I think that is more interesting.
I'm going to use a weird word here.
Please.
But I almost getting the sense that you're channeling the therapy gecko.
I totally channel the therapy gecko, 100%.
You know, it doesn't sound like an act. It sounds like you become a conduit or a medium.
Yes. I definitely feel like I channel the therapy. And I will say, if I'm trying hard to channel the therapy gecko, I don't want to say it's different from myself, because I believe that like every part of like I don't know if people are so complex, like I feel like I wouldn't say that my channeling of the gecko is like a different from me. I would say it is a part of me. So I don't want to say it's playing a character, but it is like different than how it would be if I were just like, you know, having a conversation with someone, you know, off stream or something.
Lyle, I have a concern that this conversation may completely go off the rails.
Let's do it.
So like, here's the thing. So I don't know. I mean, if there ain't no problems to talk about, totally fine, right? So I think one of the biases that people have is they assume that people come on to the stream explicitly to talk about problems, and that's what we're interested in. But I think what the stream is really about is understanding people.
Hell yeah.
And so in a weird way, what I kind of want to talk to you about, what I think is interesting to hear about, is creative process, success, and actually like flow. Like, are you familiar with the site?
I always say like you know, I try not to give advice too often, but like I do feel like on my
Isn't your
stream I
entire
talk to
show
people.
about giving advice?
We're gonna get off on a tangent if I start talking about that, but but like flow. Because I genuinely feel like you know, people are always like trying to like, how can I be happy? But I feel like flow is better than happiness.
Well, help me understand why flow is better than happiness.
I don't know, because happiness just feels like passive in a way. Like flow is like all encompassing, and it's very. I don't know. I like it. I feel like I'm in flow right now talking to you. I feel like I'm in. That's why I like streaming. Is because I feel like and it doesn't always happen. You know, streaming can, you know, it's not great 100% of the time. But like when it is, it's like I'm in flow state. I'm fully engrossed in the conversation that I'm having, and that's when I feel the best. Is when I'm in a flow state. I'd like to be in a flow state as much as I possibly can.
I'm almost hearing you kind of say that happiness is sort of like, you kind of said, it's passive, and being in a flow state is like alive. It's like vibrant and experienced. It's not like a calculation about like, oh, am I like happy? Like, yeah, I'm happy. Like you say that kind of in the abstract, right? Like if someone asks you, are you happy? It's like,
you know, like you could sit around, like if you're sitting in a chair in your big house and you have a bunch of money and you have a loving family and you like are you're thinking about your life and you're like, oh, I'm happy, you know, I got good stuff going on, I'm really grateful for my life. Like that's good, but when you're in a flow state, it's you're not even fucking thinking, you're just doing, you're being, you're fully in the present. And I think that's when people are most happy, is when they're in the present, not when they're like thinking about their life from this ethereal, you know, sort of stepladder position or whatever.
Yeah, so it sounds like, you know, sometimes when you ask the question, are you happy? What people do is they make an abstract or intellectual judgment about whether the person in their situation should be happy.
Sure,
and then they
absolutely.
will say, yes, I have the big house and the big chair.
Yes.
And interesting that you used the word chair there. You know, the big chair.
But I like the way that you phrase that. Like I like the way that you phrase that. Like thinking, should a person who has what I have be happy, as opposed to am I happy? I like the way you phrase that.
Yeah. So I think unfortunately a lot of people that I work with will, you know, come into my office and say, I have all of the things that people who should be happy have, and I'm not happy. Which is a really interesting exploration, because if those things don't necessarily lead to happiness and you decouple having those things from happiness, what it also implies is that if you have nothing, you can actually be happy.
Right, exactly.
So let's try to understand where I'm trying to think about the word. How did you get to be in a situation where you were grateful and engage in the flow state? How did that happen for you?
Where I was grateful, or when I was engaged in the flow?
All of these. How did you get to where you are, Lyle?
How did I get to where I am? Well,
let me try to. So I've noticed that sometimes when I ask you a question, maybe it's like kind of too broad.
Sure.
Do you think it would be good if I ask a broad question and kind of give you some time to think through it, or would it be more helpful if I just kind of teed you up a little bit more?
Let's try what you teeing me up a little bit more looks like.
So here's what I'm envisioning. There's Lyle Drescher.
Yes.
6-year-old kid growing up in a Jewish neighborhood, presumably Jewish, going to a
Yes.
Hebrew school, incompatible parents, parents get divorced, you're not really in the flow state then. Parents remarry and stuff, there's no real trauma or anything like that, or, nothing juicy for like a psychologist or therapist or anything like that. And then you're like, I'm in 5th grade, I'm gonna make cool stuff on the internet. And so you started making cool stuff on the internet, you got like 6 views. And then I don't know if you were happy then or not, and then you're like, I'm gonna go do stand-up at the age of 16, which if you want to talk about having a pair of balls and being brave, like, going to punk clubs at the age of 16 and doing stand-up and unclear whether people are laughing or not laughing, like, you kind of say, you guys go do your intramural stuff, but I'm gonna go do the cool thing. Whereas the other way to look at it is like, you guys participate in society and I'm gonna be over here being an outcast. Because something tells me that when you were 16 years old, you were not the cool kid, even though you described doing the cool things.
I felt as though I didn't feel like I was like actively uncool, but I did feel like I had carved, my friends and I had carved our own sort of like, if you think of a traditional, by it cool kids and not cool kid, like that spectrum, I felt like as though we carved our own sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yes, we were lateral.
Yeah. And so were you happy then? And then I'm not quite sure how old you are. It sounds like you're maybe like 23 or something.
Yes,
Ballparking.
I'm exactly 23.
So, and then about a year and a half ago, unclear whether you went to college or, what happened or whether you were supporting yourself, and you kind of start doing this side thing a couple years ago on Instagram, on Reddit Public Access Network, on TikTok and Twitch. And now when we hear you talk about stuff, it's sort of like, I'm grateful for what I have and I enjoy feeling alive.
Yes.
And so when did you start to feel that way? How did you get there, man? That's what teeing up looks like, by the way.
Okay. Okay. Yes, you asked this. Yes, there we go. Okay, you asked the same question, but you teed me up for it. Perfect. I don't know if there is. I don't know if there is a there. Right? Like, isn't that a thing? Like, is there a there? Of course there's not like a there, but like I've had but it's like it's it's interesting. I feel like it's the feeling that I had it when I was 16, when I was in the rock club about to get on stage at 1 o'clock in the morning when I had school tomorrow, where I think to myself, I'm like, this is cool, and then there's a feeling that I have when I'm like, an internet gecko guy and I'm Twitch streaming for a living, where I'm like, this is cool, but I don't know if it's a there or anything like that.
Yeah, so I think, Lyle, I think you're doing it right, because the more that you talk, the less sense you make and the more you sound like a Zen master. So, is there a there is a very Zen master kind of statement, right? Because if you look at Zen Buddhism, they'll say like weird things like that. There is no there, there's only here. And it's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah.
But so help us understand, what do you mean by like, is there really a there? There is no there. What does that mean, man? Doesn't make any fucking sense.
I don't know. Is there a there? Like there is never a time in which like, you are completely, you have unlocked. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck that would look. I genuinely think that looks like death. Like if you've unlocked everything, you are supremely happy. You're in post game, new game plus, whatever. I don't know what that even looks like. I think that there's just like people. I think the way to combat that is just to really love the process and the journey toward the thing.
Yeah, but what if the journey sucks? Like, what happened? Like, so do you have any memories of going to the rock club when you were 16?
Like specific memories?
Yeah. Like, can you tell us, like, paint us a picture of like, like what you remember, like if you have kind of memories.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would like show up and park my car in somewhere where I was just hoping I wasn't gonna get a ticket, and then I would come into the thing. And I was younger than everyone else, so everyone else was like, late 20s, like mid to late 20s or sometimes early 20s, which I guess looked like mid to late what I look at now, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so like I was afraid. I just kind of didn't talk to anyone, And I was really, and a few like people would come up and talk to me. And I was really grateful for those people because I was too young. I wasn't gonna like make the first like, hey, what's up, man, kind of thing, So I really remembered everyone who came up and like would talk to me. But I was being like, I was like nervous. I just wouldn't like talk to anyone. I just really wanted to like wait, sit, watch. Comedians, they don't like to watch each other. They like stand in the back. But I didn't know anyone. I didn't have anyone to stand in the back with, so I would just sit and watch, and just kind of wait my turn. I remember actually no, this was the very second time. This was when I went to the rock club. It was the very second time I did stand up. I remember being in the. I went to the bathroom and it was like a punk bathroom and all these stickers, and I was like really I was just nervous to be there, like to walk into the room, like while I was 16, like in front of all these people who were older than me. And I remember I had just read this book by this guy named Chris Gethard, and in the book he talks about how he he likes going out of his way to put himself in situations that are uncomfortable, just for the I don't know. I remember reading that when I was 16, and that spoke to me. So I was in the bathroom thinking about that and being like, all right, I'm gonna embrace that. And that sort of started a thing of like embracing being in uncomfortable situations. So I remember I was in the bathroom and I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna leave. I'm gonna stay and I'm gonna do my set. It's gonna be uncomfortable, but I think it's cool that I'm really uncomfortable right now. I could have, like I said, I could have played soccer.
And what was it like when you did your set?
It was the second time. So that was the second time I did stand up. The first time I did really well, and then this is what happens: is you do really well, and then the second time you do the same like jokes or whatever, and they don't do as well, and but it didn't jar me that much. One of the cool things about like going to open mics and stuff is like everyone thinks that stand up is so like life or death. Like I can't, like, oh my god, I can't fathom the idea of like being up in front of people and like trying to be funny and it not working. But then you go and you do it and you're like, oh, it's not, it's part of the thing. It's not that bad. And you see other people fail and so it wasn't that bad. It was fun. I had a couple things go over well, and I talked to a few people, and I came home. I felt cool, and yeah.
Even
and
though
then
the second set didn't go well? Help me understand.
Yeah, no, I still felt cool. I felt cool for having done it. I wouldn't say it didn't go well. I think it went okay. I wouldn't say I would rate it a 6 out of 10 maybe. But I liked the scene. I liked going there, and I liked being somewhere weird at a weird time as a 16-year-old. I liked that, so I didn't really care how the set went if I got to do that.
So it felt cool to, once again, I'm kind of getting the sense of like carving out, right? Like you're gonna follow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just did help me understand that. What happened?
What does carving out mean?
You're the one who used the words.
I am?
Yeah, so you were.
Did I say carving out and forget that I said that?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, yes, carving the oh, yes.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. So,
yeah,
but something about when I used the words just now to describe your comedy experience, it seemed like it hit a nerve, right? Like.
Because I didn't realize what you were.
Okay.
Talking about, but now I do. Oh yes, the carving. Yes, and that's I think that's kind of been a big part of my like in a way approach to life. Is I've always wanted to try to carve out my own thing, and that's been a big goal of mine for a while, and that's why I'm really grateful I get to do this weird gecko talk show thing because it feels like I'm able to carve out my own, sort of path in life.
Oh, absolutely. I think you literally wear carving out your life on your sleeve. Right?
That's awesome.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
literally, like you put on a fucking costume
Yes.
to show people that you're not going to play intramural whatever, right? You're not even you're not going to look human.
Yes. Yes, you're goddamn right, Dr. K.
And because I'm noticing like that's absolutely a theme, right? Like it's sort of like
Sure.
what I'm hearing is that within you there's a voice that has said, don't do as others do this other thing. Like, and not so much
Yeah.
that there's anything wrong with what other people do, but really like listen to what that internal voice is. Because I don't know many people who at the age of 16 were going to comedy clubs and doing stand-up. I know a lot of 16-year-olds who had dreams of doing stand-up. I know a lot of 16-year-olds who wanted to be stand-up comedians and have like a Netflix special or HBO special or things like that. I know a lot of 16-year-olds who thought they were very funny and could do stand-up. Certainly knew a lot of 16-year-olds who thought they were as funny as the people who were actually doing stand-up.
Sure.
But I didn't know many people who actually did stand-up.
Well, now if you're a 16-year-old and you think you're funny, you don't even have to go to the rock club downtown. You just whip out your phone and make a TikTok. And granted,
Yeah.
I was sort of doing that same sort of thing, but
So there's another thing that I kind of want to just touch on for a second, which is just really me
Totally.
sharing an opinion. I don't know that I have a whole lot of questions for you, but feel free to respond. But like, so I think a lot of times when people look at success, what they really look at is like people will say like, oh, the guy put on a gecko costume and like blew up on TikTok, and that's why he's successful. Right? They'll say things like right place, right time, kind of like the stars aligned and like, that's how you became successful. But I think for most people that I've worked with who are very successful, what I almost always find is a story actually a lot like yours. Whereas like, the therapy gecko is not the first step in a journey. Like you started making content on the internet at the age of what sounds like 10 or 11.
yeah.
And so you've been thinking on it, working on it. You literally went to stand-up comedy clubs at the age of 16, and you've been practicing creating content and being funny in the somewhat intentional way ever since your brain was like very, very young and like literally wiring. And then it's not surprising at all, but what I tend to find, I'll see this also in like, some of the startup founders that I work with, that like very few of them are successful with their first company. Like what happens is they're like when they were 8, they started a lemonade stand. And then when they were 14, they like started this hustle at school where they were like selling candy bars.
Yep.
Like one guy that I worked with, like the school stopped having a Coke machine or something. So they were like selling Cokes like behind the cafeteria and shit like that. And then like, they went on to be like, black market Cokes. And so I think I just wanted to kind of comment because I think a lot of people in our community are sort of trying to figure out like, how do I be successful?
Yeah.
Or they'll sort of try to, ask themselves, hey, I'm like trying to work on this stuff, but it doesn't seem to be working and I don't know what to do next. And I think it's just important to highlight that like, you've been working at this for probably over a decade in some way, shape or form. And so the therapy gecko that people see is not just a random guy putting on like a gecko costume. It's like actually like, when you speak and you wind up being relatively funny, that there's like, a lot of like internal psychological work that you've done sitting in a bathroom and sort of like, dealing with your nervousness and then getting up there and trying to be funny, being okay with a 6 out of 10 and then showing up the next week and doing it again and like practicing and working on your craft. It was just something that I noticed hearing your story and just wanted to kind of point it out. What do you think?
Hell yeah. I appreciate that. It's funny. I've like sort of thought about that. The therapy gecko is very new, but this is sort of a random thing I was like thinking about in my head. And I was like, trying to give myself credit because I was like, the therapy gecko is very new, but like a lot of the sort of roots of it are not, you know, like I've been trying to, you know, as I said, sort of carve out my own path, you know, for a really long time, and you know, trying to do silly things on the computer for a very long time. So like, even though like streaming and being a lizard are kind of new, I think the stuff behind it is kind of not.
Yeah. So, interesting. So, okay. And what do you think it is that helps you get into that flow state? You need me to tee you up for that?
Sure, I'd love to hear the tee up.
I don't have one.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, if I, oh no, that I think I could. That question I
Okay.
think I could answer. God, I love this thing, the tee up. Well, okay, so I mean, a lot of the stuff that I was doing before, like I was doing this, was like trying to like write jokes or write sketch, and like that's like sitting down and writing, getting into the flow state is so hard. Like, I respect the fuck out of people who can like sit and write essays or write sonnet, whatever the hell you're writing. Like, you know, I respect the fuck out of people who can do that, because there's infinite, like, because there's like, I'm in the flow state with you right now. I really felt like, you know, we're having a conversation. I can't stop our conversation to like go look at YouTube, or like go eat a snack, or, you know, go do this, or like there's no, I'm in this, I'm talking to you, we're doing this right now, we're live. There's no room for me to get distracted or anything. Whereas like if you're trying to like write something or edit a video or make a song or something like that, you know, there's no thing that's like, I don't know if I'm gonna use the phrase holding accountable, because I don't really feel like I'm being like held accountable, but like, you know, it's much so when I stream and like, you know, I talk to people, you know, it's easier for me to get into the flow state, because like a conversation is developing naturally, and it just is a much more natural thing to do than like, you know, sit down and put pen to paper. So, you know, so that's why I like it. I like it a lot as a medium of doing things on the internet and creating in a sense.
I'm with you. So Lyle, now I'm gonna ask you a question, which I'm gonna try to answer after I ask you. But I'm gonna ask you, okay? What would you say are the features of the flow state? What makes the flow state different from the non-flow state?
You're doing more than you're thinking about what you're doing, and you're not so critical of yourself and analyzing yourself. You know, like if I'm really in the flow state, I'm not like if we're like when we're like you know, at the highest points of like flow, I would say like in our conversation, I'm not thinking about like, oh, how's chat reacting to this, or like how is this coming off or anything. I'm just talking, you know. And that's how I feel like when I do my own stream, is like, you know, I'm really not thinking about anything else except for, you know, the person I'm talking to. But I guess to answer the question more, like the traits of the flow state. So I guess maybe a lack of a loss of ego. I don't know. I'm not gonna start pretending like I know anything about spiritual stuff. But
oh, you know a lot about spiritual stuff, Lyle. So why do you say loss of ego? What does that mean?
See, this is why I didn't want to say it, because then you were gonna ask me what it means, and I don't know if I can explain it as well. I guess like what it means to me is like, you know, like I said, like if I'm not thinking about how I'm coming off, I have the free like that's a crutch. Like thinking about what other people think about you is like a fucking crutch, and it'll prevent you from speaking freely, because you're like, oh no, that sounded stupid. You're speaking freely. And so I think that freedom from self-criticism as you're speaking, or as you're writing or painting or doing, you know, whatever you'd be doing, is an integral part of the flow state.
It sounded like a pretty good answer to me about what loss of ego is. right? So what I'm hearing is that there are times where you think about yourself as it relates to an activity. If I'm writing, am I a good writer? Is this good writing? And then there are times where you are removed from the equation and there is just the writing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting because even if we go back to the beginning of the interview, there were times where your ego was present. Like, oh, is Dr. K gonna be pissed if I show up? See, then you're thinking about how other people will respond to you, and now you don't care what I think. You're not even thinking about what I think. You're just having the conversation. And so what we've actually done is somehow we've managed to remove ego from the equation. Right? And as we remove, as you're no longer concerned about, oh, am I supposed to be talking about problem? Am I supposed to be doing this? So I think supposed to is another good word that sort of shatters the flow state. But I think you know this stuff. And that's why I don't feel like I have to tee you up for it. And I think the only thing is you don't know that you know it. Or you don't have faith that you can explain it. But it's pretty clear to me. And what I'm going to do at the end, and maybe the end is, whenever we can do it now if you want to. It doesn't have to be the end. But what I'm going to do is actually go through a list of statements that you've made and kind of tie them together to like old spiritual texts on meditation, spiritual growth, and enlightenment. Because you do say a lot of remarkable stuff that like overlaps with what those folks say.
Sure. That's what's funny is like I'm always like had this thing of like waiting like oh god no say the thing first and then I'll say
no go for it. Now I'm curious.
I guess if I had if I had a thought like if you have a thought you're almost like waiting for it to get like you're sort of waiting for it to get validated for other people to like be something that makes sense and like I think everyone has that. I've been active and like I definitely have that. I've tried to fight against that. So you saying that like I've said something that another guy said that wrote a book that was saying that thing, I'm like, oh okay, so I was onto something there when I thought that thing. That wasn't just a crazy thing that I thought.
No, I think you're onto a lot. So this is what I think is really, I guess we can do it now. So the first thing that I want to kind of share is that like when you look at old texts on spirituality, sometimes people will sort of talk about philosophy or like argument or logic and say like this is not like you can't, what is ego death, and they'll like try to understand it on an intellectual or logical level. So like what does it mean to lose your ego, the loss of ego. But the really interesting thing about it, at least the spiritual traditions that I tend to place a lot of emphasis in, that I've studied, that I propagate in some sense, are sort of like the Hindu and Buddhist traditions. And what I actually really like about them is that I think they have a very scientific attitude. So they don't say that this is logically correct, and they don't say that you should believe this. They say that if you go and explore and try to figure out how this stuff works, when we tried to figure out how this stuff works, here are the conclusions we came to. And we suspect because then we had a bunch of other people go and investigate it on their own, and this is consistently what people come up with. And so what I really love about this is like literally today, Lyle, you have made statement after statement after statement that I have read in texts that are 600 years old, 1,000 years old, 2,000 years old, or 4,000 years old. And I pointed out one, which is like, I asked you, how do you get there? And your fucking answer is like, it's like classic Zen. There is no there, right? And no one knows what the hell that means, but like you understand it. It like doesn't translate into like logical words. We can try to do a slightly better job there because there's practice that can be done in explaining some of these weird concepts. But there's sort of like, anyway, so let's kind of start from the top. So the first thing that I actually want to point out is, so I think how you got to where you are, okay? So we've already talked a little bit about success and how like, I actually think that I'm not surprised that you blew up because I think you've actually dedicated yourself to like a craft for some time. And if you think about, your cognitive development and the way that your neurons have wired, like you are somewhat of a professional when it comes to whatever it is that we see. Like this is not just a random happenstance, right? You've been creating content since you were 10. You did stand-up comedy. Like I was stunned to hear both of those things, but now it's sort of making sense for me. And then you also have like, you've experimented with different kind of platforms and stuff like that and found a nice combination of what sounds like live streaming on Twitch, which brings out the flow state. So you're also doing a couple of really cool things that I'll try to help creative people do. What are the circumstances that naturally bring out the flow state? Because when you bring out the flow state, you're going to create the best content. And then you're sort of pairing up Twitch to get that live interaction, to set yourself up to bring out the flow state. And then you kind of clip that shit for TikTok, because you can't sit down and make a TikTok.
Yes.
Some people can sit down and script a TikTok, but you cannot. You've got to farm TikTok moments on Twitch.
Yes,
right?
This is like I almost feel like I've been waiting forever to figure this out, and this is something I try to like tell people who are having like trouble creating things is like I exactly what you said. I can't sit down and like write a TikTok, but like what the way in which I edit, like the Twitch and streaming allows me to just get the fucking raw thoughts through of whatever it is I'm thinking or feeling, and then when I go in to edit it, I have like it's there, and I just chop it away and like find it, and that's like such a better creative process than sitting and writing,
So can
I
share...
didn't discover that until recently.
Yeah, so can I share a couple of thoughts on that? So I've worked with a lot of people who sort of experience things that way. So I think part of the problem with when we think about how to become successful is that we're given a script, right? So there are some people who have become very, very successful. And then we'll look at them and we'll say, like, you can look at successful authors like, let's say like someone like Brandon Sanderson who will say like, sit down and like write every day. What you've got to do is like write every day. And then if you read other people like Stephen King, apparently like early on, he would use a lot of drugs and just write like a ton of stuff. So different people have different creative processes. So there are a couple of things that I want to kind of highlight about yours, because I think a lot of people can become successful without forcing themselves into a cognitive temperament that does not suit them. So a lot of the work that I do is about helping people understand, okay, what's your cognitive temperament and how can we set your brain up for success? So some people are the methodical route. Like, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to write every day for 6 hours, and you got to just sit down and just like do it. And then some people, I think this is really important. So a big part of the flow state, like we said, is separating the ego from the action. And with some authors that I've worked with, what they struggle with is there's the author and then there's the editor. There's like, the person, there's the creative and then there's the judge. And if both of those are coexisting in your mind, if you sit down and you try to write and the editor is there criticizing the sentence that comes out, you will be paralyzed in front of the page. You will never get a single sentence out. You have to let yourself write crap. You have to separate out almost like left brain, right brain. It's not really neuroscientifically based, but it's a concept that people understand. You have to separate out the creative part of you from the judging or editing part of you. And what I hear you kind of say is like in the editing process, what you do is you vomit out gold and trash on Twitch. And then you can let the editor step in and sort of sift things apart. But if you try to filter or create gold to begin with, you will never succeed.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's why, dude. That's almost like probably a big kind of. I was doing that for a while, like when I was like doing stand up and making videos and stuff. Like I was able to like get stuff out, but I hated that process of like sitting down to. I never got into the flow state of it, and it's tough. That's probably a big reason why I like to do Twitch stuff instead of that.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the flow state. So I think there are a couple of very important psychological things that you have done which have really set you up for success. And these are things that I want to highlight.
Sure.
So you remember how your memory sucks?
Yes.
You don't remember anything?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you kind of a weird question. So there's been really only one time during our conversation where you have given us an incredibly vivid and lively picture of a past memory from your life. Do you remember what? Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, it was it was being at the rock club.
Absolutely, right? So this is like how memory works, because I think that was a transformative moment for you. Because what you did in the bathroom was embrace discomfort. right?
Yeah.
Those are the words that you used. So this is like when the yogis are saying acceptance, like that is literally what acceptance looks like. It's a 16-year-old remembering a book they read, sitting there with butterflies in their stomach, feeling out of place in a fucking bathroom, about to vomit, and saying, you know what? Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, bitches. Because you can retreat in that moment, or you can embrace that discomfort. And so the yogis say that, like, you shouldn't try to push away negative emotions. You need to accept your negative emotions, right? Like, that's literally what acceptance looks like. And once you begin to accept that and embrace that, there's a very common problem here, is that if people think, oh, if I accept my negativity, doesn't that doom me? Like, if I accept that I feel ashamed about myself, does that mean that I'm, like, never going to be confident? Right? Because if I accept my shame, does that mean that, like, I'm not going to be confident? But something funny happens. It's kind of like paradoxical, that when you accept the negative things, when you embrace that discomfort, what happens when you go on stage?
You don't feel as uncomfortable.
It's bizarre, right?
Yeah.
So somehow by embracing, and so you've stumbled upon, you know, a ton of these, like, I'm telling you, like 2,000-year-old, like, you know, wise things. So that, like, embracing that discomfort, really saying, hey, this is where I am, like, I want to carve this out, this is what I want to do. I don't want to play intramural soccer. I want to be here, and it's okay to be uncomfortable, because this aligns with, like, the life that I want to live. And when you embrace, I think that was a really transformative moment for you. And I think it's like that acceptance, which has been, and there's a reason why your brain remembers it, right? So the reason that you have a vivid memory, the reason you don't remember anything about your divorce is because it doesn't mean anything to you. It's like, there's nothing there.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, what you do remember are the important transformative moments of your life. And, like, I think that was a big one, where you learned how to accept, like, negativity. And so if we talk a little bit about getting into the flow state, I think, you know, embracing the negative is a big part of the flow state. Because in the flow state, you've used the phrase natural. So how do you get into the flow state? As long as you have internal conflict, and we can kind of hear this in a lot of what you've said. The first is if you're editing the thoughts in your head, right? No flow state. That's internal conflict. If you have negative feelings that you're trying to suppress or push away, internal conflict. You're not going to get a flow state. So a big part of the flow state is to be, as you put it, natural. What does that mean, to be natural? I would argue that feeling natural is not having an internal conflict. So if I'm laying out on the beach and not thinking about anything, and I feel completely natural, and I'm alive and in the moment, there's no conflict. If I'm sitting there in my head thinking about, oh my God, I'm here on the beach and I have so many bills to pay, it's going to create internal conflict, and I'm not even going to enjoy being on the beach.
Yeah.
Okay? So I think it's really like that moment that you had there was like a real, like, you know, turning point in a movie about success kind of thing. It's like when people play the triumphant music and then you go out on stage. And then I think there's another really interesting thing there, which is if you talk about the way that you respond to how people responded to you. So the first set you did, you had, sounds like not really a whole lot of expectations, so you were pleasantly surprised, or maybe you thought you'd suck. You just went up there and people, like, you kind of even remember. Like, it's so interesting that you remember what your first set was like, what the reception was like, what the second set was like, what the reception was like. First one went really well. And then second one, it's really interesting because if you pay attention, it's beautiful the way that your cognition works, because you say, it didn't go as well, or you said something like it went bad, and then you actually rewind it a little bit and you were like, actually, it was about the same. It didn't go that much worse. It was like a 6 out of 10. So if we look at those two statements, what happens is probably when you went up there the second time, you had an expectation. Hey, I'm funny. It's going to go great. And it did not go that great. And then you felt emotionally like, oh my God, this is going so much worse. And now when you think about that memory in the past, the first answer that comes out is that emotional, oh crap, people aren't laughing as much. But then as you start to think about it a little bit more calmly, a little bit more intellectually, actually it wasn't that big of a difference. You know, it's just that comparison that you made to the first time. And I think it's not surprising, because if you want to get into the flow state, you can't compare. You can't think about how the last stream went. You can't expect anything. You can't be like, oh my God, do I have problems? Like, oh my God, I don't have problems. Now what am I going to do if I'm talking to Dr. K? If that is the thought in your head, this conversation will never happen.
Yep.
You got to go with the flow, right? So I think that this too, like in that moment, I think it was a really good like instance of when you have an experience. If you create an expectation about the next experience, it will actually make it very hard for you to enter this flow state, or impossible actually. Because the flow state is a one-pointedness of the mind. And if you are trying to fulfill an expectation, your mind is not fully in the task, because a small amount of your RAM is being spent comparing to like the last time. Am I there yet? Am I there yet? Am I there yet? And this is kind of really interesting, because when I teach people meditation, their first like spiritual, trippy, psychedelic experience is actually easy to get. So when I teach people certain kinds of meditation, they'll have these like weird spiritual experiences where they'll be like, oh my God, it was bizarre. I felt connected to the universe. I realized whatever, or they like have memories from their past life, or like weird stuff starts to happen. And then the first one is like super easy because they have no idea it's coming. So they can enter the flow state in meditation. They can attain one-pointedness of the mind, and then like something weird happens in their consciousness. The second time is the hardest. Because once it happens the first time, you sit down to meditate and you're like, can't wait, let's go. Let's feel connected to the universe. And then like it doesn't happen. Why am I not feeling connected? Oh my God, it's not working, it's not working, it's not working. So you create that kind of expectation, and then it kind of like shatters the flow state. And then kind of the third thing that I wanted to say is, we talked about loss of ego, one-pointedness, not being critical, right? So as long as you're being critical of yourself, it's going to create that tension, shatter the flow state. And the last thing that I kind of want to say about the flow state is like the words that you use to describe it. So we talked about channeling, right? Like you're channeling the therapy gecko. And on days that you try to be the therapy gecko, I would suspect it's harder to be the therapy gecko.
Actually, it's a sort of weird thing where like, it's funny you say that, because sometimes I do have like I like to channel the therapy gecko, and sometimes I feel like if I'm not making a intentional decision to act in a certain way, it doesn't happen. And then I look back and I'm like, oh, I didn't do that stream in the way that I wanted to. I was too like this way. Maybe like I laughed too much when like, you know, I would have rather been, you know, sort of more stoic or something like that.
So Lyle, there's a huge difference. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
But there's a huge difference between intention and expectation.
Sure.
Right? So I think that when we talk about the flow state, there must absolutely be complete intention, one-pointed intention. All of your intention is to be something. And this is where things like even my language is going to start to fall apart. But like intention and expectation are two different things, because intention is about what you're putting into it. Expectation is about what you hope to get out of it.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? So I think when you try too hard to be the therapy gecko, you will not actually be the therapy gecko. What I would say is when you let yourself become the therapy gecko, you will be the best therapy gecko. You have to let it take you for a ride. You can't, you know, turn on the engine and just go and tell it where to go. You got to let it take you. What do you think about that?
I like that. I think that makes a lot of sense. Letting that's fun. That is like meditation, where like if you sit down and you're like, I'm going to become the one with the worlds or whatever, it doesn't work. But if you sort of let it happen, I'm thinking about like last night's stream, like because I felt like I was very much in the flow state and acting, presenting myself in the way that you know I wanted to, you know, and yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate.
So I think even if you go back to the early part of our stream today and you talk about, you know, what it's like when I use the word channel, and you started using these words like you were being and alive, you know, like maybe that was my word, but the way you were kind of describing it is like, you know, there's sometimes some of the yogis and Zen masters and stuff will describe it as a flowering. So the reason I think they use the word flowering is because you can't like make a flower bloom. Like you can't, like if there's a bud, like you can't peel it apart and like turn it into a flower. It's something that you have to let happen, right? So it's not something you can do, but it's something you have to let happen. And this is a concept that I think is very, very like lost in our society today, because we're all about like metrics and performance and like living up to expectations and having job descriptions and like, what's your KPI? Like how many views are you getting? How many subs are you getting? We're all like outcome oriented. So we've forgotten sort of as a society how to let things bloom, right? How to set everything up, how to, start making content on the internet at 10, but you didn't care about your views and stuff. I mean, maybe you did, but you're focused on making content and doing stand up. And then like, as all of these factors kind of go together, as you water the plant, as you give it sunlight, as you give it the right kind of soil and fertilizer, eventually something grows, and it takes a decade, and then you see a flowering. It's a happening. And so what I'd kind of say is that when you talk about the flow state, this is sort of the last concept that I'll share, is there's this idea in yoga and in meditation that we each have within us a piece of divinity. And that gets kind of confusing because people are like, what the does that mean? Like, does that mean I can move mountains? What does that mean? People don't know what divinity is. And so I'd say, like, instead of trying to understand divinity from kind of like a logical way or abstract way, there's something within you that once you channel it, like everything is just good, baby. It's like you feel alive, you produce better content, you feel happier, right? It's not like an abstract because you've got the chair. It's like an experience of happiness. And it's not even like happiness like you're laughing. It's not even emotional, right? Because that's the other thing that confuses people about the word happiness, is they correlate happiness with positive emotion. But in the flow state, what it really is when you're channeling that divinity, that's when you produce work, right? So like, I think it was the Greeks that talked about genius as something that like strikes you, right? So it's like this thing that is not something, you aren't a genius, you channel genius. And so genius is like a state of mind as opposed to a person. And so this state of flow like makes you feel happy, makes you feel alive, not on an emotional level, not in I've got my big chair level, but in that moment you feel present. You're not thinking about the future, you're not thinking about where things are going, you're not thinking about metrics, you're not worried about whether you're doing a good job or bad job. And so what I really call that, I think like you've got a taste of that, which is like what they use the word divinity because they couldn't come up with what that is. Right? So they said that, each of us has this spark of the divine, because if you look in that moment, you're OP, right? You're performing well, you're happier, you're doing a fantastic job, and that sounds OP. So what we're going to call that is the divine. And then they also went through a series of like different practices and stuff to cultivate that state, to spend more time in that state, to advance beyond that state into other states. And then eventually you get to something that they called moksha, or enlightenment, which has all of the features of the crap that you've already been describing, like loss of ego and other things like that, which I know you said you couldn't explain, but I think you did a very good job of, because I think you actually understand it, because it sounds like you've lived it. That's my spiel.
Interesting. This is making me like when people say that God told them to paint a picture or something. Maybe that's their interpretation of that or something. It makes a lot of sense.
Interesting thing there is, I'm not so sure that that's the case, because there's a great book by a guy named William James called The Varieties of Religious Experience, and some artists were like mentally ill or possibly psychotic. Or maybe they had a spiritual experience, like through prayer. It's interesting. Sure. But what I do find is that especially with like the creative, like people who I work with who make music and write and things like that, that they really have to like, the more they can cultivate that channeling of divinity, the more they sort of almost accept that I can't control it. Because a big part of like creative folks is that they set themselves up with the expectation of today I have to write like a blockbuster piece of music. And if they that expectation will paralyze them. Whereas if they go back, because their first blockbuster came without any expectation of being a blockbuster, and they made music for the sake of fucking making music. and that's what made it a blockbuster. And then they try to make a blockbuster, and then sometimes they succeed because it's procedurally generated, highly processed, kind of algorithmically driven stuff. It's like Netflix is just adding a sprinkling of a homosexual sex scene somewhere in all of their shows. So sometimes it's driven like that, but then you have the real artistry behind certain shows where people are like, they're not trying to make a blockbuster, they're just trying to tell a story or trying to, really make something genuine.
That all makes perfect sense.
Anyway, I want to just acknowledge that I've been talking most of the time and just check in with you about how you feel about that, especially over the last half hour or so.
Oh, I think that's fine. I always say I already know what I think about things, and I know myself. I don't. That's why I don't talk as much. Especially on my stream and stuff. I'm I already know what I think about things. But I want to hear what you think.
Yeah, I think so I would encourage you to maybe share a little bit more, Lyle, because I think you've happened to stumble upon a lot of answers that people are really looking for. And unless I'm totally misreading you in terms of where you are, but it sounds to me like you've worked really hard for a long time, and it may have looked like non-traditional, hard. It's not like you were sitting there and reading books, right? But you were fucking going to comedy clubs at the age of 16 and having
I appreciate you saying that, because I don't read a lot of books, but I do think a lot about things like how to be yourself and accept discomfort and all that. And I'm not it's funny that because I do feel like that was a transformative moment that I had when I was 16 in the rock club and everything, and yet weirdly it doesn't that the whole thing of there is no there. I didn't at 16 embrace discomfort and then never feel discomfort ever again. I still have times all the time where I'm uncomfortable and I have to just think of. I feel like I've developed good concepts for myself of being yourself and embracing discomfort, but they're just concepts that I am following, not so much that I have mastered in any way, shape, or form. They're just they drive me, but I'm still on the path to getting better handles on them.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So I think part of the reason that you understand so much is because you haven't read a whole lot.
What does that mean?
Exactly what it said. So understanding. So in the yogis sort of realize that there are two kinds of knowledge. There's vidya, which is information, which is objective and which is transmissible. And then there's understanding, which is subjective, not transmissible. And in Western society, we tend to rate vidya as more than understanding, or jnana, which is the other word.
Vidya is the information one,
yep.
Right?
So we tend to value information over understanding. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but we value objectivity over subjectivity. But understanding is by definition subjective, right? It's not it's just how you understand something, right? There has to be a subject for understanding. There does not have to be a subject for information.
Yeah.
And so I think what you've managed to do is a lot of the things that you're stumbling upon the same way that they have stumbled upon for and they kind of came to these conclusions actually it's important to accept your negative emotions. It's important to embrace those difficult things. And then there's sort of this idea, I'm glad you shared this, that all the vidya folks who hear the story of you and they're like, oh, I need to have my transformational moment in the bathroom and then I'll be good, then life will be easy, then I'll live my life with confidence and I'll crush it. And it's no, you're still going to struggle with discomfort. It doesn't actually make it objectively any better. It makes it subjectively better.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that information over understanding thing. I think it's really true. I don't know. I don't have as much of a handle of current events as a lot of people do. And I feel sort of I guess in the way that the internet works, everyone's talking about a different thing every 5 seconds, and it's And I don't know, sometimes I look at that and I'm like, but that's not as interesting to me as like all the problems and bullshit that's, you know, people have been dealing with for thousands and thousands of years that I don't really see a whole lot of people, you know, talking about, you know. I don't really talk about like current events or stuff like that on my stream, but like I know that that's sort of like a big driving thing in Twitch and internet culture is like, you know, talking about like, oh, here's what happened like in the news, or here's like this YouTuber that's feuding with this YouTuber or something like that. And I'm very anti that, and I'm like, you know, I like more sort of like timeless or broad concepts. You know, I like talking about that more than that kind of stuff. I don't know if what I just said is related to anything that we were talking about just now, but that's how I think about stuff.
Yeah, so here's kind of what I heard. I heard that,
Sure.
you know, you like to focus not so much on like information, but on like understanding related stuff, right? So not like what's going on and just propagating and sharing like, oh, this is going on here or there. That's just kind of like factual, sort of objective kind of like stuff. And I'm not surprised. And what I meant by, you know, I think it's because you don't have information that you have understanding. It's because you don't read a lot that you understand so much. Because I think what happens is when people read something, they form an idea of it, which can sometimes actually get in the way of understanding. And the best example I can think of is when people talk about sex. So like, I remember when I was like 13 and my friends and I were like all talking about sex and how amazing it is. And like, you know, you'll see like everyone talking about sex in different, you know, communities and stuff. And then like people will form notions of sexuality or virginity or like what it's supposed to be like or whatever. And then when you actually start, you know, having sex, like some of those preconceived notions that you may get from watching pornography or having conversations with people is like, can actually get in the way of you understanding and appreciating the experience for what it is. And once you start having sex and you kind of become comfortable with it, and hopefully you have, you know, a partner or more that can, you guys can kind of explore things and discover it kind of your own way, then you have your own understanding of it, which may be like completely foreign to what you see in the pornos. But like the people in the pornos may have lots of information about it, right? Like they have all this external understanding. And oftentimes we see this a lot in spirituality too. Like sometimes I'll get people who are like read a bunch of books on spirituality, and they'll say things like, oh, I'm gonna like live in the moment. So living in the moment means I get to put my dick wherever I want to when I feel like it. And if my girlfriend has a problem with that, well, that's just her being full of attachment, and she needs to be free and like embrace her pain. And because if she embraced her pain and embraced her discomfort, it wouldn't be a problem for her. So like, I'm going to continue putting my dick wherever she wants to, wherever I want to. And then if she has a problem with it, I'm living in the moment, I'm living in the present, I'm being happy, I'm being me. And she's the one who's not able to embrace her discomfort. So they'll like take all these concepts and like sort of use them as rationalization or justification to propagate whatever negativity they're propagating. And so I think on the other hand, you've just discovered on your own. So like you actually have sort of like an untouched understanding of things, which is great. I'm not surprised that your stream is successful.
Well, I appreciate that. It's I was sort of talking about this earlier, where it's like, you know, when you're talking about the reading versus the sort of stumbling upon the things about, and it's like, you know, sometimes I'll like think about shit and I'll be like, and if you read something, like if something is presented to you within the binds of a book, or like it's being said by some, you know, guy on the internet who has a bunch of followers or something, it's like, you can accept it as more valid than a thought that you stumble upon on your own. So, you know, it's difficult to like validate your own thoughts, you know, as opposed to your own like thoughts and understandings, as opposed to like information that is presented to you, even though, you know, all information just comes from just some other fucking person who understood it on their own, you know, accord.
Well, I think if you really tunnel down there, there's like a nuance there that's pretty important, which is that you keep on using the words information and understanding. So information can be validated, understanding cannot. Right? You can sort of validate it internally. But what that person is actually propagating is information, and you shouldn't compare their information to your understanding. Ultimately, I think the reason I share information is to catalyze people's understanding. So, and nothing I've said today is correct. It's just a framework, right? So like
Sure.
I really appreciated a lot of what you said, and I just sort of tied it into things that I've read, because I thought it was like, it's a really cool example of like, last time I checked, you haven't spent, years studying religious texts. So it's really awesome. And it's actually quite validating for me to hear someone who's not formally trained in any of this stuff start to describe these experiences, because that's like, oh wow, like this is really cool. This person has not been polluted by religious study, and yet
Sure.
they're coming up with these conclusions. So this actually gives me more faith in what I've read, because it sounds like you kind of figured this stuff out on your own, which means that it's more likely to be true. Because anything that's true, someone should be able to figure out on their own.
I love that. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I don't know what you were expecting today, and I apologize if I, dominated the conversation.
No. I expected absolutely nothing. I actually, to be honest, I'm like, I when you sort of brought up the fact like, oh, we don't have to like go in and like find it, because I guess I wasn't expecting to like try to find a problem with me, or anything, because I don't think I have like anything that's sort of glaring. So I'm glad that we've been able to have a very great conversation without, having to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of my teachers once told me that, you should have the conversation in the room that you need to have. And that's not always a conversation about negative emotions, right? It's like, our purpose here is to educate, and sometimes that education involves the exploration of people's problems, and sometimes, like today, I think it involves the exploration of their successes.
That's awesome.
Any questions for me? I feel like I got out what I wanted, what I felt was appropriate.
Cool.
I don't really have much else to say, but I'm happy to continue talking for a little bit longer if you have thoughts or questions that you want to share.
Thoughts or questions that I want to share. I don't know. I guess nothing strikes to mind off the bat.
So
is there anything from the chat? I don't know how often you look at chat.
Yeah, so I think now's a great time to check in with chat.
Sure.
I usually try to, once again, to not break the flow state, I try to steer clear of chat while I'm interviewing people.
Yeah, that's another thing too, is like I don't look at chat when I'm like on the I used to look at chat while I was on the phone with people, and then like the way that the chat would like make judgments about the person that I'm talking to the phone on would like get into my head, and I hated that because I wanted to form my own relationship with the person on the phone, so I stopped doing that.
Can the gecko levitate?
Can I levitate? There's a price for that.
So there's a little bit of context there, Lyle. And that context is, yesterday we were just talking a little bit about meditation, and there's an old text on meditation that talks about how to levitate. And so it's actually like considered by most scholars to be the most important text, like historically, about meditation or yoga. And there's an entire chapter in there about developing supernatural powers.
Do you know anyone that can levitate?
I'm going to decline to answer that question. Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay. So someone's asking, how do you go about getting rid of expectations that prevent the flow state?
How do I go about getting rid of expectations that prevent the flow state? I don't know. I think I've recently tried to make a better go at like recognizing those and just deciding to not give a fuck about them. Like I don't know. Recently, like like before I go on a stream, I'll just be like, I don't care how many people are watching. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. All I care about, like, I started having a little, you could call it a mental ritual of like, looking at myself in the mirror and going, all I'm going to focus on is my conversation with the person that I'm talking to on the phone, and not any like looking at view or chat or anything like that. That's how I do it with this in this particular case. But
That's a great answer. So I just to kind of add one or two kind of thoughts onto that. One is I think that, so if you listen to Lyle, he says he has a ritual, right? So the subtle thing there is that I think this is practiced. So like the more time, so the first time may have been in the bathroom when you were 16, but what I'm hearing is that you actually have like a cognitive process that's almost like working out, where you're like using your cognitive muscles to let go of that expectation. So I'd say for people who are struggling, like maybe start with, do you actually look in the mirror? Like, do you literally look in the mirror?
Sometimes I literally look in the mirror if there's a mirror.
And what do you say to yourself?
I just say to myself, like, I don't think, like, you know, I don't have like a mantra or anything like that, but I just sort of generally think to myself, like, you know, don't worry about views, don't worry about, like, you know, chat, or don't worry about chat, or like how you're being, don't worry about like anything other than trying to have you know, a good conversation. And it's weird getting because like it's weird getting asked about like how to rid myself from negative expectations for two reasons. One is that I never ever want to present myself as like an expert on anything, because everything that like getting, like, you know, getting rid of negative expectations, like not negative expectations, but just getting rid of expectations is something that like I'm trying to do. I present it like that concept I present as like something that I'm trying to do, not something that I've like mastered or anything like that. But then too, like what I have, like any work that I have done on that is very much just like putting in like reps of it, I think.
What's wrong with presenting yourself as an expert? What does that mean to present yourself as an expert? Are you presenting yourself as an expert?
I don't know. I just like, this is a sort of a thing that I get into on my stream, and maybe now we could talk about like the whole thing of, you know, I know the show is called Therapy Gecko, and it is like, I don't like calling it an advice show for that particular reason, that I feel like to have an advice show, you inherently have to present yourself as like, I know things. Ask me for advice because I will give you the answer because I know. You know, and I hate doing that. And I guess what's wrong with that? I don't know. It feels like a disingenuous way to present myself, I guess.
I think that makes a lot of sense. So I think disingenuously presenting yourself as an expert is probably not a good idea. And at the same time, Lyle, I would encourage you that, you know, if someone asks you a question, that, you know, when you give your answer, you can give it as not an expert, or you can give it lateral to the axis of expert, right? You can just give your answer and let it be what it is, and let them just share what you have to share.
You know, maybe that's something, you know, I actually kind of like, you know, have a thing with, is like, how do I like, you know, I have all these people like, you know, who will sometimes like call me and ask me for advice, and I'm like, how do I balance the fact that like maybe I have an idea of something I want to tell them, but I don't want to present it as the golden answer. But then, like, you know, if I'm gonna be like, you know, if people are gonna ask me stuff, like I should present myself, I should answer things confidently and not like give up on my thoughts because they're not validated. But at the same hand, like, you know, on the same thing, it's like I don't like to feel like I know anything. You know, it's that whole thing of like, you know, all I know is that I know nothing and all that.
I think that's a problem. So that's your ego.
Interesting.
Okay,
Yeah.
so your ego is uncomfortable with the idea of presenting yourself as someone who knows things. But I would say that you are neither someone who knows things or someone who doesn't know things. You just are what you are.
Yeah.
And I think you've actually done this really well, because I think that so I would encourage you to just step away from all that crap and just share. When people call in, just give them whatever is inside, right? Channel that, like just share whatever you've got down there, because I think there's a reason that people are calling you. And by the way,
Sure.
Lyle, I don't know if you know this, but wearing a gecko costume and painting your face green, I think makes it pretty clear to people that they're talking to someone who's like, they're talking to a guy who dresses up as a fucking gecko.
I'm not afraid of accidentally presenting myself as literally a professional. I think everyone who calls me knows that I'm not like actually a real therapist.
No,
but it's more like in the.
But what I'm saying is, like, I think you clearly are presenting yourself as just you. So just give them you. And if you don't have to offer a disclaimer that I'm not an expert on this. I mean, just look at you, bro. Right? Like, I think you go out of your way to make it clear to people that you're just a dude in a gecko costume, which paradoxically, I think, like, the more that you embrace that authenticity, the closer to the divinity that you get. And don't let yourself edit what you're about to say because of the concern that you could come across as an expert, because that's going to shatter the flow state. So if someone calls into a show on Twitch where there's a guy who's dressed up in a green gecko costume, I don't think you have to worry about like overselling your qualifications. I think you just give them what they're calling them in for, because it's good shit.
Well, there's kind of another thing of like, and I think I've been able to recognize the fact that, like, you know, if people didn't want my whatever on whatever, they wouldn't have called in. But then there's a thing where, like, I think if I feel like if I can give good advice on something, you know, there's this expectation I can give good advice on anything. Like if I have an 18-year-old college student call in and go, how do I make friends in college? I feel like I could actually really like talk with that guy and like give some, you know, what I would feel is good advice. But then if someone calls in and is like, I'm 38 years old and I'm about to be a mother for the first time, do you have any advice on that? No, I don't. And I want to be comfortable with the ability to be like, yeah, for that specific thing, I have nothing to say about that, you know?
So
we can talk. That is what I say. Yeah.
Great. So I think that's beautiful. So I think you could say I'm a 22-year-old dude in a gecko costume. And unfortunately, I don't know how to advise you about being a 38-year-old mother for the first time. But I'd love to talk to you for a few minutes, you know? Yeah. And this is where you can toss out, you know, a question like, what are you afraid of? What are you concerned about?
That's what I kind of do if I get into a situation like that, is like I'll just ask them questions and not like try to give advice or anything, just sort of.
Beautiful.
I've been told sometimes I'll get someone like who's like a real therapist, and this is kind of sort of what happened with this, where it's like someone who's a real therapist would be like, hey, you might not know this, but what you're doing is like this thing called motivational interviewing. And then I'll like go and look at that and I'll be like, oh, that's kind of interesting. So I guess that's like what I'll like just, you know, ask questions instead of trying to give advice or anything like that.
Yeah, so I think something, you know, weird has happened. If you look at the research on therapy, so people will do studies and they'll look at like different kinds of therapy. So you'll have like different kinds of therapy, like very drastically different. You'll have mindfulness-based therapies, you'll have cognitive behavioral therapy, you'll have psychoanalysis. And like those are like very different. One is like worksheets and homework and stuff like that, and the other one is like laying down on the couch where a dude sits behind you and doesn't, or a woman sits behind you and doesn't say anything for 4 hours a week. Right? Those are very different, like worksheets and homework. And so people were kind of curious because if you look at most of the therapies, they tend to have comparable outcomes. So if I have depression, and this is sort of an overgeneralization, and I go see a psychoanalyst for 4 hours a week, or I go see a CBT therapist for 1 hour a week, it turns out that generally speaking, I get the same amount of better. And so then people got really confused because they're like, which kind of therapy is best? Turns out that they're all comparable. And then people were like, how the hell does that work? Because they're doing such drastically different things. And then what they sort of discovered is that they did something called common factors research. And what they sort of realized is that, like, if you look at what is responsible for the improvement, it isn't a particular modality, it's a set of what they call common factors that are universal to all therapy. So one of those things is, for example, like being a good listener. And so then the really interesting thing is that if you look at some of those common factors of therapy, what you discover is that there are a lot of other situations where those common factors apply, right? So
Yeah,
like you don't have to be a therapist to be a good listener. You don't have to be a therapist to like, you know, answer questions and provide advice and try to help people understand themselves. We have a lot of different professions and situations. You do it with your friends. Bartenders are famous for doing this stuff, right? Like you go and you talk to your bartender, and your bartender is like actually like a trained listener. It's like part of their job. You know, sometimes in religious professions and things like that, you'll get, you know, folks who are like, you know, will offer counsel and advice and will ask like important questions and stuff like that. There's also the field of coaching, which is emerging. And one of the core competencies of coaching is what they call asking powerful questions. And so I'm not surprised that, you know, what you were doing has been described in therapy, but I don't know that I mean, I think that long before there was therapy, people were asking questions of each other.
Yes,
You know,
of course.
that were like impactful and help. People were like emotionally supporting themselves, like each other, like long before there was therapy. And so now you have like narrative therapy and art therapy. Like people were fucking painting in caves for like thousands of years, and chances are it was therapeutic. So it's kind of like, I think you got to be careful when it comes to therapy, because I'm not surprised that people are saying, hey, you're doing something called motivational interviewing. And like, how did people come up with motivational interviewing? It's because they observed the things that regular humans do that like seem to help motivate people. And they kind of like figured that out. And then they codified it and formalized it and figured out where the money is and things like that. But I'm not surprised at all that, you know, the irony of you calling yourself a therapist and winding up doing something that looks a lot like therapy. But I think that's more just because it's not that it's therapy, it's just that there's a lot of basic human stuff that for some reason therapy has seemed to like claim.
Yeah.
But I think you also see this in things like Alcoholics Anonymous, where like, you know, people do a lot of things that they do a lot of interventions with each other. They're not trained in therapy, but they do lead to positive clinical outcomes in addiction improvement. And they like emotionally support each other and are there for each other. But that doesn't mean that they're doing therapy. It just means they're being emotionally supportive. But somewhere along the way, I think that definition got kind of muddled. But anyway.
It's interesting because one of the big things that I like, if and again, I hate the idea of like centering my like, I don't like referring to it as an advice show. It's more of like I'd call it a chat show more than advice. But typically, like if someone ever does come to me with like something that I feel like is absolutely 100% above, you know, my pay grade, the question I'll ask them is like, do you have a real therapist, and what did they say about this when you told them? And I've always wondered like what like you know, how does a like sometimes people will come to me with things I'm like, I have no idea how the hell to respond to this in any way, shape, or form. And I'm like, what do you learn in like psychology school or whatever that like teaches you how to like respond to these things, you know?
So I'd say there are like two things that you learn. One is like if you look at the curriculum, right? So if you look at curriculums for therapy, so if you become I'm a medical doctor, so the curriculum that I went through was like psychiatry, which is like the practice of medicine that is focused on pathology relating to the mind, right? So I'm a medical doctor, which means that I treat patients who have something busted. And so a cardiologist will work with people whose heart is messed up. You know, an endocrinologist will work with people like diabetes. A pediatrician will work with children. I will work with people who have trouble with their mind. So we get training in pathology. So we'll get training in like bipolar disorder, major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety disorder. And then people get a little bit confused because remember that sadness and depression and anxiety are all normal human experiences. What do we get trained in? We get trained in the pathological version of those, right? So when anxiety reaches a particular threshold where it interferes with your ability to function as a human being, then you get diagnosed with a disorder. So we see those people. So that's kind of what our formal training is in, right? So it's like mostly in pathology and stuff like that. Then the other thing that I'd say you learn, which is not necessarily something that you get trained in, but you know, when you become a psychiatrist or a therapist, when you do clinical work, you just get experience sitting with people who are going through really bad shit.
Yeah.
And I think that like, you know, that's not really a formal part of your training. Like it's not like there's a class for, how to deal with people whose life is just awful. Now you can diagnose with them with trauma or whatever, but like, one of the best nurses that I worked with, she would sometimes, so she was an ER nurse, and I would ask her, what is the patient in room 12? Like, what's going on with them? And then she had this acronym SLS, which is shit life syndrome. And you can call it like some kind of, depression or bipolar disorder or whatever, but like we just sometimes get these kids in the emergency room, like their 17-year-old kid has been like in foster care for 12 years, sexually abused at the age of 4, just like really terrible stuff. Has behavioral problems, has substance use problems, has like, it went to juvie for a year. And like, what's the kid's problem? The kid's problem is that they had a shit life. Like, it's not like they're ill. Like, sure, they have manifestations of illness and they have trouble, like, following rules, and like they have intermittent explosive kind of problems. But the problem is like they've just had like, they got a really crappy spawn. That's the real problem. If you want to blame something, it's just like the circumstances of their fucking life. It's not really their fault. And so the other thing that I think you learn as a clinician is when you work in hospitals for 4 years and you sit with those kinds of people and you like talk to them and you get to know them, it allows you to be able to like handle and sit with things that, as you call it, are above your pay grade. Because what else are you going to do? Like, you're the one who's on call. That kid is there. You've got to go in and try to help them. And so you just show up and you kind of do the best that you can. And I think a lot of it is really just trial by fire. Mm-hmm. And, I'd say that the most important thing that I learned with kids with shit life syndrome is not to be a clinician, it's to be a human. And that's what they need more than anything else.
Interesting. I like that.
And I think that you're fully qualified to do. You can be human.
Sure.
Even though you're a gecko.
I feel that. No, it's where actually, like, I kind of feel that, and like, the more that I do this, and I try not to invite people to like, that it's I feel like I'm trying to create a space where that it's more lighthearted than not. So, but I feel like the more that I've gotten a call that I don't know how to respond to, the better I've gotten with dealing with that. Yeah, like I do like live shows every once in a while. I've been redoing that recently, and I always like had this impression that people who, I've started like the first half I'll like take phone calls so I can help bring people up from the audience, and when people come up from the audience, I had this like expectation that the subject matter that they will want to talk about is a little bit more lighthearted than not. And I had this guy come on at one of the live shows who like got really like sort of serious and deep with me about like his wife like recently opened up their marriage, and like he wasn't able to find other people to have sex with, but she was, and that was making him insecure. And like he was like really going off, and I was not expecting this whatsoever, but weirdly I don't know, I didn't feel like nervous or like, oh shit, what the fuck am I gonna do? I just kind of like let him talk and sat in that moment, and I think it ended up turning out okay. But yeah, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how to deal with stuff like that when it occurs, and I've found that I just sort of sit in it and let them keep talking if I don't have anything to say. That's typically what I do if I don't have anything to say, is I just let them.
Yeah, so I think that's sounds very therapeutic to me. Doesn't mean that it's therapy, right? Like, but I think just giving human beings, like just being human first and foremost, is what it sounds like. Like that person just needs you to be human in a gecko costume. And then secondly, if you really want to know how to, help people and really want to like, in a sense, get better in a particular dimension of what you do, because I think you're quite good and you know how to get better at what you do. You can also, become a therapist if you really feel like it, right? So like you can go through those kinds of trainings and really learn in a guided fashion. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying like that's one of the options.
Sure. People tell me that all the time, and I'm like, I would never want to be a therapist in my entire life. I think that would be, because I don't you know, things like what I just described like happen, but I'd prefer if they stayed, you know, in the ratio of like 10% or less of the overall. I you know, I like being, you know, like I you know, I do Twitch to like, you know, entertain and community and stuff, not necessarily I want to do like, you know, be a therapist or anything like that. But yeah, I don't know. I think that would be hard. I think it would be too hard.
I think it makes sense, man. I think it sounds to me like what you enjoy doing is being an entertainer. You like being kind of funny and available to people, but just because you're an entertainer doesn't mean that you can't help people. And as some people have said in the past, laughter is the best medicine.
For sure.
So I think sometimes you get some heavy stuff. I think that just speaks to the atmosphere that you create and people's comfort in terms of coming on and being able to share that, and like knowing that, I know it sounds kind of weird, but if I can imagine how much courage and shame that person must have been feeling when they kind of came on. And also like to know that I'm going to go up and talk to a dude in a gecko costume and no one is going to laugh at me. Like that's quite the achievement in terms of the atmosphere you created.
The one of the actually probably among the biggest problems that I have with the stream is is balancing out the atmosphere in a way, because I want to like reserve the right to like, you know, fuck around and like, you know, not be a jerk to callers, but like, you know, be whatever little gecko character, you know, but also reserve like a very lighthearted energy, but then also like, you know, reserve all the other stuff, and like really trying to find that balance has actually been pretty sort of difficult, I think.
I can imagine. So I think Lyle, I encourage you to keep trying, man, because I think that what we're seeing is that, how can I say this? I feel like the line between entertainment and therapy is narrowing. So I think like I know it sounds kind of weird, but like therapy is the place that we used to contain all of the bad stuff in life, and entertainment used to be the way that we, like the place where we keep all the good stuff in life. And I don't know if you've seen or heard, you know, Inside by Bo Burnham, but I think like that's a prime example of him like in a very like entertaining and comedic way, like offering a lot of really awesome insight and even support to people who are like really, really struggling. And so I think striking that balance between like being a place where people can come and laugh, but also like people can come and like say some heavy shit and we can all kind of laugh about it like together, like that's increasingly important, because I think it's these weird kinds of interventions that we really need like in the mental health arena, which are not just treatment. It's sort of like we look at physical health, you know, we have nutrition, we have exercise, all of those things improve cardiovascular health but are not medicine. The problem is that when it comes to like mental health, like we don't really have those well-developed societal like support structures, which I think sometimes you'll see people like, you know, comedians and stuff like that. I think Dave Chappelle actually does a decent job of this too, where he, you know, talks about like toxicity and like things like that. Sometimes we'll have, you know, folks that are a little bit more, you know, like I think Jordan Peterson's another, I know he's a divisive figure, but I think he's like a good example of someone who's like talking about mental health without it being treatment. And so I think you being able to strike that balance between like heavy and comedic is actually like really important societally. It's what we hear a lot on Twitch, is that, you know, a lot of streamers are there for like mental health support for their communities. Because, you know, there's nowhere else to get it. Like, we're not getting enough of whatever that emotional nutrition is, so we got to get it from a dude in a green gecko costume.
Here, I guess I have this fear of like, you know, if I ever like, you know, my stream just becomes, you know, heavy calls and like, I wouldn't want to do it anymore. You know, if it was like just that, you know, I'd like to I don't know. It's been a really hard sort of balance of those things. But I totally see what you're saying. I think it's a good
Yeah,
balance to learn how to strike.
makes sense, man. Listen, I gotta get going.
For
do you have
sure.
any kind of last thoughts or questions before we wrap up?
No, I think we're good. Thank you so much for having me. This was good.
Yeah, man, I really loved it. So 2 or 3 kind of final points. One is I normally teach meditation at the end of the stream, but I'm not teaching because I'm sick. And my teachers have told me not to instruct in meditation when I'm ill. So I apologize for that. You know, if you're interested in learning something down the road, let us know. You should get an access to Dr. K's Guide to Mental Health because you're a guest on the
cool.
stream.
Hell yeah. Awesome.
And there's one video in particular, if you're curious about, there's a video on Vidya and Jnana, which is sort of that information understanding thing that we kind of talked a little bit about. There's also some stuff about kind of like confidence and not sort of like developing the flow state and stuff like that. A lot of things that we talked about, I would check out the meditation portion of the guide because not as directly as we talked about it here, but a lot of those concepts, I think if you're curious about, there's more information. There are particular practices and stuff like that. So
長以外の仕事が来た。気持ちを打ち明け私のことを知らないのかい？今おい、私は後方部隊だぞ。下味部隊が銃を持つには常識だぞ。 このあんたジェントルメン、これからお見せするショーは何も仕方がございません。それでは付き合われた私のことを知らないのかい？じゃじゃん、スペシャルマッサージの時間だ。
この子たち財団の生徒よりずっと手に負えませんね。
あ、待って。早い。Guys, your stuff. あ、つまり、サバありがとう。もう16月やばいの。もう少し1年半だね。Hello, Delia. Yeah, Omni, I'm Daddy. I'm there. Can you do the dailies? I didn't do the dailies yet. Shall we do the dailies first? Give me a second. Konnichiwa, minasan. Today we got finally an update. 昨日ね、今日じゃなくて昨日やっとなんか新しいストーリーが出た。まだクリックしてない。I didn't even like it. I'm waiting for it. Hello. Give me time. So it's Omni Dawn. It's hard. We're looking at each other's stream. New Limbo, what? Wait, I didn't finish the other one. Yeah. ちょっと待って。Give me some. Okay, so I don't know yet. I have to pull. And the sad thing is that I don't have anything for 37. Because I pulled for him. I feel like I don't have money, I don't have anything. Anyway, let me check on Omni. Omni, are you ready? Sorry guys, you're gonna have to deal with like the delay we're gonna have. We can level up the wildlands once more. Oh, we can? Oh my god, that's so... I need more space. Let's go. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Oh, no, give me a second. I have to buy. Is this so beautiful? Wait, I have to buy that. This one. Okay, we got 10 more. Did you buy it? Omni. But by the way, I killed the last boss this time. Whoa. Good job. Did you become a god now? 1週間前はトルコで Twitch が禁止された。なんで？何があったの？なんで禁止されたの？センティ。サブありがとう。17ね。わあ、すごい。Give me a second, guys. Yahoo. Oh, Hyper Train. Wow. Lamau? No, not a god, but Elden Rod. That's cool. I couldn't even beat it, the first one, so... Okay, my pity, it's like... My pity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... My pity is 5. What is your pity, Omni? Okay, he just bought the stuff, okay. I 90 pity? What do you mean you're 90 pity? You cannot be like that. Oh, not. Yeah, I was saying, how the fuck you're being 90? If the max is like 70. ギャンブルの配信のせいで禁止されてた。あ、そっか。いや、けどそれは、まあ、Twitch のせいかな。需要は。Okay. じゃあ、Okay, you ready? Okay, I mean, we're gonna have the delay. Okay, did Omni. We type in each other chat. Yeah, 3. Yeah, you have 9. Okay, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna go. First temple, guys. First temple. Oh, かもしれない。そうね。Okay, that's not for me. Did Omni pull yet? I pressed the 10. I did too. I mean, I'm watching your stream. I think I have very much delay right now. Oh yeah, I got wait. I have to refresh your page because my delay on your stream is so fucking long.
自己紹介は必要？それとも先にサインして
Like
あ
give me
げ
a
ようか
second.
しら？
Give me the time to see your stream. What did you got?
紹介しよう。君の目の前
Sweetheart. Bro, you? I don't know what to tell. Okay, also, just to let you guys know, 今オムニと一緒に弾いてるんだけど、彼も今配信してる。I'm pulling together with he's also, in case you guys want to see. Okay, diggers, I mean that's not bad. Also, why is my audio so low? なんか音が小さくね? Okay, next 10. I'll give him a second. I'm gonna have to raise a little bit. Okay, 30. It'll be fine. Okay, next 10. Yeti 25. Okay, I have how many? I only have 1 5-star. Why you get more than me every time? I don't know. This game has a favorite. Sure. It's fun. Like I already pulled one on my stream. I'm still like fixing the audio. 4-star? Oh, okay. Okay. I got. Oh, who I got? Oh. Okay, can I know how? Bro, imagine if I don't get a tenant. Imagine that. Can you imagine if I don't get a tenant in this fucking banner? Can you believe that? いや、マジテナンだけマジでもらってなかったらさ、どうすればいいのかわかんない。Like, bro, I'm not even going to choose her in the other one. Let me just. It's Spirit 35だったかな。僕の35度。Okay, you roll first. You roll first. You put your rolling first. Yeah, okay, let's wait, guys. We got the delay. Sorry, my sin. It's a 6? No, it's not. Wait, it is? No, it's a 5. Isn't it a 5? It's a 6? Oh my god, you got me scared. Okay, 僕もバンだ。ボロボン。Okay. I got a 2, 1 more 1. Can I get a tenant, like
自己紹介は必要？それとも先にサインしてあげようかしら？
Okay. It's okay. It's not a tenant, but... Oh, okay, let me... Okay, we got the same. We got the same. We got the same 5-star. Okay, I don't have that much left. You have more than... Nande. Why you got more? Let me see. Yeah, you have 20k, what the fuck? So unfair. Okay, I'm 45, pity. 45. You're 49, I'm 45. Okay, you roll first. This is just like... I don't know. Let's keep it the last banner. I mean, yeah, I pulled... it's true that I pulled for... What's it called? Medicine pocket, I guess. 5-star? Me too. No, what is that? Wait, is it 6? Wait, Omni! Wait, Omni! Omni! Wait, Omni! I got a 6! Shall I open? Or shall I wait for you to get a 6 too? Will it just open? I don't know, I'm scared. Because I don't have the guaranteed. So I just open. Infinity, hello. You just came in the perfect time. I just pulled a 6 star, but I'm not sure which it is. You're close. Okay, I'm gonna wait for you. My favorite exported alien. Okay. Thank you. Wait, Infinity, you don't play Rebirth, right? I mean, I know that can't just stop playing it, so. Okay, Omni, you can do it. Is that a 6? Oh, it is. It is a 6. Okay, we both got a 6. You got a 5 too. I didn't got a 5. Why you got more stuff than me all the time? Okay, I don't know. You click, I click. I don't know, I'm scared. Okay, me first. Are you sure you're not just trying to steal my 37? You used to play? Okay, my day is normal. Yeah, we go. Guys, I need a star. You know, it has to be a star. It has to be a star. It has to be. Okay, Omni, your turn. I got it. Look how pretty she is. Oh my god, it's beautiful.
一度でも私のフライトを見れば、一生この名を忘れないだろう。リーダーだ。
Okay, I'm watching
こう
yours.
呼んでもいいぞ。
You can do it.
勝利の女神様。
Okay, it's a star. It is. Oh no! You got the wrong one. Omni, you got the wrong star. Omni. It's okay. You can pull more. Wow. Dang. Also, I don't understand why my audio is so low on the verse. Like in the past was so fucking high and now it's so low. Okay, yeah, you still have like 80k. You can still do it. You can still do it for sure. Oh, look at this perfect number. Okay, that is a sign. I'm sorry, I will not be able to level her up so much. Where is it? Where are you? Wait, I lost my. Oh, she's here. Wait, you guys cannot hear her voice, can you? Then, wait, I didn't see. Sorry. I'm waiting for Cap to come home and stream again. Oh yeah, wait, he already left. I can't remember. Oh yeah, I think yes. Because I remember that the last time he said that he will not be able to play with us this weekend because he was going to go back home. But yeah. Oh, he already left days ago. Oh, what is that? The 5? The 6? It's a 5. Oh, Corn Bloom though. You got this. Bro, I didn't got a tenant. Fuck. Bro, guys, should I got a tenant here? It's not like I'm going to use her anyway, but I don't know. I feel mad about it. ねえ、これテナントなんか選択方がいいかな。ねえ、なんで全くもらってないの？このさ、ここにあるの。Oh, that's a 4. Oh, damn. You're hitting the heart pity. So, should you go one by one? Okay, mind. You already did a 10. Okay, you should go by. Oh, you got a 10 though, bro. Why can I get one? Should I do another one? Where's Hanabi? Hanabi ね。Hanabi はまだいい。Hanabi はまだいない。Hanabi たちは今待ってる。
はじめまして。
I didn't got it.
よろしくお願いします。
Okay, you know today? Yeah, I'm pulling for her, but I don't have jades, you know. So I only have like 1,100. And a friend of mine, they say that they will do my swarm and gear of gold with Khalid. I'm gonna do it today, so I'm gonna leave the hard stuff to them so I can get more jades. I'm gonna just wait. And then when they're done, I will just like, hey guys, I got a jade, so we can pull now. Let's go. Just like that. Okay, let me do this. Then I'm gonna have to level up 37. 37.
これは以前村でお利口をやっとった。
You can do this, Omni. I'm watching. Oh, by the way, there's a possible 30. Yes, I saw that. Also, like, there's like a 5-star selector, right, for the standard partner one.
それはまさにこの場所のことだよ。
Oh, it is 58. Finally. Wow, that costs a lot. It costs you like more than 100 pulls, I think. Omni, it costs more than 100 pulls for you. Okay. Now it's time for restore. I'm gonna. Okay. 105. Oh, also guys, if you are interested to actually read the story, I suggest you to go on Omni's side, because on my side I would just like kind of skip. My reading span attention is very short. You're so pretty. Where is my?
戻ってきたの。
What? I don't have this. I'm gonna do it right now. I need like 5. I have to do it 3 times. これ3回. Okay guys, so it's gonna be a little boring right now because I'm gonna do my dailies and trying to farm a little bit to Insight 37. So tell me, how was your day? 今日はどうだった皆さん？今日は予定はありますか？僕の声はまだ戻ってない。My voice is not. Daily sleep time. It's not true. This is my daily routine. Is my option.
安心して。ここに無理数と幾何学を知らぬ者は入店禁止の標識はないよ。
なんだろう。
素晴らしい予想だよ。
なんだクリームとかなんか買ったんだけどさ。
素晴らしいよ。もう脳内に素敵な論証過程の素晴らしいよ。
They usually use it for like your chest and your neck. It helps to breathe better. I don't know. なんかネットで声が直せるって書いたんだけど I read that it will like help to with the voice, but I'm not sure.
戻ってきたの。ま、当然だよね。ここは原点なんだから。
I mean, I don't feel any effect right now, so I'm gonna have to. えへ。もっともっともっともっと。もうない。けどね、ヤマネもやりたいから、ヤマネはこれお金がない。Have a good luck. 他の方は
このダイヤは
これを待つわ。
本物のように。
I mean, I have 26 days to think about it.
ブラボー。かかって。
ここはストーリーがある。
よかった。
I need the coins. while eating dinner, while also watching how to build a nuclear reactor. That's a lot of fun. I like that. Doesn't it? You know what I really like? You know, like factory documentaries. They like show you how they make stuff. That's so interesting. Opinion. なんかめっちゃ面白そうね。これは。It's not like I'm gonna do it or create it, but I mean, it's for me it's a ton of fun. I really like documentaries of almost any type. I don't know why, but my favorites are about dinosaurs. なんか前からね、小さい頃からね、なんか YouTube でなんか日本語でダイノソーなんだっけわかんないけど、ダイノソーの動画見てた。マジで。Mika, yes. So we got ton of energy anyway. Like guys, look at this. We got like 100. So that's a lot. That's almost like 1,000 energy. Have you claimed your stream Genshin Jades? My Primus? They did not arrive. I think. まだ来てないね. I didn't got them yet. I think. Yeah, I don't think I already got them yet. I'm gonna have to ask to Omni if he got it, because he also participated to the stream event. But I don't think I got it. Oh, Omni, did you got the Primus yet? I didn't yet. I think that it's gonna be delayed a little bit, because also, I mean, last time I participated, it really took a lot. There's like 300 worth of codes. Oh wait, you mean that one? Oh wait a second. Oh yeah, today's the stream of it like 4.5. Oh, I forgot about that. Wait, no, yeah. Wait, no, Infinity was talking about something else. I saw you talking about the event. Oh, my friend just pinging for no reason. Wait a second. So it's Genshin streaming right now? Is it streaming right now? Despite knowing I don't fucking play the crappy game, you give me the codes. Oh no, Shin already did it. Okay guys, never mind. Okay, Shin and I'm gonna like wait a second. Arigator Murasaki. Wait guys, I'm gonna copy and paste it.
Be prepared.
Yeah, already be done. Here are the codes, guys. That's for Genshin. Wait a second, I should wait. Genshin codes. We're playing reverse mode. This is our Genshin codes, guys. Wait, let me redo it so we can pin the Mao. Oh, give me a second. I have to send it to other people too. I'm low-key kinda like, you know, like, oh, I got the codes and I have like different place to that where I have to post them. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Genshin. You know, I will watch the Genshin VOD. You will? You know, something funny is that I never watch Genshin stream of the new event, the new version. I like to surprise myself, because I can make fun of Genshin more harder. I see. Okay, guys, give me a second. Give me like second, then I will share. Then Genshin codes with others too. 待ってください。Okay, meanwhile I will send the Genshin codes. I will just give me a second. No. Let me see the material side. Because I think the event will give us a lot of stuff anyway. What the fuck? Oh wait, this is a new material. We didn't have this one. Night times and anyway. ちょっと待ってね。4 times. Which ones? Okay. one place done. And then gonna send it to person. Okay, and then this other person. And now I can redeem myself. Okay. I can redeem for myself. Genshin code redeem. I mean, I have enough Primus right now. I have like 22 carry actually. So like, really, I need to transfer my Primus to Honka Star Rail. I wish I could do that. 悪くないんだろう。なんか原子の原石がなんか本化するの開けれるって。That will be very fun. Did I redeem it? Okay, I did. Okay, here go. Okay, here up. Nice. Okay, redeem しました。Okay, I'm done with it. Oh, I got a new level. これもう一回やんないとな。Okay, guys, we're gonna do this one more time and then we can start with the story. 音は大丈夫かな？
しっかり捕まれー！くそ、もうダメだ。
Why can I be smooth? Always so larky. Yeah, story time. Yes, I'm gonna do story time right after this one.
もう10分も持たないぞ。左舷浸水率 60%、 右舷浸水率 75%。 この暴風雨は船体強度を超える勢いです。タイムキーパー、撤退のご準備は？分かった。テレポートを起動して。おいおい、何言ってんだよ。船を捨てる気か？この程度の荒波、目を閉じてりゃすぐ終わる。しっかり甲板に捕まってれば。おそらくエンジンはもう使い物にならないでしょう。最高だな。あと2分ってとこか。優秀なキャプテンはいかなる理由があろうとも決して船を捨てたりなんかしない。生きるも死ぬもアップル号ロックンロール2世と一緒だ。ならなんで2世なんだよ。くそー、サザビに買ってもらったばっかりなんだぞ。この船のためにどれだけあの船高の説教を耳にタコができるまで言い聞かされたか。
時には別れを受け入れるのも良い選択ですぞ、船長。
時には次の戦場へと赴くために離脱した方が良い場面もあるでしょ
う。おい、どの口が言ってんだ。こんなことになったのも元はといえば。タイムキーパー、大変です。テレポートが起動できません。他の緊急テレポート術も試してみたのですが この海域では一切起動できません。通信機さえも。どうやら何らかの妨害を受けているようです。分かった。ソネット、聞きたいことがある。はい、何なりと。派遣任務緊急時の対処法にストーム発生前の24時間を除きいかに他に役に立つ対処法は書かれてなかった？おいベルティ、マジで言ってんのか？分かったぞ。全部罠なんだろ。お前のせいだ。お前が1999年のエーゲ海旅行記なんか流すから。こんなわけわからん海域に来てもみくちゃにされて魚の餌になる羽目に。笑いたければ笑え。このマヌス・ベンデッタのスパイめ、しらばっくれよったってそうはいかないぞ。
誤解です。私は何も知りません。
嘘つけ。こうなったらそのケースの蓋にメイドインベンデッタの文字があるか調べてやるよ。
揺らさな。家電製品の水垢掃除術を放送すれば少しは気分が良くなりますか？
良くなるわけないだろ。あんたこの状況がわからないのか？もうすぐ沈没するんだぞ。私のレコードもあんたの電池も海に沈むんだ。永遠にな。ジョン・レノンですらもうどうにもできない状況なんだぞ。
すみませんが私は視覚がないため触覚と聴覚で想像するしか。ではこの天国までひとっ飛び101永遠のヒットソングはいかがでしょうか？
もううんざりだ。私のレコーダーもドクターコショウもアップル号ロックンロール2世もほんと腹立つ。そもそもどうしてこんなことに。確かに真剣に曲を選んでくれたようだね。視聴者がいないとはいえセンスは悪くないと思うよ。ネグルスの質問の答えを知るためにもチャンネルを少し巻き戻すとしよう。そう、1913年に。これは財団からの正式な任命書よ。おめでとうベルティ。長期にわたる評議と再審の結果、人類平和安全理事会より正式にストーム改革秩序と増員の法案が認められたわ。法律上あなたのチームは一部門として認定されたということよ。幅広い権限や独立編成で発生する予算も。ちょっと待った。今予算って言ったか？つまりあんたらに新しいアップル号をねだってもいいってことだよな。残念ながら独立は自己責任をも意味するわ。結果は保証できないけど私の方で申請しておくよ。ケチ。まあいいや。開白チェックの全体に 2色しかない船なんざこっちからお断りだよ。だけど交換条件として未登録のアルカニストの管轄権限はこれまで通り財団が有することになるわ。タイムキーパーに属するアルカニストは全て財団によってリスク評定が下される。リスクが低いアルカニストは初級の人工無有訓練に参加するだけ。リスクが高いアルカニストは教育学校へと送られることになるの。だけど彼らは事実上あなたの人員よ。それだけは保証するわ。
わかりました。一つだけ。私たちと財団との伝達員は引き続きあなたが。
もちろん。
なら問題ありません。
それから人員は財団、ラプラス計算科学研究センター、ゼノミリタリーアカデミーから調達することも可能よ。詳細はこのファイルに書いてあるわ。これまで通りストームとマヌス・ベンデッタの調査よ。具体的な行動は自分たちで決めなさい。財団には1ヶ月に1回調査報告書を提出してくれればいいわ。最高指揮官はあなたよ、ベルティ。
わかりました。
もう見当はついているんじゃなくて。
4年前マヌス・ベンデッタがオリティアオの飼育に使用した基地は一度もストームの逆行を受けていません。そこから調べるつもりです。
何度も足を運んだようね。いいわ。チームの規定にふさわしい場所と言えるわね。出迎えの人員を発見しておきましょう。ふふ。あなたもきっと喜ぶわ。 なんて霧だ。はぁ、くしゅっ。
以前はオリティアオの巣穴だったからね。彼らは水源のある谷に生息することが多い。それに今はちょうど冬だから。
ところで、なんで私が借り出されてんだ？船の一隻すらくれない財団にさ。
ミズ・ソネットはただいま本部で編成移動による引き継ぎをされております。ミズ・ドルービスとミズ・サザビーは財団広場の森林清掃任務を終え休息中にございます。ミズ・リーリャはリハビリセンターに押し入ったことで行政処罰を受けておられます。こうしてみると残りは私と船長くらいでしょ
う。なんだって？結局のところ財団に物理的損害を与えられてないのはこのロックンロール海賊だけってか？人生最大の恥。
このまま帰るつもりじゃないよね、レグルス。
まさか。おい、あれリーリャと知らないやつ。お おっせえよ。どこぞの溝にでも落ちたかと思ったぜ。初めてお目にかかりますわ、タイムキーパー。私はモアッサン。職員番号 SF27602191908238X です。すでに Z さんから聞いていると思いますが、新しくタイムキーパーチームに加わることになりました。大歓迎です。あなたはとても優秀なアルカナム引率者だと聞いています。そんな大げさですわ。こちらこそどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。 加えてサザビー様がいつもお世話になっております。ちょっと待った。あんたサザビーの知り合いか？確か彼女はサザビーの家庭教師だって聞いたよ。話せば長くなりますので、ひとまずリーリャさんに基地の状況を説明していただきましょう。財団の本部に昇進した瞬間から外出見回りの機会がすっかりなくなっちまった。なんつうか、ここは一応実際にストームに免疫を持つのは20メートルそこそこの細長い道だけだぜ。漁師の小屋程度の広さってとこだ。私の元同僚がとっくに隅から隅まで調べてるよ。ラプラスの奴らも調査犬を放って一歩一歩嗅がせたが、オリティアウと犬のクソ以外は何も出てこなかったぜ。もしかしたら目に見えない手がかりがあるかもしれない。光学アルカナムの専門家レグルスなら何か見つけられるかも。専門家。褒め言葉として受け取ってやるよ。先に言っておくが、海賊ってのは宝探しより自分の宝物を隠す方が得意なんだ。もし私が隠し物をするとしたら。
お待ちください船長。霧の濃さが少々異常かと。
うわ！誰だ！危うく帽子を撃ち落とされるとこだったぞ。早速大当たりってとこか。本来ここに罠なんかありゃしないはずなんだが。落ち着いてくださいレグルスさん。ゆっくりこちらへ。ベルティさん、援護をお願いします。オンラチップくれよ。レッドチップを1枚。誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど。了解。そんなに怒らないでよ。シュッタン。うわ、救急車。撤退。え？私？誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど。サージ勤めが銃を持ている。じゃじゃーん。スペシャルマッサージの時間だ。ご期待に応えられたでありましょうか。 オーラチップくれよ。レッドチップを1枚。誰？何か聞こえる。了解。気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着く。隙あらば入り込むテンポ。私のことを知らないのかい？今は撤退。私？誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど私のことを知らないのかい？今下地勤めが銃を持ている。じゃじゃーん、スペシャルマッサージの時間だ。何か聞こえる。了解。じゃじゃーん、スペシャルマッサージの時間だ。おとなしくしてよ。過激な部署に飛ばされるのは勘弁だからね。お待ちください。誤解です、タイムキーパー。先ほどのは防御性の攻撃であり、私たちは財団の調査員です。こちら身分識別証明書になります。こんな廃墟になって随分経つ基地、調査の必要なんかねえだろ。外界の時間はすでに1913年に逆行されております。そのためここに散乱した70年代の科学技術を回収しに来た次第です。
人類の科学技術は衰退の一途をたどり、かつて淘汰された設備も今や貴重品になりつつあるのです。
分かった。ここを少し調べてもいい？あまり。
もちろん。私たちもお手伝いします。
ちょうどよかった。基地についてお二人に尋ねたいことが。どうやらただの誤解だったようだな。お宝探しに戻るとしますかと。さてと、ゼノミリタリーとラプラスは何を残してったのかな。赤外線マスケット銃、磁気浮上自動フィーダー、ケイ素検査機。おいおい、マジかよ。ラプラス製の軍用チョコがこんなに。ベルティ、何を見つけたと思う？エネルギー補給にもってこいの軍用品だ。はん、味見してやってもいいぞ。水を差すつもりはねえが、犬ですらそんなもん食わないぞ。オリティアウのクソの方がまだマシだぜ。
私めの記憶が正しければ、田舎の動物は元よりテオブロミン入りの物質を食べられない習性だったかと。
どうしよっかな。
船長は犬科ではございませんので、当然その制限対象には入りません。
その通り。さすがは頼りになる我が一等航海士。 ちょっと待ってレグルス。その手に持ってる箱見せてくれない？
おいおい、なんだよ。さっきまでだんまりだったくせに。私の
いえ、あなたが今持ってるそれ、私の名前が彫られてる。
うわ、ほんとだ。財団にベルティって名前のやつ他にいたっけ？
知る限りでは私だけだよ。
見た目は普通の木製小箱だが、普通が一番危険なんだよな。つまりマジで戦利品が見つかっちまった感じか？ベルティの名前が彫られているなんて激レア品じゃないか。レグルス、戦利品のお披露目に待ったわなーし。
本日のニュースをお伝えします。追放された者たちがケンタッキー州のマンモスケーブにて第11231回目の激励会を開催し、春のうたた寝、夏休みのくつろぎ、秋のおさぼり、冬の巣ごもりの24文字方針を定めました。実用的現代術式が77回目の再販を迎えました。20世紀末現在、当書籍はザ・ニューヨークに並び、人生を後悔させるクラシック経典1位にランクインしています。伝記作家のウルドがこの度旅行記アペイロンマンポを発行し、エーゲ海旅行ブームを巻き起こしました。ミレニアムイヤーの編集長より、実にロマンチックで優雅だ、古典の夢の再現であり黄金時代が垣間見えるねと中には批判の声もあり、バビロニア評論は、作者はアポロンの観測に大きな誤差がある、フォードモデル T6 分2を用いて 3.14 度構成しなければ旅行客などあっという間にゴルゴン海流で方向を見失ってしまうだろうと夜のニュースをお伝えします。
どういうこと？ 20 世紀末ミレニアムイヤー。このラジオ1999年のニュースを放送してる。
やはりそうでしたか。タイムキーパーはまだ今回観測した外界の時間を財団に報告していません。ですからあなた方が現在の年代を知っているはずがないのです。降りしきる雨の中、時間こそ身分識別に最も有効な手段です。はんはん、そういうことか。面白くなってきたじゃん。ミス・モースさん、後ろ、私たちも援護します。 落ち着いて、今行くから。単なる学術の争いだと思ってたのに。シッ、何か聞こえる。
誰？
何か聞こえる。
気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着くよ。
うん。
予測通りエンディングはもう決まってる。空想を現実に。
誰？よ。心臓の音がうるさいけど。
オッケー。
気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着く。
シュッドン。うわ、緊急車。じゃじゃーん。スペシャルマッサージの時間だ。
君たちに練習の声を聞いてみた方がいいかもしれない。秘密ってのはいつだってありきたりな言葉の中に隠れているよ。聞いてごらん。
ご期待に応えられたでありましょうか。財団の調査員を装うなんて、あいつらどんどん手口を増やすな。1929年の時代は2日で終わった。頻繁な時間の変動により財団の人員構成に混乱が生じる可能性も全くないとは言えないからね。ミス・マースさんのおかげで助かりました。タイムキーパー、こちらをご覧ください。彼らの目的はおそらくこちらではないでしょうか。これはストームの免疫効果を持つマヌス・ベンデッタの仮面。
びっくりしてるのはわかるよ。古い友人として何度も会ってるからね。心配はいらないよ。私みたいなばあさんが邪魔になることなんてないだろ。まだそのタイミングじゃないから自己紹介は後回しにしようね。ご覧の通りここは霧でぎっちり覆われ、演出に少しばかりの謎めいた雰囲気が足された場所だ。答えはきっとこの近くにあるだろう。マジシャンの手にある一枚の赤いハンカチの向こうのように。さあ、ドアを押し開けなさい。ドアはそのためにあるものだよ。鍵がかかっていようがいまいが、泳がせて油断させてるだけで誰かが秘密を聞きに来るのを待っているのさ。
ほらチップくれよ。レッドチップを1枚。
誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど、そんなに怒らないでよ。
降臨せよ。はっ。はい。
誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど、隙あらば入り込む天使。下味勤めが銃を持ている。
降臨せよ。りょう、オッケー。私のことを知らないのかい？じゃじゃーん。今スペシャルマッサージの時間だ。
何か聞こえる。誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど。何か聞こえる。気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着く。下味勤めが銃を持つ。隙あらば入り込むテンパ。
了解。ではでは2名のラッキーゲストを知らないのかい？私のことを知らないのかい？今は
おとなしくしてよ。過激な部署に飛ばされるのは勘弁だからね。
手短に説明するわ。いい知らせよ。あなたが計算科学研究センターに提供した仮面の検査結果が出たわ。ストームの水滴と一致する成分が見つかったの。それは計算科学研究センターより非対称型ヌクレイン R と名付けられたわ。由来としてはアルカナム現像実験において特有の分岐構造が現れたから。あなたが以前提出したストームサンプルの中からもその痕跡を検出したわ。すべての水、泥、人間の髪の毛と皮膚細胞を分離し、残った分析不可能な成分が非対称型ヌクレイン。
非対称型。
その時はすぐに消滅してしまったから写真しか残っていないの。でも今回のマヌス・ベンデッタの仮面でようやく安定した状態で検出できたわ。もしかしたらストームの免疫ができる鍵となるかもしれない。
つまりあなたたちもマヌス・ベンデッタと同様ストームの免疫がつく防具を開発できるってこと。
そうなるわね。あなたのおかげよ。計算科学研究センターは歓喜に狂ってるわ。私は徹夜続きで心身衰弱な同僚の代わりにこの知らせを伝えに来たの。サンプルがもっとたくさん必要なの。たった1台しかない非対称型ヌクレイン R の採取装置よ。使用方法は全て内ポケットに挟んであるわ。
ありがとうメスメル。大事に使わせてもらうよ。
礼は不要よ。代理できただけだから。
体の具合はリハビリセンターでのことだけど、
元気よ。元より知っていたことを再確認できたしね。でもあなたはあの一員ではないと思っていたわ、ベルティ。
ホールであの知らせを聞きました。さすがはタイムキーパー。これはベンデッタを打ち破るための大きな足がかりです。 本部一同とても喜んでおられました。ところでこの成分の詳細は何かの術式でしょうか、それとも特殊な物質でしょうか。それはこれから特定することだよ。ストームだろうとストームの免疫成分だろうと、マヌス・ベンデッタは私たちよりはるかに多くの情報を掴んでる。幸い調査の方向性は見えてるよ。そういえば頼まれていた資料をお持ちしました。最前線学校の図書館に60年代以降の世界アルカナム地理が全て保管されていて助かりました。ミス・サザビーもあなたの要請に同意するそうです。ありがとう、ソネット。あとはレグルスがいれば完璧だね。
いつまでしらばっくれるつもりだ。頭に花を生やしたずる賢い鉄箱が。知ってることを全部吐け。そうだな。例えばどうしてオリティア基地にいたんだ。マヌス・ベンデッタとの関係は。誰があんたをベルティの名が彫られた小箱に入れたんだ。
わかりません。
だいたい20世紀末にミレニアムイヤーアペイロンマンポだ。なんだそのおかしなチャンネルは。さっさと吐け。じゃねえとこのウォッカであんたの手入れをすっぞ。おいおい、正気か。むごいやつだな。バカ、ホルマリンに決まってるだろ。だよな。
ですが、私は本当に何も。私はただ無線信号を受信しているだけです。どうか信じてください。気づいた時にはすでにこの小箱の中に。
これ以上聞いても無駄だろうね。ラプラス曰く、このラジオはいかなるアルカナムの痕跡もない。
けどこいつはベンデッタたちと一緒にこの基地に現れたんだぜ。何はともあれ容疑者の一人に変わりはない。
うん、そうだね。でも今の証拠では不十分だよ。現地を調査すれば何かわかるかも。どうする？一緒に行く？レディー Z にはすでに報告済みだよ。このチームで正式な外勤をするのは初めてだね。サザビーとミス・ドルービスは休暇中だから今回の任務には参加しない。ミス・モアスさんは連絡員として本部に残ってもらう。
え？現地調査？さっきオリティアウの基地から戻ってきたばっかりじゃないか。それに正確な目的地すらまだ分かってないってのに。
アポロンとは太陽のこと。フォードモデル T6 分岐は前世紀初期のアルカナ無造物計算科学研究センターにそのコレクションがある。ゴルゴン海流はエーゲ海のバルカン半島付近に位置する。最前線学校の図書館で70年代のアルカナム雑誌にこの円形の海流に関する紹介が載っていたのを見たことがあったんだ。これは地球が軌道極点に位置すると逆行期に入り、学会では会長とも呼ばれている。今年の会長は1月3日と7月3日。現在の外界時刻は1914年の1月1日。
つまりあの報道は実際に存在する場所を指してるってことか。
マジかよ。もう少し休むつもりだったのに。
レグルス、新しい船が欲しいって言ってたよね。その願い叶えてあげるって言ったらどうする？
待てよ。よーく考えたらエーゲ海に来ることになったのってこの花咲ラジオじゃなくてベルティのせいじゃないか。また大波が。捕まってください。そってね、やってられっかスーヌラジンベイエ。待ってくださいミス・リーリア。この暴風の中強制離陸するおつもりですか？これはただの嵐じゃねえ。何者かが海から私たちを攻撃したんだよ。そいつの尻尾をひっ捕まえてやる。お前らはさっさと避難の手引きでも調べてろ。やっと見つけたぜこのクソったれ。今度はこっちの番だ。 こんにちは。戻ってきたの。ま、当然だよね。ここは原点なんだから。象徴以外の仕事がした。空想を現実に。はっ。シュタージズ降臨せよ。おーい、私は広報部隊だぞ。
私のことを知らないのか？へいへいへい、そこのあんた一緒にいるのか？
そんなに怒らないでよ。キアラが銃を持っている。よろしくだね。
私のことを知ら。緊急車呼ぶ？
ご期待に応えられたでありましょうか。誰？信じ。
何か聞こえる。
そんなに怒らないでよ。みんなのために。シュタージ勤めが銃を持っている。常識だぞ。 何か聞こえる。隙あらば入り込む電波。よかった。
病にかかった歯があると伺いましたので、口内鏡検査を始めましょう。
何か聞こえる。誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど。何か聞こえる。隙あらば入り込む電波。おーい、私は広報部隊だぞ。誰？心臓。君たちも民衆の声を聞いてみた方がいいかもしれないね。気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着く。秘密ってのはいつだってありきたりな言葉の中に隠れているよ。聞いてごらん。大丈夫。何か聞こえる。
無駄な抵抗はおやめなさい。
隙あらば入り込む電波。ご期待に応えられたでありましょうか。エーデスビトセーラ。いいぞソネット。早くもう片方のロープも切れ。これで揚力が減るはずだ。でもそう長くは持たないぞ。ベルティ、なんかいい策はないのか。ダメみたい。どんな方法を試してもここ一帯の嵐が救助信号を全て遮断してくる。なんだって、もうどうにもできないっていうのかよ。ちょっと待って、まだ試してないことが一つある。ミスラジオ、少し失礼するよ。派遣任務緊急時の対処法第21条。緊急事態が発生した場合、ワンドを使用して円形のつまみがついた発生装置に救助キーを送信すること。付近にいる財団の人員は人道主義に基づき直ちに救助に向かうこと。キーは時計回りに1周、反時計回りに180度、再度時計回りに1周。うまく発動した場合、
次の音声が流れる。
平和があなたと共にありますように。
これほどの大規模なテレポート術、初めて見ました。
特別執行隊カミソリだ。
助かった。私たちは。
ああ、君か。自己紹介は結構。特別執行部隊の中でも君はかなりの有名人だからね。ところで随分な状況だね。
ゴルゴン海流で巨大な化け物に襲撃された。無事に上陸できるよう手助けが欲しい。
率直だね。その性格気に入った。さてウィリアム、トッド、仕事だ。
戦場の統制はお任せを。誰？何か聞こえる。気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着く。みんなのために。大丈夫。前進。みんなのために。
無駄な抵抗はおやめなさい。
緊張しないで。何か聞こえる？大丈夫。音が飛ぶ。心配はいりません。撤退。
私に司令権はないの？
緊張しないで。前進。ご協力感謝します。
誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど。緊張しないで。何か聞こえる。気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着く。無駄な抵抗はおやめなさい。隙あらば入り込むテンパ。誰？心臓の音。何か聞こえる。前進。誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど。大丈夫。何か聞こえる。気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着く。ご協力感謝します。サージ勤めが銃を持ている常識だぞ。はっ。みんなのために音が飛ぶ。おやめ、イーグル。誰？何か。誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど。サージ勤めが銃を持ている常識だぞ。
この子たち財団の生徒よりずっと手に負えません。
驚いたな。これもしかしてゴルゴンか？文献でしか見たことがない太古の化け物じゃないか。気をつけたまえ。あの目を見ると石にされてしまうよ。
12世紀以降ゴルゴンに関する目撃情報はありません。てっきりただの伝説だとばかり。
そんなやつと戦えるなんてある意味光栄じゃないか。ウィリアム、トッド、誰がより早く倒せるか勝負しよう。
必要以上に存在感を出すべきではない。この舞台における進言の意味、まさか忘れてませんよね、隊長。
速度比べいいね。私も混ぜてくんない？
ほう、随分度胸があるようだね。気に入った。来い。急げ我が友よ。早くバルカン半島に向かわねばならないのだから。
皆さん待ってください。化け物の体積が小さくなったような気がしませんか？
あれ、どういうことだ？姿が見えないぞ。 なんだか嫌な予感が。体を縮めて戦争に入り込んだみたいだ。船ごと壊すつもりだ。みんな気をつけ。時計ずれてたよ。え？時計ずれてたよ。この時計のこと？うん。だから正確な時間に戻しておいたよ。どういうこと？これが今の時間だと言いたいの？うん。今は2007年でしょ？ FBI, open up! ?2000何年？ストームって知ってる？あなたたちはあれをストームと呼んでるんだ。ここではエマネーションと呼ばれているの。プネウマの海水は今なお流れ集水してゆく。それらはやがて津波をもたらし、闇に満ちた現象界を粉々にするんだよ。よくわからない。あなたも実数だからわかるでしょ？私は37。あなたの数字は？私はベルティ。それじゃなくてあなたの数字。経典によると己の本質を理解できない者だけが無意味な音声記号で自己を表現してるんだって。そっか。
あなたもまだ自分の数字がわからないんだね。じゃあソフィアと同じだ。
私の仲間を見なかった？
もちろん見たよ。あなたが探しているのは整数、分数、無理数、それとも虚数？素晴らしい道徳心を持つ整数、理解経路が必要な分数、束縛なき自由な心の無理数、軸の向こう側に存在する虚数。あなたが探してるのはどれ？
質問を変えよう。ここはどこ？
島。
なんていう島？
ここ以外にも島があるの？
質問を変えるよ。1999年ウルドって名前の伝記作家がこの島を訪れなかった？
1999。ああ、かわいい中心付き三角数の1999ね。けど終末論で乱用されすぎじゃない？要するにみんなにおだてられすぎだってこと。1991と1993に比べれば1999なんて大したことないのに。でも999は最高。カプレカ数であり解分数である上に3桁の自然数における最大値なんだから。
話を遮るようで悪いけど、ウルドを知ってるか聞きたいだけ。彼女が1999年にこの島を訪れた記録が旅行機アペイロン万歩に乗ってたんだ。何か覚えてる？
いいえ。現象界のチリボコリについては何も知らないの。
現象界のチリボコリ？
船長、どうやらこの腕はもう先に行ってください。
いやいや、しっかりしろ。あっち行け、このいまいましいイルカどもめ。アップルは食いもんじゃない。私のレコードもな。あれ、ベルティ、突っ立ってないで早く手伝ってくれ。
口内鏡検査を始めましょう。
誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど。何が聞こえる？そんなに怒らないでよ。みんなのために。隙あらば入り込む電波。おーい、私は広報部隊だぞ。
大丈夫。
みんなのために。
無駄な抵抗はおやめなさい。
撤退。私に司令権はないの？
緊張しないで、大丈夫。
音が飛ぶ。
発火油感じるでしょ。
緊張しないで。
軍勢。心臓の音がうるさいけど、気持ちを打ち上げると心が落ち着く。好きあらば入り込むテンポ、好きあらば入り込むテンポ。はあ、よかった。
助かったぜペルティ。危うくアップルとレコードがスターゲージーパーになっちゃうとこだった。
おかげで私も助かったよ。
私なんかしたっけ？
うん。コミュニケーションの自信を取り戻した。ソネットたち見かけなかった？
いや、目を覚ましたらイルカの背中の上だって礼を言おうとした矢先、あいつらカムは叩くわ。
それはあなたが無理数だからだよ。
うわっ、びっくりした。このロングヘアのジョーちゃんは誰だ？
タイムキーパー。よかった。皆さんご無事で。ミス・リーリャももうすぐこちらへ来ます。あとは隊長たちだけです。
ソネット、そちらの方は？
彼らはベイロン教団の信者です。沈没事故の後、私たちに救いの手を差し伸べてくれました。
いやはや整数同士、当然のことをしたまでです。ミス・ソネット、お仲間は全員見つかりましたか？
はい、あとはカミソリの隊員たちだけ。彼らも私たちと同じ聖パブロフ財団に属していて。
虚数は私たちの救助対象者に含まれません。
虚数？
お仲間が見つかったのでしたら、あまり長居しない方が良いでしょう。教団は招待客以外は歓迎できないので。
お待ちください。お聞きしたいことが。
エマネーションに関する情報を提供すると言ったら、私たちは聖パブロフ財団の調査員。ストームの情報を提供しましょう。話し合いの場を要請します。
タイムキーパー？
後で説明するから、今は信じてほしい、ソネット。
上陸を認めましょう。ですが整数と分数以外は接待いたしません。無理数は上陸を禁じます。海に放っておけ。
え？
豆を食べたのは誰？ キッチン。あなたたちは無理数なの？失礼だよ。証明終了。素晴らしい論証だね。数の世界へようこそ。本質に勝るものなし。簡単だよ、キッチンも。あなたたちは無理数なの？参ったね。参ったね。素晴らしいキッチンの交点からの切断。
少しぼーっとしているみたいだね。胃から逆流した海水もまだ全部吐き終わってないだろう。リラックスしてちゃんと横になり。一般的に泥酔した酔っ払いや昏睡状態の患者たちが目を覚ました一つ、この土地は人々から何と呼ばれているのに、もう一つはこの目立つ腕時計の時間合わせを手伝ってくれますか？よし、ちょうどいい頃合いだ。口を開けて聞きたいことも吐き出したいものも全部思い切りここに出しなさい。最初の謎解きとなって長い間覚えられるなんて光栄だわね。しかし残念ながら特に恐ろしい物語なんて存在しない。一つの事実がもう一つの事実を覆う。幸い私の耳は歯より頼もしいのさ。いつものようにおしゃべりだし、やっと自分の置かれた立場に気がついたようだね。ここは一望し、助けを求める声は波にかき消され、どんなにたくま、見ての通り他に行ける場所なんてないのさ。この島の住民は礼儀正しいから案内してもらうのもいいかもしれんね。やっぱりそれを聞くんだね。時間は常に一歩一歩着実に前に進んでるって。時間は秩序を取り戻し、本来あるべき場所へ戻った。雨粒はいつものように地面に落ちるし、古い時代に戻る人ももういない。過去の古き良き時代を懐かしむ人はいるけどね。へえ、信じられないみたいだね。それは疑ってる目だ。確かに、もし人生の大半を費やした結果が単なる良くも悪くもない夢だったなんて言われたら、靴の片方を投げつけてやりたくもなる。焦ってるのはよくわかるよ。でも時間を探すにはちゃんと整理をしないと無理さ。今の時間は小刻みに分けられたザッハトルテのようさ。一番大きな一切れの上には20世紀最後の楽しいひとときを示す白いチョコのプレートが刺さってる。 紳士たちはよくある8の字ひげで、お嬢さんたちもまだ直線的なボディラインを追い求めていなかった。人々は自分のセンスを証明するため、カフェサンマルコという喫茶店が正式に開業して、流行セルロイドフィルムと映写機は芸術家に無限のチャンスを与えた。その頃ヘルメットはまだへこんでいなかったし、でももうすぐさ、落ちこぼれた若者は尖った刀を持って群れとなり、自分に建物はブルブルと震え、巨石は転がり、高い壁にぶつかろうとしていた。人々の喉には絶叫が埋め込まれ、一つの弾丸が最も偉大な勲章の名のもとに装填された。一つの黄金時代が幕を閉じようとしていた。血の匂いに満ちた渦巻きが時代の航路でうろうろしている。美しい自然な曲線も、蜂の形をしたブローチも、フルーツポンチと羽毛布団も、全てがその瞬間配当金が出ないこのカフェも、ほら今髪の毛がまとまったよでも私の年になってくると時間に関する言い訳がもういい、もう十分言ったよ。
いらっしゃいませ。安心して、ここに素晴らしい予想だよ。書き上げるまでの十分なスペースがあるといいけど。鴻上戦火の洞察力は大好き。数の本質を見抜いて牙で反応を示してくれるの。いらっしゃいませ。席から最も近くて素晴らしい予想だよ。書き上げるまでの十分なスペース、素晴らしいよ。もう脳内に素敵な論証過程が浮かんできてる。まるでデカルトの西洋線が素晴らしいよ。もう脳内に素敵な論証過程が浮かんできてる。まるで
ちょうどいいところに来たね。素晴らしい予想だよ。書き上げるまでの十分なスペースがあるといいけど。わあ、ウサギだよ。伝道会の後、ウサギのシチューはいつも垂直線に沿って置かれるんだよ。最も食べる価値がある料理の証。きっと金色のウサギも同じだよ。食べられそうには見えないけどね。素晴らしいよ。もう脳内に素敵な論証過程が浮かんできてる。戻ってきたの。ま、当然だよね。真理の外見に一貫性はないよ。その形を描こうとするものはその深みに落ちるから。だから私も描いてみたよ。その姿を忘れるために。静かな場所に長くいると
会えて嬉しいよ。ずっと待ってたんだから。どんぞ。なんなり。
ごきげんよう。ジーラマに？あれ？私のハンカチ見ませんでした。やっと秘密を教えてくれるのね。紳士は
魚料理店。全員無事です。イルカが私たちを海流の先まで運んでくれました。ところで失礼を承知でお聞きしたいのですが、隊長さん、あなたの種族は？ありがとうございます。どうかお気をつけて。カミソリの隊員は全員人間でした。やっとわかった。実数はアルカニスト、虚数は人間のこと。じゃあ他のは何なんだよ。
ミズ・ソネット、ミズ・ベルティ、そして私めは整数。
私とミス・リーリャは分数でした。
言うまでもなく私は純血だぜ。
私めもリンゴジュース 100% ですぞ。
私も 1.5 ボルトの直流電流しか飲んでおりませんよ。
血統で分けるならネグルスも整数のはずだから関係ないようだね。だからなんで私だけ無理数なんだよ。不公平だぞ。裁判長、再審を要請する。うるせえぞ。お前を上陸させるのにどれだけ苦労したかわかるか。まあ一番ボロい客室になるがな。客室？どう見ても牢屋じゃないか。
では少しでも気分が良くなるように、私たちは皆世界の囚人、肉体に縛られし魂のごとく。
せめてロックを流してくれよ。
どうやらこの島は整数を崇拝しているようですな。一方で無理数、つまりは循環しない無限小数は決して整数になり得ない実数があるゆえに敵視されているのでしょう。
いやいや、だからってなんで私が無理数なんだよ。この前の抗議活動だって私だけ財団に何の財産損失も与えてないってのに。ついてないぜ。ミス・モアッさんにアペイロン教団に関する情報収集を要請しました。カミソリの隊長曰く、ここは独立したアルカニストたちの集落。以前の未登録者とは異なり、彼らは人間社会で生活せず、アルカナム古来の暮らしと伝統を維持してます。接触には細心の注意を払わなければなりません。けど彼らが用いているのは現代の数学用語だよ。あの少女は
20世紀前半のインド数学者カプレカルを知っていた。彼らは完全に属性から隔離されているわけではない。ここはオリティアウの基地、財団の本部、そして私のスーツケースと同様、ストームの逆行を受けない1999年の旅行機。基地に現れたマヌス・ベンデッタ、ストーム、そしてエマネーション。これらにはきっと何らかの関係性があるはず。その答えはここにある気がする。
Live the raid. Oh, I see. I thought Joshi was already in my stream. Alright, let's go to my phone. It's free full time. I'm gonna create lobby now. Thank you for the raid, Michaela. I hope you had a great stream. I've never played Reverse Night.
燃えてるね、ボス。ところで、案内人はまだか？まさか、お前たちの中に無理数が出たから、全員拘束だとかないよな？
さっきからずっといるんだけど。6に言われて迎えに来た。うわっ、びっくりした。
いたならなんか言えよ。
だってあなたたち何か証明をしてるみたいだったから。経典によると他人の証明を邪魔するのは豆を食べるのと同じくらい罪深いことなんだよ。コーカサス山脈に釘付けにされてハゲタカに目玉を食べられたくないもん。豆を食べるのは禁忌の中で最も重い罪だよ。最大で最悪の行いだよ。この禁忌を犯した者は転生できず永遠に拷問を受けることになるの。
へえ、そんな決まりがあるんだ。豆って大豆？そら豆？エンドウ豆？豆製品は？
全部同じことだよ。
なんじゃそりゃ。そんなん言ったらコーヒーを飲んだやつはみんな地獄行きじゃないか。ちょうど私のバッグにコーヒー豆が1箱入ってたん。これを口に入れたらハゲタカに襲われるっていうのか？
ダメ。
うわっ、何すんだよ。この大海賊様がビビると思ったら大間違いだぞ。おい、和製の助ってなって卑怯だぞ。
まずい、彼女たちを引き離さないと。
落ち着いて、今行くから。
やっと盗聴以外の仕事が来た。何か聞こえる。誰？何か聞こえる。気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着く。下味勤めが銃を持て。隙あらば入り込むテンポ。
エンディングはもう決まってる。緊張しないで。空想を現実に。ご協力感謝します。
誰？心臓の音がうるさいけど。
決まってる。
隙あらば入り込むテンポ。
ちゃんと覚えられるかしら。おやめ。あがくことも運命の一環。
こいつ噛みつきやがった。あんたたち早くこいつを引き剥がしてくれ。
一体何事？37、お客様に失礼でしょ。早く離れなさい。ごめんなさい。 一歩遅かったようね。私はペイロン教団の構成者ソフィアよ。あなたたちの案内を担当することになったわ。
やっとまともなやつが来たようだな。
続きは外で話しましょう。
戻ってきたの。ま、当然だよね。いらっしゃいませ。安心して。素晴らしい予想だよ。書き上げるまでの十分なスペースがあるといいけど。うわあ、いいものが弾けたね。私たちはこれを超越物って呼んでるん。これはきっと現象界の塵ぼこりだよ。戻ってきたの。ま、当然だよね。ここは原点なんだから。いらっしゃいませ。安心。素晴らしいよ。もう脳内に素敵な論証過程が浮かんできてる。まるでデカルトの西洋線が徐々に開かれてくみたいに。席から最も近くて素晴らしい予想だよ。書き上げるまでの十分なスペースがあるといいけど。
5374-6F70 626F74686572696267 5761-6261-6756 5761-6261-6756
ハロー、愛する友よ。
戻ってきたの。
5374-6F70 626F74
私たちの信仰は万物は数なりよ。数学は全ての本質であり、真理へと続く鍵でもある。それは火であり、無知の闇を脱する要。数字こそ経験を超えた永遠の存在。属性の全ては時代の移り変わりとともに腐敗していく。けれど誰しも鍛錬と修行を通して最終的に自身の証明、そして心の浄化をなすことができるようになるの。つまりは魂の数字を知るということよ。
おー、やっと広い場所に出てこれだぜ。少しはマシなとこもあんじゃん。
部をわきまえてください、ミス・レグルス。次に豆を食べるなんて言葉を口にしたら、今度こそ本当に海に投げ込むわよ。
わかったよ。まだ何もしてないじゃん。
ミス・ソフィア、この島の緊急をもう一度読み上げていただけますか？先ほどは暗すぎてメモができませんでした。
ご心配なく、すべて録音済みです。1、豆を食べてはならない。2、落ちたものを拾ってはならない。3、白いおんどりに触れてはならない。4、剣で火をかき混ぜてはならない。5、くびきを飛び越えてはならない。6、道中巻き割りをしてはならない。7、新しい衣服で街道に入ってはならない。街道に入るときは右側から入り。8、部屋にツバメがいてはならない。9、神聖な塀の中で寝てはならない。10、寝床を離れるときはそれを丸め、就寝の痕跡をなくすこと。
なんだこのへんてこな規則は。ロンドン警察ですらこんなに細かくないぞ。
私たちが接触してるのは古代のアルカニスト団体だよ。
この人たちなりの理由があるはず。
けど落とし物を拾うなって、そのまま朽ちるのを黙って見てろってこと？そんなのイカれてるだ。
これだから無理数は。
はあ？だからどうして私が無理数なんだよ。
具体的な数字までは判別できずとも、そのものがどの種に属するかは判断しやすいわ。あなたはとても典型的な無理数よ。話を聞かず、癇癪持ち、予想外の行動ばかり取り、小数点に続くのは止めどない騒音と不動のみ。何事にも規律というものがない。
話を聞かない、癇癪持ち、予想外の行動。それが判断基準だったの？なるほどな。音痴の趣味まで見事に言い当ててる。
笑うな！この大海賊様は断じてそんな定義には縛られないぞ。そういうあんたの数字は何なんだ？
私はまだ修行中だからわからないわ。
へえ、あんたも知らなかったのか。じゃあこのレグルス様が教えてやるよ。あんたも無理数だ。いた。何す。ブドウ？
綺麗な曲線。
またあんたか。おい、今度は負けないからな。
三連動会に行くんじゃないの？
案内を頼まれたのは私だよ。
けれど本来これは私の仕事でしょ。あなたは外部の者との接触に慣れていないのだから。
それとこれとは別だよ。そんなこと言ってるからいつも雑用ばかり押し付けられるんだよ。
神聖な塀の中で寝てはならない。道中巻き割りをしてはならない。怠惰は善に達する道中で身体と魂のつながりを断ち切ってしまう。数字なき者に怠惰の資格などないわ。それにあなたどうして来賓客を口に入れたの？
だってこの人が豆を食べるなんて言うんだもん。
だからって噛んでいい理由にはならないわ。考えてもみなさい。豆を食べた彼女に噛みついたらあなたも豆を食べたことになってしまうでしょ。正確な対処法は罪人を直ちに海へ投げ入れ、ゴルゴン海流のもと永遠に円運動をさせること。
確かにそれが最適解ね。
どうして思いつかなかったの？集合論の基礎問題よ。
おい、いつまでその話を続けるつもりだ？本人の前でそんな物騒なこと言いやがって。我慢にも限界ってもんがあるんだからな。へへん、一発命中。なんだよ。目には目を、歯には歯を。悪いのは私じゃないぞ。
レグルス、もしかしてミス37が投げたブドウを拾ったのですか？それはつまり落ちたものを拾ってはならないの規則に反するのでは？
え？
しゃがんで。油草スが来る。あれは 禁忌を犯した者を捕まえに来るの。
鳥頭に蛇の足。なんじゃこりゃ。
見るからに凶暴そうだ。レグルス、早くこっちに。Be prepared。戦場の統制はお任せを。
誰？心臓の音がうるさい
緊張しないで。
気持ちを打ち明けると心が落ち着く。隙あらば入り込むテンポ。
おーい、私は後方部隊だぞ。
大丈夫。
前進。
しばし安静が必要ね。心臓の音がうるさい。そんなに怒らないでよ。クシュクシュおやすみ。隙あらば入り込むテンポ。
おーい、私は後方部隊だぞ。
君たちに民衆の声を聞いてみた方がいいかもしれないね。緊張しないで。何か聞こえる。秘密ってのはいつだってありきたりな言葉の中に隠れているよ。聞いてごらん。隙あらば入り込むテンパ。
ご期待に応えられたでありましょうか。レグルス。
船長、このアップル目はどこまでもついていきますぞ。
レグルスに出所したばかりでまた無所入りとは反骨精神満載だな。
少なくとも豆を食べてなくてよかったよ。
地下牢で己の魂をしっかり浄化することね。はあ、地面が乱れてしまったわ。 Ena efgates mia. Stimatisate. Otuma mextobastia mia.
タイムキーパーご覧になりましたか？この島の人が使用するアルカナムは私たちの知るものとは全然違うみたいだね。ミスターアップルがついてるし、レグルスもしばらくは安全だと思う。ひとまずソフィアについていこう。
無駄なことに時間を費やしてしまったわ。ミス・ベルティ、ここが例の伝道者の間よ。ここで私たちはあなたたちで言うストームの知識を共有しているの。
3236431343135393236353335。 level 60.
素晴らしいわ。
Some interesting work. Most art is exactly. Ancients have gotten it. It's called common sense. Choice.
Omni Uman, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing? Give me a shout out. Omni Uman. Hey, what? Did that work? What? Did that work?
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy. Ah.